I've been through like. Very fully covered. I've got no idea how the arm is done. No idea. Yeah. I've been so lazy this season.
Double bucket, really?
I don't even know how many I've done. Probably half an hour.
Who's got this one? Who's matching this week? You do it 2 days ago? I'll get there, happy days.
Sorry boys, that's it.
Sorry,
That's my 8th attempt. Just put my glass on. Just put glass on my These are mine. Just send Phil a hook it up.
What? It's going to be a long ride. Yeah, right now.
I don't care what they say about you.
As long as you're getting in for everyone, that's fine.
Is that
So you can take it out.
that's what it was, wasn't it?
Every bet they bottom of the barrel.
Doesn't feel like it.
easy. Absolutely not. Oh, there is a full match, that's what I do. So when you guys watch the shooting,
Need ID? Richard Nicholl.
what's that for? Because I'm a vet, so it's automatically generates stuff. If I had been involved in it, starts from home. Oh, it's certainly is. It's not the sky. You're on the sky.
Because I run tournaments in my camp.
You see flag, John.
Last time I was on, no, thank you for it.
John Minnie.
Welcome to day 1B. We're just about to start. All the way up. They drove up last night, about 7 hours they drove up. What was the trip like yesterday when you were driving up?
Oh, I thought it was great. I had mum in the car, so it was a good journey. Didn't feel as long, and apparently I drove all right. So
Well, that's all right then.
I got the seal of approval from
And apparently
her,
she
so.
thought Leeds was near Leeds Castle.
Do you know what? This wasn't on my radar. I didn't think I could make this one. And when Mum said about it, I was like, oh yeah, I'll go along with this. That's great. Yeah, we'll go on that one. And I thought she doesn't realise how long this is. She's only sort of done the Luton leg and stuff before. And she said last night, I thought it was just near Luton. I thought it might have just been just a little bit past Luton. I was like, and the sat-nav was saying another 3 hours. And she's like, this is really far. But it's worth it.
You're here now.
It's worth it when you're here. It's
Yes,
it's a
good
lovely
luck.
setting.
And you're in the queue. There's a massive queue. Who's this? Sunderland's biggest fan. Are we? How are you, my friend? I'm all right. How are you?
I'm very good, mate. Very good.
Oh man, good to be in Leeds. Not too far from you, is it?
No, it's only an hour. No, no.
You don't play as much like you, so you don't travel about. You probably play as much locally, but not as much.
I'm going to start again.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Good man.
No, I just got put in my work, you know, and just.
Yeah, well, years ago, obviously, when this used to be a gala, everybody from Teesside, where we first met you lot.
Yeah,
all the Teessiders comes for the gala,
okay,
and obviously
yeah.
the one at Teesside as well, and that's where we met you all. It's like 10, 11 years ago now. It's crazy, isn't it? It's crazy. There was more hair on top than there was on the chin.
That's all gone.
Great to see you.
No, use on this.
Great to see you. Fingers crossed for a good run.
Thank you very much.
Nice one, Richie. Fantastic. Top, man. And that is where we started to meet all the Teessiders. Ali Malou. We need, in the poker, there's a poker dictionary. We have to get Malooed into the dictionary because 3 times today I've heard it. How did you go on yesterday? Got Malooed. How did you go on yesterday? Got Malooed. Tony Ring talking at the bar got Malooed. He's back again today with his brother Gerald. We have just started, so we'll be going straight over, and Tony is actually on the feature table for the first level. Ali Malou is chip leader, just over 200,000 chips, 102 yesterday. It's going to be another busy one. We had over 300 for the entire tournament last year. Will we get to them numbers? It's going to be really good. It started with just short of 100, so we're expecting double that by the time late reg is finished at 8:15 p.m. We'll go straight over to the feature because they're just about to entertain us.
Thanks, Tower. Good afternoon, everybody. We are here in Leeds for day 1B of the GUKPT main event. Great day yesterday. Had a total of 100 entries, 23 players making it through. Chip leader, the infamous Ali Malou, 200,000 chips. Huge stack coming back for day 2. Another day of action, finishing up at around 1:15 this morning. Hopefully we'll have another fun-filled day.
Afternoon, everybody. Cheers, Jay. Yes, 23 making it through with all the chip stacks and all the information is on Facebook.
If you want to get involved today, guys, via Twitter, hashtag GUKPT. Get yourself involved. Any questions, anything you want to know.
Teresa made it through.
Did she?
Right at the bottom.
Right at the bottom. She the short stack.
She was down to like 6,000, weren't she, on the first couple of levels?
32,000. Teresa making it through.
Well done, Teresa. Rich Kelly on 55. Check all the chip counts are on the Facebook page, Grosvenor Poker. That's where the blog is this week. Trialing it on Facebook, and we'll see how it goes, rather than the customed blog on the GUKPT website. So all the information is there. Check it out, see what you think, and BK will be running that, and also Twitter as well. Hashtag GUKPT. Get involved as we start the day. We'll be mentioning Twitter quite a lot because we're going to get involved a lot more on Twitter. Good reactions yesterday on Twitter as well. We also run a tournament as well.
Yeah, a little
we gave away a
competition.
£30 token as well on Twitter, so
I'm sure we'll be doing that again at some point today.
Yeah, round about level 5 we'll be doing that again. But very, very early stages. Start with 20,000 chips. Over 100 players already sat down. The guarantee. Somebody said, will we hit the guarantee? Hang on a minute. Yes, is the answer, because it's already been smashed. The 100k is already gone. So no worries about that. And then when we turned up, we were just about to start at 1 o'clock. There was a massive queue. People queuing up to get in. Late reg until 8:15 p.m. That's including all the breaks and 6 levels. The dinner break at the end of level 4 is 60 minutes. Time to get yourself watered and fed downstairs. Fantastic buffet put on yesterday by the GUKPT. Complimentary to all players and staff. And very nice it was too.
Yeah, it was a good day yesterday at the featured as well. Had lots of action, lots of big hands, cold decks. A lot was going on.
It was a good day yesterday.
So hoping for a repeat of that. And third hand in, Richard. He's got the boots, 2 red aces in the cut-off, raises it up, gets some resistance from Tony in the big blind, defends the 9-8 of spades, and take a flop.
Oh, we've hit a 9. 9, 10, 5. Tony hits middle pair.
And Rich continues for 500. No pair here for Tony. I think we've got to call once in this spot, but he just lets it go. Just lets it go. Good fold. Early on, maybe just doesn't want to get involved in sort of a big pot. A mediocre hand, no backdoors really, other than the backdoor straight. He's part of the furniture on this feature table, Tony. He must have been on it about 12 to 15 times
I do like
this
the
year.
shirt though.
Yeah.
It looks a summer's day wherever he is.
Not here in Leeds. But short stack making it through yesterday. Short stack 31k. It's still a fine stack to take through to 25 big blinds.
Yeah, 612 we start tomorrow. 600, 1200. With a running an ante of 100.
It's a great thing about this structure. 1.5x their starting stack, and May day 2 still with 25 bigs.
Good afternoon, mate. Good afternoon, Mum. Already sat in the chat box, and mate just said she doesn't use Facebook, which is one of the concerns I thought might happen. People not everybody uses social media, but everybody can read a blog. But the live stream's obviously the most important. That's why we're here, and we will give you updates and keep you informed of what's happening all around the tables. But they're trialling running their blog on said Facebook. Any information you do need, just ask, because that's what we're here for. I know people do like to read the blog, but it is just transformed onto Facebook. All information is there.
Line's 25.50. Players are very deep at this stage, 400 bigs around the
Did
average.
you see the stat about Facebook yesterday?
No?
Well, Mark Zuckerberg's in what it was like one of the most important men in the world now. Really? There's 2.2 billion people click into Facebook at least once a day.
Wow. Is that just under 30% of the world's population?
2.2 billion people click in once a day. It's insane. It's insane. Yeah, we do. Obviously, the emphasis is on the live stream, the pictures. A little bit like watching football scores on teletext when you've got Jeff Stelling on a Saturday afternoon. Diver's in the building. Long table diver. Good to see. I like a little post. She posted a little bit on Facebook yesterday as well, Diver. Can't find a house in London, so I'm off to Leeds to play poker. What a great update. I love that. What a great update. Can't find a house, I'm off. Stop looking. Not being funny, but if you're looking for a house in London, in the London area, I think you've made it, haven't you? Have you made it in life? You made it in life goals, haven't you? If you're looking for a house in London.
Yeah, buying a house in London, you get 5 houses somewhere else up north for that price.
Yeah,
it's
absolutely.
Just extortionate, some of the house prices around the area.
So we do have our first table. We've not heard any carnage of like we had yesterday in the first hand with Teddy Jordan, but I have just heard a shout of all in on one of the outer tables. I don't know which table it actually was. Early start to proceedings. Lines are 25.50. 20,000 starting stack. So 400 big blinds you start with.
John under the gun, regular face on the GUKPT tour, plays a lot of tournament poker. Raised to 225. Tony King Jack of Hearts in the hijack, he's going to make the call. Heads up to this flop. John with the Ace Jack, Tony with the King Jack, dominated in this spot.
New addition with a split screen. Let us know what you think. Tony with the sunshiny shirt on. Could be a view of his back garden or something like that when he took a picture out. That's his view when he's sat outside on his patio. And John on the left, Tony on the right. Obviously the hands on each side of the screen to what they have in the hand as Tony turns a flush draw.
Yeah, so it was checked to him on the flop by John. Tony taking the initiative with just king high. Probably understands John's got a lot of ace highs in his range and barrels once and barrels again. And on this board texture, it's going to fold out the ace jack. And he's going to take that one down. Nice bit of play. Picks it down with the worst of it.
So very early stages. Shouldn't expect too much carnage in the first few levels. The blinds being so low and the stacks being so deep. Divers put on Twitter. The tournament starts at 1 PM and I still end up rushing to get there. Ow. And then Susie Williamson has posted, well, I'm still on my way as well. I don't know.
I think Swifty and Sue had a 7-hour journey up this morning as well.
That's because they live they live in France, don't they? Just
Close
about,
enough, yeah.
Just about live in France. Seen Kev O'Connor watching the live stream today. He was on FaceTime. Amazing technology these days. And you can see somebody sat in the kitchen. Somebody sat in the kitchen after they've just fitted a new tap and things. Sat there topless. Not the thing I did want to see, but it was good to see. And Kev will be watching all day, I'm sure. With Katie playing. Jeff Kimber's on his way. Ah, Susie's here. Yes.
Seat 1 on the bevies already.
Awesome. Is he on his holidays?
Must be.
We had Ryan yesterday, didn't we?
Yeah. Playing a 550 poker tournament on the beers already. On the feature table.
So very early stages of day 1B. Good afternoon one and all. Wherever you may be, just tuning in and watching. Hashtag GUKPT on Twitter. Don't forget, tweet us your pictures of how you're watching the live stream.
David opening on the button with the ace deuce off. Tony defending. Flop a queen 5 deuce, 2 diamonds. Tony with top pair. Now he leads into David. David makes the call with bottom pair. 8 on the turn. In comes the second barrel for 550. And that gets the job done. Tony's going to pick up another one.
The Casino Angels will be in the building a little bit later. Aye aye. Windswept Gary Clark's just turned up. I mean, are you taking it easy and just chilling out, weighing up the table before you sit down? Is that what you're doing? No, fine. Cheers. Good luck, Gary. Gary Clark just come to say hello. Fetched in the old Shillydale poker tourist. See, Barcelona, New York, all over the world, Leeds. Boom.
Saves the best for last.
Have you got a ticket?
I have actually.
Good man, get it played. Go down to the table to see the Cowboys. For David, sat in seat 4. We've got the Cowboys. 3 betting to 350. How hard is it to get chips in the very early stages when you've got a monster hand?
It's quite hard. Like, people don't tend to get out of line much on the early levels. It's more they want to settle down, get a feel for the table. So when you do have a monster, it's hard to get paid. unless your opponent's got a slightly worse hand. Sort of callers is the only time you usually see sort
Well,
of
the
10k plus pot.
GTO ace is a 4-bet.
Richard's been watching the stream this year then. The old cold 4 with the ace-5 suited. Actually a really nice hand to do it with. This early on though, maybe you don't have to take sort of this high variance line. Works better later in the latter stages of the tournament.
10, 9, 4, 2 hearts is the flop. As we just call the 4-bet.
Yeah, now Richard's done with the hand. Understands like jacks, queens, kings, big part of David's range after killing the 4-bet, and just gives up, which is perfectly fine. He hasn't lost much, just 1k off of his stack. Afternoon rain.
So level number 1. Yeah, we're just going to revert back to how it was. I think you're right about the split screen. We'll certainly use it at some point, but I think we'll revert back regarding the old split screen to 1 to 5 and 5 to 9. It's a good addition. Always adding stuff to different. Always adding stuff to the game, and it's always fantastic coverage from Cardroom Direct. So a flop of 10, 9, 2, 2 diamonds. Tony's involved with a 5, 6 of diamonds.
Up and down for David here. Got a ball for Richard. Not much for either Paul or David. Paul does have a gut shot, but won't be getting involved with the 7-6. Kevin's actually the one betting out here.
Made, although they have been now.
So Tony's never folding. 350 to call, there's no need to raise. So he doesn't.
Kevin leading out of the big blind into 5 players here. Sure, a lot of the time he's either going to have a strong draw, some 10x hands. So we're going 5 ways to the turn here. Still unaware of what Kevin has in seat 1. 6 of clubs on the turn, so Tony picks up a pair to go with his flush draw. Richard now picks up a double gut shot. And Kevin firing again here, so a lot of the time he can have 2 pair a lot of the time here, hands like 10-9. It's peeled pre-flop. Pocket deuces is a value hand he can have as well. I wouldn't expect him to fire twice into 5 players with just a 10x type of hand. So unless it's a hand like 10x of diamonds maybe. But still unaware of what he's got, but looking at from what hands he can have in his range. Shouldn't ever have any bluffs here into 4 players on the turn. Now Richard with the Queen 8, picking up a double gutter, electing to raise this spot, and actions back on Kevin here. Seven 8 has just got there. 7-8 does make the nuts. He will have 4 combos of 7-8 on the button here, Richard, or the 7-8 suited.
Guessing a hand with Kevin. Kevin,
Yeah, I think
looks like he's, has he called a 2.2?
not yet. I think he's in the tank, but he just gets out of the way and lets it go. And back on David here. In seat 2. Getting 4.5 to 1 on the call here, David, and actually does have the best hand in this spot. Not that he will know that. 8 on the river will make him a straight. And the Queen 8 gets there.
The Queen 8 gets there with a 7 of hearts on the river.
Will not be getting any action though.
Scene 2. David checks Richard, thinking about the size of bet to stick in to see if he can get any kind of value out of David. But I think, as we can see, any kind of bet will win, and it does. So out come the cards again, very early stages. Welcome along to Leeds. Neil Rowan. Yeah, he's in. Neil is in. He might be over the back end. Don't forget we're using two card rooms. A split card room today because it's that busy. 105 already in. Should certainly increase to very close to 200 by the end of late reg.
4 to the flop here after David raising the ace-5 suited.
Flop time, King, Queen, Jack.
Middle pair for David. Broadway draw for David in seat 4. 3 overs to Tony's deuces.
So the ace gets there. When the 10 of hearts hits the 2. But yet again we keep looking to think how much can we get any kind of value out of anybody. 550 is the bet.
If I'm David in this spot, do you know what I do? I just move all in with the ace-5 of hearts. 3 other players in the pot. If someone's got an ace, they have to call.
They have to call.
And then we're free rolling for 20% for a 40k pot. It's a play that not a
Good
lot of people.
strategy.
Yeah, not a lot of people think about it that way. But in them sort of spots, it's going to happen so rarely when you have the nuts with the redraw in Holden to the nut flush. And you can just move it all in, and the player does have the nuts as well, which they will do with 4-2 straight. You're then free rolling for a huge pot.
Good strategy. Good afternoon, Greece. Mark Pinnington watching the live stream yet again from one of the Greek islands, and everybody else, wherever you may be around the country or even around the world. Welcome to Leeds, day 1B. 110 in the mix at this moment in time. Don't forget to tweet us, hashtag GUKPT for all gossip relating poker-wise.
Afternoon, Mark. How are we doing? See a flop of Queen 7-8, 2 hearts, middle pair for Richard, nut flush draw for Kevin in seat 1. Stays higher for David in seat 2. So opening pre-flop, easy continue on this flop for Kevin. Gonna get that one through.
Yeah, good afternoon, Mark. Enjoy the rest of your trip. How was your trip into work today, Jay?
Don't even go there.
Anybody wants a laugh?
Yeah. Do you know what? I walked out the hotel and it was fine. And I took one step and it just heavens opened up. And got absolutely drenched.
What were you doing with your shirt just before we started work? Where was it?
Under the heater. Under the heater.
Under the heater, getting dry. Oh dear. The Evans opened in Leeds. And by 8 did they open.
Under the gun, John raises to 225 with the Jack 10. David calls on the button with the King 7. Flop a 7, 5, 6. 2 spades. Action here. John with a flush draw. David with top pair. Second up flush draw. We can have a huge call draw here early on if there's a spade on the turn or river in this pot.
The spade on the turn will be carnage, isn't it? It's a 3 of clubs. David's still in charge with the 7 and the top pair, but gets decidedly more dangerous with the 3 of clubs hitting.
I'm not sure what this lead achieves from John on the turn. He shouldn't really have any 4x.
Well, the King 7 cements with the King of Diamonds on the river. Does John just give up?
Yeah, he's got to give up. It's this sort of board. It's a lot better from the buttons range than the under the gun range. And now David trying to get value from his top 2, but John's going to make the fold.
Afternoon, Radu. Are we streaming on other sites other than YouTube and GUKPT? Maybe Twitch. We've thought about Twitch, and there's always been talks about Twitch, but we're not streaming on Twitch as yet. It might be an option for next season.
It was down yesterday, Twitch, actually.
Was it really?
Yeah, there was absolute mayhem. Twitch was down for a while.
I saw Charlie Carell.
Yeah, he's
was in a big event.
Yeah,
that was on a big event last night. I saw him. I don't know how he went on. I know he was in the final 4.
There's a surprise.
of a $5,000 buy.
Pretty standard stuff.
It was up. Obviously, it was up last night. But no, they've thought about Twitch before. There was talks about it. I'm not too sure what input and value it's got. I'm not too sure myself. But it's all about the powers that be. YouTube and GUKPT at this moment in time. We did see somebody pinching a stream when we were doing the Goliath, didn't we?
What,
was it in Russia or something like that? It was some foreign channel. They'd got the embedded link and they started sticking it on Twitch. So we were everywhere. But as of yet, not on Twitch. But you never know for next season.
Yeah, I think as time goes on, you never know, it might transfer over. But at the moment, just YouTube and the GUKPT website. Half hour through the first level of the day. Hasn't been much action yet, as expected, level 1. Kevin with King Queen in the hijack. Raises it up. David's going to call out the small with ace 3. And John's going to get out of the way in the big blind. Heads up to this flop. Flop of Jack 6-3 rainbow. David still with the best hand. Does improve, makes a pair. Now he's going to lead into the pre-flop aggressor. And Kevin's just going to get out of the way. Afternoon, John. How are we doing? Yeah, the split screen. We have had some feedback on it from a few people. It is changing. We've just got to wait for the delay to catch up. So, in about 20-25 minutes, there'll be no more split screen on the table for the heads-up pots. But it's always good to try out new things, and we can get feedback, and if people like it, then we can keep it there, and if not, it's not hard for us to just take it away. So good afternoon everyone. If you are just joining us, we're here in Leeds for day 1B. Had 100 entries yesterday, already well over the 100 mark today. 23 making it through yesterday. Chip leader Ali Malou over the 200k mark. And I'm going to go out on a limb and say that could well easily be the chip lead going into day 2 tomorrow. See a flop of ace-8 queen, 2 spades, John with pocket 9s, Tony with 10 3 of diamonds. And we see a bet from John, and Tony with a quick raise with just 10 high and no real backdoors. Already seen him run a couple of small bluffs already this level, but it looks like he's came to play today. John makes the call with the pocket 9s. Goes check check pretty quickly. Ace on the river, and I think Tony will be done with this hand now, even when it's checked to him. It's just hard for him to credibly rep an ace here. You're expecting a heads up pot blind on blind him to keep barreling most of his ace-x on the turn. So if he's the type of player that would go for thin value with a hand like Queen Jack, Queen 10 here on the river, maybe we can lean towards a fold as John, but I think he's going to look it up as he does. Just doesn't make too much sense. And it's all player dependent now, if they're the type that will thin value bet the Queen X. You can lean more towards a fold, but in this case John finds the call.
$115 so far. 115. Quite a few people who played on the live stream yesterday have made it through today too. Maybe that's the key. Get on the live stream. Grand Wheelhouse played well yesterday. 67,000. Mindig also had a big last couple of levels, didn't it?
Yep.
On 87,000. We didn't see Terry Jordan yesterday, but he's on 91. Maz Baker as well, over 100,000. Some big stacks. The Ali Malou chip leader.
David under the gun, +2, ace jack, raised to 225. Richard pills the Queen 9 suited in the hijack, and David is going to come along with the ace 5. That brings John in on the button. He has King Jack off. 4-way to this flop.
Ace 8-6 rainbow flop.
David and both Davids flopping top pair here. David in seat 2 has Dave in seat 4 out kicked. And we see a bet and a call. 6 on the turn. Shouldn't really change much. Neither player should have any 6x in the range here after the flop action. Check, check. 5 on the river, meaningless. The ace jack is still ahead in this spot. The ace 5 is counterfeited because of the 6s on the board. So they'll be playing aces and 6s with an 8 kicker. And David's going to take it. David in seat 2, that is, David B.
Not seen Lawrence Gosney yet. Leeds faithful. Here's Lawrence. David Stones has sat playing the GUKPT. one of the biggest in the country. He's playing his main event, so too is Susie Williamson. Back down now, Susie Corker. She's
Good luck,
sat at the
Susie.
till, already tweeting us, hashtag GUKPT.
Get yourself involved on Twitter.
Yes. We'll have a £30 token at level 5.
So David in seat 2 getting involved again, opening the king for a spades under the gun and +1. Richard in the small, ace deuce of diamonds, makes the call, and Paul has woke up with the goods in the big blind, ace king. Incoming free bet, I suspect. Looks like 625. And David makes the call, and Richard's going to make the call as well. Really nice spot here for the ace king. Freeway to the flop, both players dominated in different spots.
Flop of 10, 7, 4, 2 clubs. Bottom pair for David B, sat in seat number 2.
I think Paul should be continuing on this flop. He's got some potential double barrel opportunities on some specific turn cards with the king of clubs in his hand. It's very hard for David to call here with just bottom pair with a player behind him as well, but he does make the call. Does have backdoor spades to go with his hand and position.
3 of hearts on the turn. Very bricky.
Yeah, I think
Paul Barrows, I think that'll be it.
yep, that's job done. Nice little double barrel there. Picks up a nice pot.
Really? All gone?
So John with the snowman.
Thank you, mate.
It was nearly snowing in Leeds this morning. Well,
dry here?
it rained a little bit. Are you dry? Yeah. It was stood under the heater. King Jack 4 is the flop.
Nut flush draw for Tony. 2 overs to the pocket 8s of John. King on the turn. And John fires again. Jack is now good on the river for Tony, but it's a 5. And John's going to check the spot almost always, and it's whether Tony's going to fire as a bluff.
He is indeed.
Can I have the tray back?
Yeah.
No problem.
The guy put more in one bag, didn't he? Normally packed them separately from me.
It's about 1.2k on the river here from Tony. Really came out the box firing, trying to pick up a lot of pots with the worst hand. Not the best of hands to bluff with. We have 2 diamonds in our hand. They're the type of hands we want our opponent to have in this spot. And he called so quickly on the turn. If John picked up on that, I don't think he would have called that quick on the turn with a King X type of hand. So it's back to the scenario before of whether he's thin value betting Jack X. And this time, John just gets out of the way.
Yeah, I get what you're saying, Rain. I'm like that. To me, to you.
Yeah, to the tennis
To me,
match.
to you. Yeah, totally understand. It will revert back. Always trying new things, Cardoon Directs. Trying to bring you the best coverage possible. As we always do. Some things work, some things don't. I'm sure it'll get better when we get different camera angles.
Sounds like a feature table.
Are you joining in? Are you jumping in the mix? I see Ford stood behind us.
I think John's on the feature table in the red.
He is.
Hoodie.
Yeah.
He was in Barcelona.
Was he?
Yeah. He cashed in the seniors,
Yeah.
and I think he cashed in the cup.
Doesn't he just play recreational now? He's retired. Isn't he?
Yeah. Well, he's basically retired. Everybody says, so how can you afford to play poker to him? And his response to that is, I worked for 28 years, built up a company, sold it, and now I can afford to play poker.
There's no one.
So
I don't think people should ask you that. You can play.
well,
how can you
he
afford
was
to
a bit.
play
We
poker?
were having discussions about this whilst we were there, and he was like, "Yeah, but he was a bit narc, so he doesn't really like telling people that." But that's his thing.
He doesn't need to tell anybody
And
else.
he was, I think he came third in Reading, was it, or Luton? He came third in Luton, so he's doing well.
Here's Flopper King 10-2. Hits nobody. David in seat number 9. Paul in seat number 9 with the bet. Wins the hand. So the cards come out still on level number 1. GUKPT Leeds Day 1B.
John getting involved once more under the gun. The +1 ace queen raised to 5-2-5. Okay, it was raised to 1-2-5 from John, and there's been a 3-bet to 650 from Richard, and John makes the call with ace queen. Heads up to this flop. Flop a 10 at 9 at 3, 2 diamonds. Richard flopping top pair, backdoor second up flush draw. Just ace high here for John in this spot.
Johnny Ring just talking about being malumed. There's Richard in scene number 8 bets 800. John with the overs, calls.
Now that's an action turn card.
He must have known.
Top pair, top kicker for John now. Richard picks up a straight flush draw to go with his pair of tens. Checks behind.
Goes check, check.
It's a meaningless 3 on the river.
So John bets 1,500.
Yeah, I think we gotta just let this one go now in Richard's shoes. Yeah, we have the king of diamonds. We do block a lot of plausible flushes when he's peeled a 3-bet out of position, but you've got to think of calling range of hands John has on the flop. All hands like king, queen, king, jack, queen, jack are all going to peel. They now make a pair. The only real hand that we can probably beat in this spot, the way the hand's played, is if John has a hand like ace king with the ace of diamonds at floated flop. There's not many combos of that, because you can't even know ace king with the king of diamonds, because from our perspective that's an hand as Richard. After a little bit of time in the tank, I think we'll see him let this one go, just from the way the hand's played. It's not really a bluff you can come up with that John ever has in this spot. Just the ace king really, it's just... But he does pay it off and he's going to get the bad news. Okay, no, he's raised. I like this a lot more than just a flat. Does have the king of diamonds in his hand. It's actually a really nice move this from Richard. His hand selection for the hand he's chose to bluff with this river is really good. King of diamonds means so hard for John to have a flush in this spot. We also have a 10. So we block some 2-pair and set combos. Set of 10s is a possible hand John can have in this spot.
Is he looking right down to show to try and? Oh,
Really, a really gross spot. But what Richard's repping here, he's pretty much repping flushes and boats. Never does this with aces or kings, so it's either a bluff, either John's winning or he's up against a flush or a boat. He never does this with a hand like aces or kings, Richard.
why did he check the flush? Does that 3 actually make a difference? It's all going through his mind. Does he call? I think he does. I'm going on the side of yes.
I think if he had a hand like...
Call jump. Nice call.
Nice bit of poker there actually, really good hand to watch. Nice little bluff on the river. And nice call from John.
Heading towards the first increase of the blinds. We've been here nearly an hour, mate, already. Only another 11 to go. We're on the way. Full 12-hour live stream, 1:30 to 1:30. We're in situ a lot earlier, getting prepped and getting ready for the game. Always start at 1 with a one wander around today. Nice to see some friendly faces again wandering around this morning. If you missed the start of the day, you can always re-watch it on YouTube. YouTube/GUKPT. We have all the action. It's already up from yesterday.
If you are watching on YouTube and you do want to get involved, as always, hashtag GUKPT. So raise from Richard with the 75 of diamonds, call on the button with the 7-4 off, and David calls in the big, 3 to the flop, Jack 9 deuce. Checks through, 3 on the turn, doesn't change anything. Does give Richard a flush draw now though.
The 3 of diamonds on the turn brings Richard along for the ride. He'd like to keep it. Well, that's 450. That's 450. David calls the top bet. Off to the river. The 4 of clubs doesn't help Richard in C8.
Not a fan of this lead from David here. Just check over to the aggressor, and you've just seen him make a big bluff in the pot, so he's obviously got some bluffs that he can have there in that spot. It's just so hard to get paid the way the hands play with King X on the river after leading. Better to check your opponent, let them bluff at it. Table full up now. There's new player comes to the table.
Oi, oi.
Oh, good. Kurt's trying to see the action under the gun. Let's see ace 4 suited go. With a tight fold. This early on, very deep. Want to get involved with some of them hands that can make nutted hands like the suited aces. Later on in the day, Lee can lean more towards fold. But he must have knew, because Kevin behind with the ace queen raised to 225. David with the 3-bet with ace king of hearts to 700. Action back on Kevin in the hijack. Flop of king 7-6 a rainbow. Goes check check. Queen on the turn. Now that check on the flop's gonna get David some action. Kevin picking up a pair of queens on the turn with the ace kicker. And the deceptive check back on the flop may mean that Kevin won't give him credit for too much King X in this spot. Always important when you're playing to be balanced and not always just a bet top pair on the flop. You need to have some checkbacks in your range as well. Just make it more difficult to play against you. And we see Kevin check once more. Now David going to go for thin value with the ace king. Sort of targeting that Queen X of Kevin's range. I feel pretty confident he's got the best hand in this spot. And gets him paid off. So that check back on the flops earned him an extra 2.8k in added value. And it's important when you do have sort of them top pair hands to understand what are the best hands to check back with, because you do need some top pairs in your check back range. And ace king a very good one, not many bad turns for the hand, no overcards can come. So nice little pick up for David. Radu, Jay, are you playing only live or online as well? Just live at the moment, Radu. Don't really play much online anymore. Yeah, just been playing live this year. Haven't really played in any tournaments this year either. Just the old cash games, same old, same old. I dabble from time to time in the online when I fancy playing a little tournament, but don't really play online too much now. Tower, I heard you're retiring from presenting at Express. Hope it isn't the case. You do a cracking job.
Cheers, guest.
That's news to me.
That's news to me. maybe somebody's told you something that we don't know. Maybe
just because you turn 50, they think you're retiring. Unbelievable.
Maybe, I don't know. Guest 6304. Yeah, I don't know. You heard. I'd like to know. See, you can be anonymous as a guest, so we don't know who you are.
Yeah, I know.
All being well and fingers crossed, I'll be back next season. Already signed up for the Goliath 2019. Neil Wolfrey's already in the Algarve. Alright, keep it to yourself.
Afternoon, Neil. How are we doing?
Is it a little bit drier than Lytham said, Royal Lytham last Saturday?
So blinds are now up. Heads up to this flop, Paul and David. Flop of Queen 8-10 Rainbow. Paul flopping top pair. Goes check, check. King on the turn.
More outs for the ace 6. Well,
just a one extra out.
Jacks are the outs.
Gone from 3 outs to 4 outs. But that will be that. Paul's going to take that down with top 2.
Yeah, top 2, take it.
No one, mate, watches the stream then. For you, not for me.
Yeah, hopefully it's misinformation. Unless this is the Grosvenor boss speaking,
yeah.
And he already knows something, and he's coming as a guest. Yeah, we should have been at Royal Lytham last weekend, caddying for Neil Wolfrey. He asked me as a guest up to Royal Lytham, and then the heavens opened and it didn't stop raining and it was flooded, so we didn't actually play. But Neil managed to get out in the afternoon. But now he's in the Algarve. Is Mr. Wolfrey, one of Ian Bryan's good friends. Hey up, Ian.
Hey up.
Neil Wolfrey's just said hello from the Algarve.
Oh, from the Algarve. What's
Yeah.
he doing? Has he been arrested or
Have a
something?
minute.
Has he been arrested or something?
I don't know. He had to do a runner.
Yeah, wouldn't surprise me.
Should have been caddying for him last week in Royal Lytham,
All right.
but he got rained off.
Oh, okay.
Like,
Okay.
torrential rain. But he's now in the Algarve, sunning himself up.
Okay. I thought I was just going to say hello because I never came and said
I
hello.
know,
yesterday.
yeah. You were on your computer all day doing facts, figures, and next year's.
Yeah. Go on.
We've not preempted anything, so I'm not going to
Okay.
throw something at you.
Okay.
Are you already looking at next year?
Oh yeah, for sure. We've already sort of planning stuff for next year, looking at different things. Not just GUKPT, but obviously Grosvenor as a whole.
Yeah.
So a couple of things in the pipeline. Obviously, I can't sort of say anything at the moment.
No. I like I said, I've just preempted you. We've not talked about anything. So
But yeah, I mean, obviously, a
don't
couple
want
of
to put
things.
you on the spot.
Couple of things in the pipeline, but obviously Goliath is obviously already set.
Yes, you mentioned that quite a lot.
And the GUKPT obviously we're going to roll into next year, obviously.
Yeah.
And a couple of little changes possibly. Obviously, when you look at the main events. We're doing really well with the main events. Great turnout again yesterday here, and it's looking at a good turnout again today. So we're in a good place, I think, with the main event. The mini main is popular, obviously. A couple of side events and the turbo events that we I thought might have worked, to be honest. Try them. Obviously, they're not everybody's cup of tea. So I'm just looking at little different things. Obviously, we always try and do it for the good. Sometimes it works and sometimes it doesn't. But if you don't try, you don't find out.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's we've had quite a good way ahead, considering it's only September. We're quite a good way ahead for sort of 2019. So fingers crossed, we can get it signed off and looking good. We hope, and we hope people like it. Obviously, for the things that we're introducing. But yeah, I mean, just going back to Leeds. I said I never came and said hello yesterday, but just going back to Leeds, really good turnout. I thought yesterday, great for the guys. Great to see a nice turnout today, and quite a lot of travellers, to be honest.
Yes.
Quite a lot, from the south coming up to support it, which is great. And obviously coming down from the north, I saw a couple of Newcastle players and various things like that. So, yeah, it's
Did
really
you hear the story of Katie and Sue O'Connor? Or Katie Swift and Sue O'Connor, her mum?
I didn't.
That Leeds Castle.
Yeah.
As a quiz question, where is Leeds Castle?
It ain't in Leeds.
It's in Kent.
Yeah, it ain't in Leeds. I know that. Yeah.
So Katie said to her mum, "Do you fancy going to Leeds to play the GUKPT?" She says, "Yeah, no problem." So they're travelling for about an hour, and then she went, "Well, how far is it?" She says, "Oh, it's just there's another 6 hours in the car." 6 hours? Where are we going? Leeds. Where's Leeds? It's up north. Oh, okay. So they're travelling for another 3 hours. Well, when were we there? Well, we'll get there soon. Another 3 hours yet. But it's like, I didn't think it was this far.
Well, there's a few things spring to mind, but yeah, no, I knew Leeds Castle. I wasn't sure where it was, but I know Leeds Castle isn't in Leeds.
Is it in? I think it might. Off the top of my head, it might be in Warwick.
Yeah, it's a bit strange because it's where isn't it where the Leeds Armory is? As well, isn't that Leeds Castle where they keep the Leeds Armory?
Something like that, yeah.
But yeah, quite strange. Can you imagine driving in? I didn't realise it was this far. But long.
I mean, going back to what we've just done. Obviously, the Goliath.
Yeah.
I think a huge, massive pat on the back to everybody concerned for making it into just the absolute success that it was. You've had a month now afterwards.
Yeah.
What's your thinkings on it?
I mean, phenomenal event. I mean, obviously, you look at the figures, you look at the attendance, just absolutely phenomenal, and it's great. And it has that very, very unique atmosphere that isn't copied anywhere else in this country, I don't think, to be honest. There is obviously some issues or some points.
Yeah.
And I think there's a couple of things that I want to visit for next year. So I mean, ultimately, obviously we have a couple of wash-up meetings, which you always do. You have a couple of wash-up meetings where everything's fresh in your mind. And where we used to sort of put it to bed until January, that sort of doesn't happen.
No,
it doesn't happen.
You're already talking about it.
So there's already sort of like a few little ideas floating around. But no, I mean, it's really, really good. Obviously, you can never please everybody, but ultimately I think everybody had a fantastic time. I think the atmosphere is great. I do think, in my opinion, it was the best one that we deliver. Each year we improve, and I do think it's the best one again that we've delivered, especially when you look at the numbers involved. Each year it increases, but each year we have to manage our numbers. So the fact that the numbers rise so much, it's great that the product still delivers a product worthy, and I think we did. I think it was fantastic.
And it's also good for on the live stream, knowing that the guys are already talking about next year. We're already getting people sending links with hotels.
Listen, I'll be honest with you. I think there's only 2 events, and maybe there's a few more, but I think there's 2 events in the world where that sort of thing happens. Obviously, the World Series of Poker in Vegas, people plan that and they book that year on year. And I think we are very privileged in Grosvenor and in the UK that we have such an event where people are literally going, when's the date for this? I'm putting it in for next year, and it's a must play. I must play. Now I was speaking to somebody yesterday at the buffet downstairs, and I jumped on this guy's table. Didn't really know him, to be honest. and chatting away, and we was talking about it, and he's like, you know, he said, I've never been to one yet, and everybody says I must go, and he's like, I'm going to try and make an effort and go next year, and I'm like, well, you should, you know, and that's not just from a business perspective, that's just because, you know, and I was telling him about it, and he's like, yeah, I need to go. He said, everybody keeps saying I need to go. So it still shows that there's people who still haven't visited it, you know, but, you know, I hold no doubts that we're in a very privileged position in this country, that people turn around and go, what are the dates, because I want to book it for next year, you know, even, you know, they're not looking to see what the schedule is, or they're not looking to see, you know, the fact that the main event is the main event, and in reality it's probably going to be very similar to what it was the previous year. People are going, I'm going to come to this, and you know, and book it a year in advance, and that just doesn't happen. You know, we know that doesn't happen in poker, so I appreciate that. You know, we're very privileged to have that following. You know, and it's interesting that things like the flip and goes. We introduced the flip and goes. It was a sort of, let's do this. What a fantastic, you know, it was great. You know, the people who played in flip and goes loved it. I think you enjoyed it. I think, to be honest,
Absolutely,
I think you were in, you know, you were in one of your little elements there with your, you know, and the way that you sort of get involved in this sort of thing. So, you know, something simple like that, and it just makes.
It created the buzz, and obviously the guys getting in for a fraction of the price, and we ran them for like a short period of time in the morning, rather than elongating it out. And
absolutely. You know, I think that's key. You know. Maybe, and it's only a thought, you know, maybe we might possibly open up during a dinner break, possibly. Next year, maybe, so it's on a morning and then on a dinner break, possibly. But I don't know, you know, it's early, but I just think, you know, something simple like that, great. But what I liked about that, and it sums up the Goliath, is that, one, people were there like half an hour before saying, I'm here for the I'm here for the flip and goes. And it was like,
I'm just walking down with my cup of coffee at 9 a.m. and there's no dealer and there's no floor staff, and the guy sat waiting to pay his £13.
You know, there was like 3 or 4 people hanging around waiting to play, and I'm like, that just sums up the Goliath. But in your nutrition, it set the tone, and it was a good fun, it was good crack. And it just set the tone for the day that this is what that event's about. It's not about, you know, even though it's serious money, obviously at the end, and it's definitely worth winning, but it's that fun element, it's that fun, it's the atmosphere of, you know, and we don't really create that. Blackpool probably on the GUKPT is probably the only place that is sort of regenerated, you know? So yeah, lots of plans going ahead. I'm chatting away now, look, so you've got me going.
So all in all, everybody from top to bottom, very pleased with it all?
Oh yeah, you know, obviously, you know, it's a huge operation, it's a massive expense, and you know, obviously we have a fantastic relationship with the arena and Coventry and the stadium, and without all of them, we couldn't put it on, obviously. A lot of people behind the scenes that the poker players who don't see, and without them, it doesn't happen, you know. But yeah, I mean, you know, ultimately, it's a business, it has to make money, it has to generate, and you know, it's going great, and plans are already ahead, and obviously we've got David Hay as well, who's going to be playing.
Marketing have done well to grab hold of David Hay to get in. I think they had the first boot camp, didn't they, yesterday?
I think so, yeah, and there's also like there's a documentary because they're doing a documentary which I think is going to be on TV, so there's going to be there's a documentary about his sort of path through the year.
Excellent.
I haven't really got any details, to be honest. I mean, I had a couple of people sort of saying, oh, do you know, when's he coming to my club and what's going on there? I haven't got any details, and as soon as I get any details, we'll share them obviously with you guys, and then you guys can get them out on the blog and stuff. There you go. Kent, apparently.
Yeah, that's where it was.
Yeah.
Our guest types it in.
So yeah, really good.
Good,
really
excellent.
Good. Anything else while I'm here?
I don't think, if there is anything else, we'll shout you over.
Yeah.
Are you here all day?
I'm here all day today.
Well, we are.
Yeah, I'm here all day today.
Good
as well.
man.
Well, up until about 9 o'clock.
Busy old Friday, as normal.
So I'll be here for today and tomorrow.
Excellent.
And I've got to shoot back on Sunday. I can't stay on a Sunday now like I used to.
No.
You know, it used to be nice to have a little sit down on a Sunday and watch the final table and just, I can't do that now, unfortunately.
No problem.
But yeah, no, really good. Looking forward to the final figures
Excellent.
today. I think we're in for a nice big group. So
good stuff.
Okay,
Thank you very much.
I better let Jay back in because he's probably better.
Well, Jay's added half an hour break now, so you don't get another one. So
exactly.
Thanks for that.
Exactly. You're welcome. Okay.
Cheers, Ian.
All right.
Mr. Ian Bryan on a successful Goliath, and also
successful Leeds
Cheers,
plus.
Ian.
Already saying that they're just about cementing the calendar for 2019 regarding. Maybe I should have asked him if I've still got my job.
Yeah, you probably should have. The conversation we had before that.
I didn't want to show him just in case.
Did was this guest typing in the chat while Ian was sat here?
Yeah, no,
It couldn't have been Ian then. It
no,
couldn't have been Ian.
I thought it was, yeah. It certainly wasn't Ian that posted that I've lost my job. But no, Ian Bryan came over. We didn't see him yesterday. He just wanted a quick 10 minutes regarding next year's GUKPT. That's definitely going ahead as always, and the Goliath set in stone as well, plus the other seasonals. So always good to have Ian on board for 10 minutes, chatting away. But we're back to the game. Have you had a wander around? Have you seen anybody that's looking like they've got a stack already?
Not really. No, not really. Not at first glance. Just went and got a cup of char, and now we're back. Eramus has tweeted in who we saw on the feature table yesterday.
I'm guessing that's not Eramus, who's in the Atlantic.
Yeah, probably not.
I'm guessing he won't be having a one-day trip to the Atlantic to come back for day 2.
Says good luck to all the Teessiders.
And there'll be plenty of Teessiders making their way down. It's only an hour to Leeds. So we're into level number 2 of the day. Lines are now 5100. Thanks to Ian Bryan for coming to chat. Afternoon, Luke. Flop of 10, 10, 7.
So
it's better 700 and a call. 3 of hearts on the turn gives Richard a gut shot. And that's about it.
yeah, it'd be interesting to see whether he elects the double barrel here. Start targeting them sort of ace high hands that would pill the 3-bet in position and are going to fold to 2 barrels most of the time. Do pick up equity as well for a straight. Any 4 would make it a straight. And he's really come to play today, Richard. You've already seen a cold 4-bet bluff from him, a few 3-bet bluffs, and we saw a raised bluff on the river earlier on that didn't get through. It's been very aggressive early on in the day. I'm going to take that down with 6 high.
Afternoon, Luke. Hope all is well.
Afternoon, Luke. Level 2 of the day, blinds 50-100. Get involved on Twitter using the hashtag GUKPT. Tony, just a limp under the gun. David now overlimps the button with King Jack, brings Kurt and John along in the blinds, 4 to the flop. 10 at 9, 3 rainbow.
Okay. Right. Thanks.
Got a shot for both Tony and David.
Two of clubs on the turn.
Oh, some more hands have appeared. So
they'll disappear in a minute. I'm sure that. Hey, 9 of clubs as his 2 of clubs is checked. So we pair, we bring you back no flush draw, but as we can see, nobody's got the clubs.
now David bluffing at this one, just king height, and gets looked up by David in seat 2. 2 pair, 10s and 9s.
Fantastic picture from Edimus. If you're on the if you're on Twitter, hashtag GUKPT, just type in GUKPT. Edimus has just posted bobbing along on the Atlantic looking for whales. Good luck to all Teessiders. Hashtag GUKPT. What a great picture. How's he got internet in the middle of the Atlantic anyway? Where's the Wi-Fi coming from? If he's using his mobile data in the middle of the Atlantic, that picture could have cost £4.
And the rest.
I know we have quite a few American friends that normally tune in, and obviously we've got our Bronx bomber, the Seattle Scott, but just was looking at pictures from Carolina regarding the hurricane and the typhoon that's just hit. It's incredible. Stay safe if you're in and around the area.
I am safe.
Quite a few of our American friends do watch on a regular basis. Dan Charlton got in touch yesterday, watching in Vegas. Yanis,
Hello.
how are you?
Good. I have a 5-fold for this weekend.
Really? We're on it. We'll be on it very soon. Flop time. Paul's got ace 10 of diamonds. It comes an ace, but it's ace 2, 4 all spades. Tony has a redraw. How confident will he be?
Just got to get out of the way here, Tony. Yeah, we have the 10 of spades, but we've got reverse implied odds here as well a lot of the time. It's just the 4th nut flush draw. And can always sometimes be drawing dead at this spot as well. 6 on the turn. So Paul fire in the second barrel, then that will be that.
Yeah, that will be that. Our guest is on his way, got to go to work. Ciao for now. We will see you soon. So Yanis is behind us, all good. Yanis is in the our Latvian bear that's on. Can't call you a bear anymore. You've slimmed down too much.
Good.
You'd be like a husky to us. So Yanis is thinking Millwall's going to beat Leeds, Hibs are going to beat Kilmarnock, Aberdeen are going to win at St Johnstone. Who? SC Amiens and KV Oostend.
Belgium.
Nice one. I like that. We will keep his eye on that for tomorrow. I like this.
Do you have a lot of knowledge in the old Belgian league then? Unless I'm assuming
a little
that
bit.
What's that?
It's this is for my car. Stick it on the car. It's like magnetic. It's really good. Holds really well. So hope it comes in.
Will we keep his eye on it? Yanis has recovered from the Goliath as well.
That was easy. I'm ready for another one.
Yes. Yeah. You can start planning in January for the next one.
We already are.
Free bet from John with the ace queen of spades. David wants to take a flop out of position with jack 9 suited. Flop's the best of it, flopping top pair. And John continues. See a pretty quick call. Take a turn, 4 of spades on the turn. And check. The river is the 3 of diamonds. Now John bets. So pretty tough spot here for David. John can quite probably have a flush here, hands like king, queen, ace, king that c-bet the flop with the nut flush draw, or flush draw, check back turn and then hit the flush on the river. But in these spots, what people don't understand when people do bet into four to a flush boards, from a mathematical standpoint, they're only going to have a diamond in their hand once every 2.5 times. If you just gave them a random permutation of cards, they're only going to find a diamond out of 2 cards 1 and 2.5 times, and that might be why David just makes the call here. Just on the maths of it. And going to pick up a nice little pot there, nice call on the river.
You just see Tony Ringe using the Casino Angels. Relaxing. Head and neck massage while you're playing poker. Very relaxing. Casino Angels in the building. Prize pool's getting close to £120,000 as it stands. We're in level 2 of the day. There is the first break of the day at 1/2 the hour. Good afternoon, one and all, wherever you may be. Hope everybody is well on this Friday afternoon. Day 1B in Leeds. And Leeds United are at Millwall tomorrow, we just found out. John, very active in seat number 5. Nice to see a few flops.
You've been very active early on, John.
What? How do you play now? Does it totally change your way? Tony Ringe is having a massage. Do you think people play the same when they're having a massage?
Yeah, I do. Yeah, I always
really?
do. Yeah. It doesn't change my game at all. If anything, it just relaxes me more. Like,
okay.
It may help with decisions.
Would your body stature not change when you've got a bigger hand than what you like? You just like
look
and flick them in, and all of a sudden you're like, oh, here we go.
Nah, just look. But most people look at their cards once pre-flop and then don't have to look at them again until showdown. So just have a quick peek, put them back, and then continue with the massage, I guess. I don't think it changes anything. There's no real live tells that I know of regarding when it is happening. Around half hour left of the session, halfway through level 2 of the day, and we'll be off in half hour's time on our 15-minute break. And after that, there will be a new featured table coming in. Folded to Tony in the cut-off, opens Jack 9, gets called by Paul with King 9, heads up to the flop, I believe. Freeway to the flop, big blinds in as well, Queen 10, 6, a rainbow.
Up and down for Tony.
Gut shot for Kevin. Gut shot for Paul. And Tony's continued with the Jack 9. Paul makes the call. And Kevin gets out of the way. A bit on the loose side here from Paul with a King 9 out of position. Can't dictate action.
5 of hearts hits the turn. Complete brick. Checkity check.
King on
That's
the river.
Not a brick.
Paul making top pair. Tony river in the second nuts. Only loses to Ace Jack now in this spot. Okay, Paul's going to lead in this spot. I think in this spot it's a lot better check call spot here with the King 9. Tony, you expect to double barrel most of his Queen X on the turn. So what are we trying to get called by in this spot? It's better to allow him to bluff it or just check call. And he snaps him off when he gets raised as well on the river with just top pair. Tony can have lots of hands like Ace King, Ace Jack, King Jack that make a
You're going to
bit
get
of power
snapped,
on
you
the
bet
river.
more.
Yeah, it's...
Queen 9 for John. Playing yet another hand.
Raise to 300, Kevin in the small Ace Jack. Makes the call, and that brings David along with the King of 5 of diamonds. 3 to this flop. 9-8-5 rainbow. John flopping the best of it, top pair. And David elects to donk this flop for 4-2-5. And somehow gets called in 2 spots. You expect John to call, but Kevin with the Ace Jack, just the 2 overs, wants to see a turn. 10 on the turn.
Up down draw for Kevin in seat number 1. Pair and a gut shot for John.
About 1k. So Kevin, after a call it a dubious call on the flop, has now picked up an up and down straight draw. So he's going to make the call. David gets out the way, heads up to this river. And it's a queen on the river. So John river in 2 pair, Kevin river in the straight, and John's going to...
Can you put him on a jack?
It's 2 pair for value. You can, in the small blind, incredibly have a lot of Jack X, hands like Jack 9 suited, Jack 8 suited, 10 Jack, Queen Jack, turn the straight. You can have a lot of credible jacks in this spot, but wow, John just pays it off.
He pays him off to see the jack. No, John thinks he's won, but he hasn't. The jack for the straight. Didn't see the straight, he says.
Maybe he didn't see the old 4 to a straight there. Really surprised he paid that one off. Really wet board there. But after a bad call on the flop with the Ace Jack, he's backdoored into a straight and won a nice pot. Cruel thing about this game sometimes. Sometimes you play a hand badly and win a big pot, sometimes you play it perfectly and lose a huge pot.
So the cards are out again. Tony, pocket threes in mid position. 700 to call after Richard 3 bets to 1,000 in the hijack. And then we see a flop of Queen, Queen, 10. Richard must have known. I don't think he's getting paid, that's the problem.
Unless a free peels off on the turn.
Yeah, it isn't. The 6 of clubs.
And it's actually Tony that's bet the 1.2k here on the turn. And Richard makes the call. See a river. 6 on the river. Tony playing the board. Now, is he going to bluff at this one?
So, Tony's playing the board. Not putting a dime in. Richard flopped the absolute world. Leeds GUKPT Day 1B. $139 total. Well, 139 so far. They're heading towards the end of level 2. Lines 5100. Tony still having his massage from the Casino Angels, raises to 300. Richard gets rid of the nut low.
For his last hand, deuces this hand.
Obviously he's going to get 1 dot on his both cards next hand.
Yeah.
He had 3 spots, then 2 spots.
And David peels the bottom of ace-6 off. Flop of 10-9-4. No set for the deuces of Tony. Checks it straight over.
Check please, he says. Yep, check again. Free card, here we go. Turn card. Is an 8, it's checked again.
Straight on the river for the ace-6 of David. Never getting any action though here from the deuces. Can't really beat anything here with deuces other than a hand like King, Queen, King, Jack. King Jack's even straight. There's just nothing to beat here. Wow.
I'm nosy.
Wow. Is that what you said? I'm nosy.
Yeah, this is I'm nosy, yeah. Thank you very much. You can be as nosy as you want, says David.
The best line is when someone has a river decision and they go, I'm going to call because I'd rather lose the pot than get bluffed. That's the line. I don't want to fold and get shown a bluff, so I call.
Twin luck Neil Edwards is all set for the live stream. Should have been playing, but illness means that he can't make it. Good luck to all players, and hope to see Katie Swift or Wilkie Swift on the feature table at some point. Thanks for tweeting, Neil. Get well soon, and we'll see you around the tables. Hopefully, when we hit Luton or Blackpool or London, the final 3 events of the season. And we can only guess and surmise that London will be the first leg of 2019, as it normally is. Usually the first leg. It has been for about 5-6 seasons now, maybe more. Maybe more.
David with pocket kings, just flats and open in the cut-off after a limp from Tony. Really surprised that he just flatted the kings in this spot. But being 4-way to the flop, he now leads into the aggressor.
Where's this flop last time?
Yeah, where is this flop last time?
Tony's thinking I had 2s last time.
And just takes that one down. I've seen a lot of donking on this table early levels, players leading into the aggressor.
I had a word with them.
You had a word with them?
We didn't get any in the first couple of levels
yesterday.
So we've not used it.
There weren't much donk leading yesterday.
We needed to address the balance.
Have you done it to tilt me? You done it to tilt me all
We needed
day?
to address the balance.
So limp under the gun from Tony with ace-5 off.
John's picked up to a genuine ace-king. Raises to 250.
Called in 2 spots, going 3-way to this flop.
Is that a big enough raise once somebody's limped?
I think we've got to, especially in the small blind as well, you've got to make it a bit chunky. I'd say somewhere around 450 at the 1500 level. Reason being, as I always mention, small blind is just such a horrible position to be in. Acting first on every street, not closing the action. And a lot of the time, you invite the big blind in, split your equity 3 ways.
Oh, Dom can't play it. I'm guessing Dom will be coming down tomorrow for the 200. Fantastic side event tomorrow, starting at 4 p.m. 200 plus the deuce. It's a great structure, 17,500 starting stack. Great structure. Dom's missing the main event. Hope everything's well, Dom, and we will see you tomorrow.
Around 15 minutes left on the clock for this level, everybody, and then we'll be off on that 15-minute break and back with a new featured table after the break. As Kevin opens under the gun and +2, called in 2 spots. It's going 3-way to this flop. Queen 10 at 9, top 2 for Richard. Bad flop for the deuces of John. Still unaware of what Kevin is holding. And he elects to continue for 350. Raise from Richard to 825. John gets out of the way. Back on Kevin here. See how Kevin proceeds, unaware of what he has. Range of hands he can have still quite wide at this point in the hand. It's not very defined yet. But for value at the moment, that he continues to flop for value with, he can have aces, kings, ace, queen, king, queen, jack, them type of hands. And then he also continues with some bluffs, some flush draws, some jack X that have a pair. And 9 on the turn. back off the Queen 10. It does change if Kevin did have an overpair, like aces or kings. Now behind to that type of hand. 3 of hearts on the river. You see a check from Kevin and a quick bet from Richard of 500. And Kevin flicks it in. And takes that one down, unaware of what Kevin had there. Queen Jack, just like we said, one of them hands.
Attention please, all players, in today's main event, you're welcome to start taking your seats. We'll be starting in just over 3 minutes. That's main event players, just over 3 minutes to man.
John in the calf, the old nut low, suited variety, raises to 300. Kurt has his diamonds dominated though, on his direct left on the button, makes the call with the A7 of diamonds, and Richard's going to defend a suited hand in the big blind. Freeway to this flop. 8-3-4, rainbow. John with the best of it here, bottom pair. Pair 300, fold from Kurt. Richard with just 9 high here. Does have some plausible backdoors. And he has been playing quite aggressive, so he's looking to get a bit floaty on this flop, it seems of things. Or raise, in that fact. Raise to 1.2k. And John makes the call with bottom pair pretty quickly. King on the turn. Goes check, check. And a 5 on the river, so he's going to take that one down with a 9-5 of hearts, and the table are going to see that as well. Especially they've been keeping up with the action, they've been getting some news from friends of how Richard's been playing in CA. He's been very aggressive, 3-betting a lot, taking some lines that you don't usually see at this early stage of the tournament. So on to the next hand. Richard under the gun +2, ace king, raised to 350. Kurt in the cutoff just elects to flat the pocket 10s. Tony on the button comes in with king 9 suited, and Paul makes it up in the big. 4-way to the flop.
4-way to the flop. This flop's going to be 6 high. That'll make it interesting. Jack 6-3.
2 spades.
So an overpair for Kurt. Not much else for anybody else here. Richard with just ace high. Like his decision to check. Shouldn't really be continuing into 3 players. It's just hard to get through. Fold equity isn't the highest of taking it down there on the flop. And after it's checked to him, Kurt elects to bet his pocket 10, so 600. And that will be that. Kurt's going to pick that one up. If you want to keep updated on the outer tables throughout the day, the blog is on the Grosvenor Poker Facebook page.
It is indeed. It is indeed. And we got another guest in. GUKPT, not as good as the old. I don't think anything is. I think it's just changed and evolved and everything's gone different to what it was like when it's first started. Everything. Remember when 300 people played a main event and stayed in the town where it was the whole week?
Yep.
That doesn't happen anymore.
Nah.
Doesn't happen anymore in any town or city that we visit. It doesn't happen in London. People don't come to London for the week. People don't. Yes, we all go on about Blackpool being probably the busiest one that there is, and why that's one of the only ones that does it, which I think is true. But things just changed, don't they? I think the X's mean a lot more to a lot of people. It's just one of those things. So, but good to have you on board. Good to have you on board.
As we go 5-way to a flop.
Here we go, flop time. Floppity dop. Ace 2-10.
So Tony with the best of it, ace 7, has Richard out-kicked. Middle pair for Kevin, unaware of what Richard's holding at the moment on the button. So bet from Richard in seat 3, Tony calls, Richard in seat 8 makes the call. So heading 3-way to the turn.
4 diamonds on that turn.
It shouldn't really change much here in this spot.
Should be a bet and a call, doesn't it, or a check call?
Bet 500
yeah.
From Tony, called in 2 spots.
Chop it up. Chopper, tune a T. Should be a check call for just 500.
Yeah, I'm not sure what Richard's supposed to have here.
No, folds. Folds.
And a call, and that's going to be a chop. Chop pop on the river. They're going to chop it up.
Oh, we didn't see the third hand in there.
No, Richard in C8, unaware of what his whole cards were on the button, but he called both streets on the flop and the turn, and then passed river. Got 2 Richards at the table.
Ah.
If you do want to get involved today, guys, hashtag GUKPT on Twitter. After the dinner break, I think we're going to be running another competition through Twitter using that hashtag. So listen out for when that's going to start. Can you imagine if we pulled the 3 diamonds again? What are the odds?
We'll do it again without anybody knowing. It's a 20-minute break as well in 5 minutes' time. 20 minutes because they're a full busy card room. They gave them 20 minutes as the break, so that's how long it'll be in about 5 minutes' time. All the old characters have gone out of the game. I'll tell you what, Wouldn't it be good to find out where a lot of the players have and are and why? Obviously, 10 years ago you could probably name 20 players, 30 players that would play every single leg in every town and every city in the country.
But to be honest, I still think you get that nowadays. You get sort of a pool of players that do come and play most main events. Just because there's so many players in the poker community now, faces just aren't as familiar, I guess.
Queen 5-7 is the flop. Pretty hard four-handed for nobody to hit, but it's just happened.
And Paul's going to take that one down with the nut low.
That's the way to do it.
Been a quiet session here in Leeds, as expected. First couple of levels, not many big pots, if any.
I think we could all name a player who you'd think, where are they? Obviously, doing the GUKPT for 10 years and PK is the same. He could name a player and think, I've not seen him for ages. You know, I'm not, where's he go? You can instantly think, where's Mark Goodwin? GUKPT winner, European #1 at the time. What happened to Mark Goodwin? Such a nice lad, always friendly, always up for an interview, always up for a chat. What happened to Mark Goodwin? Somebody tell me. Somebody tell me from the Midlands, where's Mark Goodwin? He could name loads of people. Why do we never see Andy Booth at a final table anymore?
I don't know. Who's Andy Booth?
Cashed in loads of tournaments,
Many
loads of
final
GUKPTs, cashed in the Goliath last 4 tables. They've just
won the Goliath free roll this year.
Where are the guys these? You know what I mean? Flop at ace 7-2. Rainbow. Oh, sorry, ace 7-2. Yep. Another flop to whiff everybody. A bet of 300 with the Queen Jack suited, called in 2 spots. The Jack hits on the turn. It's checked all the way around. That's not the 4. It looks like a 10. Click the button. Indeed, we do. It's a 9 of clubs.
So the Jack Queen, David, can I get the check mark?
Checked all the way around. And do you know what, Rain? When I was saying Mark Goodwin, I easily could have said, where's Ian Fraser? And I nearly did, believe it or not. But on my Twitter feed, Ian Fraser's quite active because he's always on his yacht. So I know what Ian Fraser does. But yeah, Ian Fraser, who got who I remember once got refused entry into Luton Grosvenor for having the poshest jeans on in the ever. Ian Fraser, I don't know if you know Ian Fraser. Ian Fraser, what a top dude, really dapper, really up to date with it all. Had ripped jeans, you know when ripped jeans were all the fashion.
Yeah.
Walked into Luton, got refused entry because his jeans were ripped. So he had to cover them up with duct tape. And he's walking round the room with duct tape on his jeans because he weren't allowed in the casino because they were fashionable jeans, you know what I mean? That's so funny. Yeah, he's definitely Mickey Wernick, absolutely Mickey Wernick. I know Mickey wasn't well a couple of years ago, but he's still. Every now and again you do see a picture of Mickey. Trev Reardon, Big TR. Big TR. Praz Banzi, the first ever winner of a GUKPT. Where's Praz? We'll carry this on after this hand because there is a 20-minute break after this hand. But there are so many people we would love to see back. We could fill a GUKPT with players that don't play anymore.
Yeah, probably could. Probably could. Richard here flopping a gut shot as well as a flush draw. Paul with just bottom pair.
Tony Range is going nowhere, by the way. He's not moving until that massage is finished.
He's falling asleep.
20-minute break after the hand. Richard, 10-3 of diamonds. Turns and hits the 3. The Jack 2 of Paul in seat number 9. Can try and bluff his way out of this. I don't think Richard's going anywhere. No, he does.
Oh, he does.
Snap folds.
Says, I
wants
want
me
my
break. I want my break. That is it, guys. We're on a 20-minute break, which means we're back at 3:50 p.m. We'll carry this on because we could carry on naming names all the way through the day. We'll see you back at 3:50 p.m. 20 minutes. Go and wet the whistle, and we'll see you on return.
So Alex with 7s, Jeffrey Ace King, and Sean has got Queen 10. Nice flop for Jeffrey. So the Ace King bets out, can't get a shilling off the others. Level 4 of the day, end of this level, which will be roundabouts. It'll just be past 5:45, 5:50. There'll be a 45-minute break. So we have a hand again. Ace King in the big blind. Jeffroy in seat 9. Initial raise by Julius with the Cowboys. And raised to 1900 with 3 bets to 1.9. Back round to Julius in seat 2. Stack size of 12,000. Could make it about 42. Makes it 3,900.
Away 4 betting light with just 13,000 behind the line. Now the lot's gone in and he's getting a call. We're going to have a showdown. Don't know why he's not snap called with 8,000 behind the line. I don't know what he's thinking about. Never folding kings, to be fair. Never folding kings. You've got 8,000 behind the line. You'll be very surprised. The rest of the table will be very surprised when he turns over the kings once he calls. There you go. And he shows kings. Andre Veslov's just looking around saying, what are you doing? Julius Paulson, kings. Jeff Roy, ace king. All in pre. And the king's double. This is stacked to 25.7. Over to Raj in C3.
Call. Pass. No drops. Text the dot.
Yes, king for Chris Cooper in the small. Ace high flop. Ace 6 9. Raj has got a 9. That's 3,000. Chris just calls. Oh, turns a 9 as well. A bet of 3,000. Chris Cooper.
You raise to 7,000.
Raises to 7. Wow, snap.
15,000.
Snap. 3 bet of 15, all in ace king against a 9. The 8-9. He went snap, snap. Chris stands up. Wow. The ace on the river makes Chris Cooper a bigger full house. Is it a 2-outer? Ace king for Chris. He stands up, puts his coat on, and then hits the miracle ace. Chris Cooper, mini main winner. Raj had trip 9s on the turn. And he hits a 2-outer to survive. Raj gets very unlucky. Rajinder Kumar is still in. Yeah, running out to 1,000. Queen 5, Queen 9, Raphael for 500,000 when it comes to the hand raisers to 25. Ah, just to get in the hands again. Just Cowboys.
What's he going to do here? You think he's going to 3-bet him?
Well, he just called it with the aces earlier on, didn't he?
Yeah, that was a little bit different because he had a lot of players to act behind him. So when you're in early position, it actually looks absurdly strong to 3-bet. Now, here, we're playing short-handed. He's in the big blind. I think he's going to 3-bet because I think he's going to be perceived as the out-of-line, over-aggressive player at the table. So even though he might not have 3-bet this big blind before in this spot, I still think he's going to be perceived. It's going to be perceived that he could be full of it here.
Well, you got that one right, Andy. It looks like it's about 70 or 60.
Yeah, it's 70.
70.
He's really saying, he can represent a bluff here. In a short-handed table, he can be saying, look, I'm not going to let you pinch my blind.
Is Raphael going to call thinking, well, I got position?
I mean...
I don't really want to fold. I've got half a hand, Queen 9 offsuit. We're 5-handed. I know John's very aggressive. Does he have to have a hand to make this play?
Well, he's announced 4-bet to 130,000.
Yeah, that was literally what I was about to say. It's a bit of a ropey hand to flat call. You're not really connected enough. Even like Queen 10 is a bit marginal for peeling a 3-bet. Offsuit. I wouldn't. If he had like something like Queen Jack suited, it wouldn't be terrible to peel the 3-bet. But I was going to say if I would 4-bet or fold. If I thought that John was full of it here, I would do something exactly like what Raphael's done. So I like that. I like that play.
And now,
putting it back on Johnny.
If you're John, are you going to ship happy to win the 130, or are you going to call and try and stack him?
My thought process here is that Raphael's super polarised on this 4-bet. So I think probably flat call. But it depends how strong.
If you flat call,
if he thinks Raphael's got it, got a real hand like Jacks or something like that. If he feels that Raphael's strong, he should shove to try and get called. But you can always hedge your bets by flat calling kings here because if you're not sure how strong he is, you think he might have some total nonsense. Then flat calling is a good play.
So let's say you're on John's spot here and you flat call. Yep. Okay, you're out of position.
Yeah, but position doesn't mean anything when you're this shallow because.
But what happens if it flops an ace? You just ignore it?
It's going to be quite hard.
Do you ignore it? Do you ignore it
and just on the flop? So I'm going
to
say.
Let's say that you do. Let's say that you do get an ace. Do you ignore it and ship it in? Do you check call it?
Well, he's going to be the out of position player, and he's not going to have the initiative, so he's going to check the flop anyway with his whole range. So John isn't going to be donk betting the flop.
Yeah, just calls.
Yep, I like that. I think he's done that because he thinks that Raphael can have some bluffs. And the times Raphael has a real hand, like queens, he might stack off anyway on the flop, right? So there's more, when someone has a very strong hand like queens or jacks, there's actually more flops that are good for those hands compared with sixes or ace-5 or whatever. So, this is trouble. What he's hoping is that when Raphael's bluffing, that he catches a piece of the board.
Which he has done.
Which is exactly what's happened. So this is playing into John's plan here.
If it came ace high and John checked and Raphael shipped all in, does John call with the kings?
Just shoved. He's going to get snapped. Yep.
Raphael Ajayi is all in, hitting a 9 on the flop against John Eames's kings. 4 on the turn means we need to hit a queen or a 9. It's a 7. We have hit the final. The kings have been played perfectly by Mr. John Eames, and Raphael Ajayi has just been eliminated, which means we're on the final table. Andy, Joe, what do you think?
Well, I think that every time you've seen John play a hand, he's won a small pot. He passed tens instantly for a re-raise earlier when Tom raised him with the ace-4. He said, I'm not going to play a big pot unless I've got the goods. Here, he's got the goods. He's played the big pot. They're now down to 9.
And the other thing I'll say is I think Raphael should have shut down on the flop. Like, he should check back that flop. I don't think it's good to put it in there. I don't think he ever gets get called by a worse hand. He's blocking some draws, so even if he bet and got jammed on, he's blocking Queen Jack and King Queen. So it's not really that great a spot for Queen 9. You've got to be concerned that John's trapping you. So I would check back the Queen 9, try and get to showdown, maybe bet the turn on a safe turn if John didn't lead into me.
Welcome back. Names being thrown in the chat box. I'm loving this. Loving it. Let's see if we can go through a few. Sonny Chatter. Yeah, we don't see Sonny too often now. I might see him in Luton. Tony Cascarino has just come back from having surgery, actually. He was in London last week. Tony Cascarino doesn't play the circuit at all anymore. Just plays cash down in the Vic. He had an operation last week, so he's back on the mend. Martin Silk, back over in Dublin. Mike Ellis, bracelet winner, after winning the first ever grand final. That's true. Paul Faulty, no. Well, bad pab. You'd think he'd be in Leeds. He's from just round the corner. Big Leeds United fan. Ben Vincent, yeah. We see Ben maybe once or twice a year. Paul Bracken, who finished, he won the first Blackpool GUKPT. Paul Bracken for 110,000. Speak to Paul every now and again, big Arsenal fan. Jerome Bradpeace, yeah. All these guys London based that don't travel as much anymore. I know Jerome, last time we saw Jerome was down in London for the GUKPT. Saw Grex last year, Michael Greco. He's just come back from Los Angeles. Nick Pissot. Don't see too much of Nick. I think Nick turned up at the Vic either beginning of this year or the end of last year. And we had a quick 5 minutes. Alan McLean. Alan doesn't play tournaments anymore, just plays cash in Manchester. John Eames. You've been around longer than us. Whoever you are, guest, you can make yourself known if you want to. But all these players we know. John Eames from Southport, Johnny147 online because he's a semi-professional snooker player. Billy Neo now lives in Malaysia. Opened a restaurant in Malaysia. So that's where he is. Steve Jelinek. Steve Jelinek was a bracelet winner, who now doesn't play as much. Glenn Ashworth. Glenn Ashworth? That's a... I think he went to work in the industry, didn't he, Glenn? Went to work in Manchester. And Joe Gresh. Joe Gresh was at the last event. Joe Gresh has played 3 events this year. Plenty of names there. Guest 2172. Can I call you by your first name? Or a pretend first name, rather than guest 2172. But some good names there. All from the GUKPT era that don't play 90% of the tournaments.
As we're just about to kick off
we got
second
Jay.
session of the day. Seat 1, we got Michael Fletcher. Seat 2, David Ledden. Saw him yesterday on the feature table for a bit.
Can you not think of David Ledden without thinking of Johnny Lodden?
yeah. Lodden thinks. Seat 3, our very own Katie Swift. Seat 4, Robert Mercer. Seat 5, Mike Frith. Seat 6, Kev Houghton. Seat 7, Christoph.
Good luck.
Yeah, Christoph in seat 7. Christoph Z, we'll call him. And in seat 8, Patrick Sabo, who was the London champion this year. And in seat 9, Nathan Farnaby. Yeah, Patrick in seat 8 was the winner of the London leg this year. Took home 49,000 for his travels. Straight back into the action. Mark under the gun +2, opening ace 10. Nathan peels the button with king 3. David pocket 8s in the big line. Calls 3 to the flop. King Jack Deuce Rainbow. Nathan flopping top pair. And raises the king 3. Ace on the turn. Ace 10 takes the lead now. I'm not sure if Nathan's turning his hand into a bluff here. It's very hard to bet a king at king 3 for value on the turn here and ever get called by worse, especially after the flop action. The river is a 9. Goes check, check, and it will see the ace 10.
So all the names that we've just run through, we could have a separate GUKPT for non-participants anymore. Nathan Farnaby, Teessider in seat number 9, won the last charity event that we did up in Stockton.
Folded round to Christoph, raises to 400 with the Jack-9 of diamonds. David going to be making the call here in the small blind with the deuces, and Katie gets out of the way in the big blind with the Jack-6 off. Heads up to this flop.
Twin Luck Neil says good luck to Katie Swift, as is hashtagged GUKPT, and then sees a flush draw. Christoph in seat 17, 7, 5, 2 diamonds. The twos are just set mine and get out of the way. Chris with the bet wins.
If you want to get in touch today via Twitter, hashtag is GUKPT. So Kevin, seat 6 at ace 7 of hearts. Looks like he'll be coming in for an open.
Folding all the way around. All round to the button is folded.
And Katie in the small blind.
Get your cards in the box, you missus.
She makes the call.
Struggling to see over the veil, is Kay. She's not put them in the box because they're in her hand. 6, 9, 4 is the flop, 2 clubs. Checked, ace of diamonds on the turn. So does that bring any action?
Kev turning top pair. Already cashed this year on the GUKPT circuit. Final table of the last leg in London. And Kev's going to win that one with the ace 7.
So back to the chat box. Now I know that it's somebody from the northwest who is guest 2172, because not many people know who Shrewdy is.
I don't know who he is.
Unless you're playing Blackpool or Manchester. Andy Bradshaw's coming back from illness. He's back on the mend. So Andy Bradshaw will be in the card room very soon. Nick Slade doesn't play very often, but guest 2172 knows who Shrewdy is, and there ain't many people around the country know who Shrewdy is. So we're getting closer to finding out who guest 2172 is.
Could be today's objective.
Andy Greekfish. Yeah, don't see Andy very often either.
I play a lot with Andy. I play with Andy most weeks, yeah, pretty much once or twice a week. Play with old Greek fish. Still are out, still grinding the old cash games.
Stuff.
Plays in the same games as I do.
Kev out under the gun, raising it up with ace 9. Oh no, it's a call. Just calls under the gun with ace 9. Call. Is that a call? Doesn't very often just call. Well, raised to 575 in David seat number 2. Got to think Kev calls, yeah, which he does.
Heads up to this flop. King, Queen of David, Ace 9 for Kev.
Flop of Jack 6 5. Hits nobody.
David's going to win this pot a lot of the time just with his continuation bet.
Shows him the ace and passes. David Ledden. Not much to know about David Ledden apart from he plays and knows Rich Kelly, so I'm guessing he's from the northwest.
Yeah, only a couple of cashes to his name. But saw him play yesterday, seemed pretty competent at the table.
Yeah.
That's the thing, sometimes there's players at the table that have hardly any cashes but just grind cash for a living. And are actually very good tournament players, just don't play them that often. Christoph, under the gun, raised to 350 with the 10-9 of diamonds. Katie, free bet to 825 in the cutoff. Back on Christoph, 10-9 of diamonds. Makes the call, heads up to this flop, unaware of Katie's holding at the moment. And that's an above average flop for the 10-9.
Chris with 10-9, flop of 9-9-7. You'd like Katie to have some of it. Maybe it's Jack Queen of Hearts, maybe it's King 10 of Hearts.
I don't know what Katie's got at the moment, but she's continuing. The range is still really wide at this spot of the hand. Could have pretty much all the overs, all the Broadway combos, King Jack, King Queen, Ace Queen, Ace Jack, them type of hands that she continues. For value, she has all over pairs to her range. She'll have some flush draws. 5 on the turn. Goes check, check. And a meaningless deuce on the river. Wouldn't even mind seeing a check here from Christoph with the 10-9, the way the hand's played here. You're not going to get called by sort of ace high, king high that Katie will have in her range. You then leave room for her to maybe fire a bluff. And the other thing, she'll then value bet her sort of 10s plus on the river and you can come in for a check raise. But he's just decided to lead and Katie gets out of the way, no value from that hand. I just think it might have been a better check raise spot than it was a lead spot, just because thinking of the hands that we can actually get called by, hands that we're going to get called by are probably going to bet the river themselves, and then it also gives Katie the opportunity to fire with some of her bluffs.
King 9-7 flop. Kevin's cards are not in the box. They are in the box. Maybe it's just a problem with the cards. They're not registered.
Kev calling out of the small blind sort of calling range against early position open. He'll have lots of broadways, Queen Jack, King Jack, Jack 10, them type of hands. So it's a good flop for the small blind range. They also have all pocket pairs in there as well. Nathan picking up a gutter ball to go with his pair of sixes. And he actually double barrels here and gets the job done. David, C2, pocket sixes, reaching for chips, raises it up. Makes it 400 to go. Katie rightly folds the Jack 10 off, and Robert has woke up with Ace King in the hijack. 3-bet to 1.5k, quite a large size he's opted for here, nearly 4x in position. Would have preferred to see it a bit smaller. And David's going to pill with his sixes. Heads up to this flop. Flop of 7, 7 of 5, 2 clubs. Check, check. Queen on the turn. Check, check once more. And a 10 on the river. And the pocket sixes of David are going to take this one down. Blind 75, 150, level 3 of the day. Good afternoon, everybody that's tuned in. If you want to get in touch today, hashtag GUKPT on Twitter. Side event later on tonight, the Turbo Bounty, £110 buy-in, 50 plus 50. And then tomorrow, side event is the £200 Texas Hold'em, and then Sunday, the final side is the £82 Texas Hold'em. So plenty going on this weekend here in Leeds. If you are in the area and you are coming down to get yourself involved, good luck. The main event, late reg closes today around 8:15. Maybe a bit later because we had a 20-minute break at the end of the first session here. Careful with ace 10 in the cut-off, raised to 400. Nathan defends the big with 10-8.
10-7-5, 2 spades on the flop. Top pair, both players.
Kevin has Nathan out-kicked. Top pair, top kicker. Nice flop for the ace 10. So a bet of 500 and a quick call. King on the turn. I'd like to see Kev fire again here. Reason being is shouldn't really have any King X in his range here, Nathan. King 10 is the only hand that he can plausibly have a king with after the flop action and some king x of spades. So very hard in this spot for Nathan to have a king. So we're going to have the best hand here a lot of the time on the turn after the flop action. And Nathan makes the call. And the river is a queen.
Brings the flush draw.
Yeah, it's going to go check, check now, almost always.
Yeah.
And
Kevin's happy.
And that bet on the turn there from Kev, what it does, river, it just gets that sort of little bit of extra value he wouldn't have got if he checked back the turn, just because there was an overcard to his 10, because river would have gone check, check there. So just because an overcard comes, it doesn't mean your opponent's always got it. Think about how they can have it, what hands they have in their range. That can potentially have a king in it in this case. Blind 75, 150.
Right, there come the cards, level number 3 of the day.
So flop of 6, 10, 8, all clubs. Nathan flopping the flush. The redraw to the straight flush, unaware of what Christoph is holding at the moment. And Nathan, after free betting out of the small blind against the cut-off open. Big flop for him here. And Christoph just gets out the way. And Nathan's going to take that one down.
Level 3 here in Leeds, the prize pool currently stands at £129,000, which means 258 for the main event so far. Late regs until the end of level number 6. Around about 8:15, 8:20 is the late reg. 6 levels of late reg plus all the breaks.
Thank you.
He's just said, Kev's just said that Katie can't see, so he's gone down to get the booster chair from his car. There you go. If it should have a booster chair, then she wouldn't use it. So 150 total for today so far. Plenty of time to get in. Another 4 hours yet to get yourself into the mix here in Leeds.
Patrick opening King Queen in the cut-off. Nathan flats the button with Queen 9 of Hearts. Blinds both get out of the way, so heads up to this flop. Flop of Jack, Jack, Deuce, Rainbow. At a 550 from Patrick with the King Queen. Just continuing. And he's going to take that one down. Nathan gets out of the way. Patrick, reigning GUKPT champion in London, won the 550 for just under 50k about 2 months ago.
Man in form.
It's pretty, but surprised how much it's given me, you know. I'm surprised how much this booster's given me on this. I feel like I found an edge.
I'm just sitting on my knee.
You need to if you take this. Don't be embarrassed.
I wouldn't fit in it.
You definitely will.
I would not.
You squeeze it in. There's the 400. You get that Kim K butt in it. You get that Kim K butt in it.
Ladies, please spread your mouth. We want to learn.
So good to have you on board. Leeds Day 1B is upon us. Plenty of players coming through the door, 150 of us so far.
So blind on blind action here. Robert completes a small. Mark checks his option with the Jack 3. Flop of 8 deuce deuce. Check check.
Well, checked all the way
checked
down.
all the way down.
Don't know why we missed the action, but we have 3 on the turn. No, all missed.
So the Jack 3.
It's shaked it down. Mark Frith wins himself a very small pot. Chip lead on 34,000. Not such a big stack, considering we're in halfway through level 3. Didn't see what the chip leader was at the last break.
So many tables out there, it'd be hard to find out who
It is. There's plenty of tables all around the building.
Over 150 entries already today. Way on our way to the 300 entry mark in total. So blind on blind again here. Folded round to the blinds. It's gone complete check.
Ace 7 7, 2 clubs.
First bet's going to take this, and Kevin takes the initiative and picks up a small one. Chip leader at the table is Mark. Mark Frith, 34k. And our short stack, Robert Mercer.
Side event tonight doesn't start until 9 PM. If you can't play the main event and you're thinking I really want to get involved, the Turbo Bounty, it's £110 in, £50 in the pot, £50 every time you knock somebody out. Knock 2 people out, you pay for the event. And then you're free rolling for the rest of the game. 6 20-minute levels and then a 15-minute clock throughout until conclusion. 10,000 starting stack, and the first break and the late reg finishes at 11:15. So get yourself in if you want to play the Turbo a little bit later on. It starts at 9 PM. You want to get involved?
Patrick opening under the gun, ace jack raised to 400. Katie making the call in the hijack with queen 10 of hearts, and big blind Christoph is going to come along. He has ace 6 off, so freeway to this flop. Flop of 10, 9, 3, rainbow. Katie with the best of it, flopping top pair. It's a call from Patrick here, floating out of position with just ace high. Does pick up a Broadway draw on the turn though. Expect Katie to check this back, as she does. It's a 5 on the river. And now Patrick going to bluff at this one. Really tough spot this for Katie. She's getting 3-1 on the call, an attractive price, but it's just hard for Patrick to have a bluff in this spot. It needs to be a float on the flop really. Sort of if King Queen gets there, King Jack gets there, they both make a pair, Queen Jack makes a straight, you expect him to check call all this 10x and 9x. So she is really only beating some floats, and she makes a great call.
Yeah, it is a good call.
Yeah, just the way the hand plays there, like only really beating floats. Might have picked something up on Patrick. I know Katie's very good feeling where she's at in her hand, whether she has the best hand or not.
Nice little pot for Katie Swift, gets the stack back up to 15,000, halfway through level number 3. Good afternoon, good evening, whenever you may be. It's 6:20 in Greece. It's 5:20 in the Algarve. Plenty of people watching all around the world. Good to have you on board. As always, don't forget Facebook is where the vlog will be this week. I've just been asked to mention that with a few problems on the Facebook page that they don't come in chronological order. What they do end up doing is you need to click on the new to see all the latest posts. So for some reason chronological order is not working at the moment, but it will get sorted, I am sure. And hashtag GUKPT on Twitter. So get involved as the cards come out for the next hand.
Folded to Kev on the button, ace 9 off, raised to 400. Patrick 3-bets the pocket 9s to 1.2k. And Kev 4-bets to 2.8k. Looking at this on first glance, it may look a bit spewy, but it's perfectly fine button versus big blind dynamic. Big blind's 3-bet range is going to be a lot wider against a button open, so Kev with the ace blocker incorporates a 4-bet bluff into this hand.
Flop a Jack 6.
Really good flop for the pocket 9s. Better to see 2 jacks out there than 1. Makes it less likely that Kev We have Jack X. And now Kev moves all in.
Well then, tough spot for Patrick.
Yeah, really tough spot. It's a huge bet. It's effective to the pot. Effective stacks at 11.7k, so it's about 2x, over 2x pot bet on the flop with ace 9 off here. So if I'm in Patrick's shoes here, this just don't make much sense to me. He's never doing this with Jack X because he wants to get value. Aces, kings, queens, tens, them type
What
of
a
hands.
call.
Yeah, it looks like a really good hero call, but just breaking the spot down, it just don't make much sense. What Kev's trying to rep there, what he's playing like that.
So London champ calls with the nines.
Just needs to fade an ace.
Clubs aren't in play, there's no straight draws, it's just an ace he needs to fade. It's a double up. And he does. The nines, good call from Patrick, worked it out correctly.
Yeah, it just never takes that line with queens, kings or aces there, Kev, and he never takes that line with a jack, so it's sort of what's he supposed to have in that spot.
Afternoon, Paul. Paul Spillane is in France, tuning in. What's the starting stack? 25 or 20? It's 20,000. The starting stack for the grand final is 25,000. And it's also the starting stack for the 25-25s and the Goliath. So 20,000 is the starting stack. 400 big blinds you start with on a 60-minute clock. Plenty of time. Plenty of time. Hope you're enjoying France, Paul. Hope it's good.
Yeah, the south of France is nice.
Yes, supposed to be beautiful. And you know, it's somewhere I've never been. Well, I've been through the Channel Tunnel and drove through France to Belgium. That's about it. That's my experience of France.
I've been France. Never been to Italy, that's a place I've never been. No, Italy. In Europe. I'd like to go there one day. I know Mr. Hill's plays a lot of poker over in Italy. Finds the fields quite soft, travels out there, plays some poker tournaments over there. Yeah, Rain, hashtag fin break. Any? So Nathan squeezing out of the big blind after 3 limps. And Kev makes the call in the cutoff with ace deuce of diamonds. Both players with the diamonds. Flop of jack, queen 5, 2 spades. Top pair for Nathan. Bet of 8-2-5.
Yeah, table 9C, table 9C.
And gets that one through. Nathan takes a little one.
It might get a little bit noisier in the commentary box, inadvertently.
Why is that?
Because on table 9, seat 9, directly in front of us, is somebody called Will Kassouf.
Oh no. I had to deal with him here last year.
He has just sat down on table 9, seat 9. He said he couldn't write the script. 9 I like a boss. 9 I like a boss. Table 9, seat 9. Can't write it. Can't write the script. Can't write the script. Can't write the script, he says. So Will has come to play, starting as we are heading towards level 4.
So now I like a boss has just sat down. Jeff Kimber's turned up. No Joe Beavers. King 9 king on the flop. Nobody. I must say Kevin has just improved massively. He's down to 7,000, but he's just flopped. Trip kings. Doesn't want to see too much paint, especially a jack. Don't think Patrick's scoring. Oh, he is? No, he's not. Thought about it.
Gets out of the way.
Gets out of the way. Well, at least you've got a little bit of time to watch the live stream, Paul. Safe trip back when you do come back, and we'll see you soon. Another change of deck. What's happening here? Maybe they're trying to find a deck that Katie can win a hand with.
Actually picked up a nice pot with the Queen 10 against Patrick about an all bit ago.
Yeah, that is true. Barry's just saying why a couple of the cards snap. He reckons it's because the size of the rail towards the depth of the poker table itself. People having to bend the cards more, and obviously they've got a little bit of.
Is that what that animation was about with his hand?
That was it. That was good. That wasn't it?
I thought he was practicing the
obviously
butterfly
the RFID and the little chip is in the card, so because you're dipping down, that's what Barry says, down like that. Then that's why they're snapping a little bit too easily.
It did look like he was practicing the butterfly stroke.
That was a new dance.
Yeah.
The old new dance craze. Line 75 150, this is level number 3, around about 20 minutes to go until the end of this level.
Mark with the 8-7 a hearts under the gun at a +1, raised to 400. Patrick makes the call in the cut-off. Katie is going to be defending the 8-9 of diamonds, I'm sure, in the big. Freeway to the flop.
Flop of 5, 3, 2, 2 hearts.
Flush draw for Mark and 2 overs. Not much else for anybody else, so Mark's going to get the job done a lot of the time here on the flop with the betting lead.
Yeah, foldy. First bet from Mark does win. Small pot poker at the minute, as you can see by the stacks. Robert's stack of 3,000.
Yeah, he came to the table with 5k after the first session, Robert. He's been fairly tight actually since he sat down. We saw him get involved in one hand, the ace-king, against the pocket sixes, and other than that, hasn't played a hand. He's still being patient, not just throwing the chips in with any two. That's what we like to see. Managing the stack in terms of big blinds.
But he's down to about 20 bigs. He's got them all splattered around under. Look at that, making pretty patterns with them as well. Maybe that's why he likes poker. He likes to make pretty patterns with his chips. Kev, legitimate hand ace queen this time. Ace queen suited, raises it up to 400.
Bit of action here.
Nathan finds the hooks.
Katie with ace jack in the small, she won't be, I don't think she'll be continuing.
3 bets 1200 from Nathan, starting to see 9.
Katie makes it, is that 3.8? 2.8.
The old cold 4 from Katie. In the small blind, I actually like it a lot. I thought she was going to flat the ace jack out the small, which should be her last option really.
Oh, and 2 all-ins. Ace 9, Robert's all-in. Kevin's going to, I think the jacks are going to get out of the way here. It's a tough spot for Nathan.
Yeah, this is...
He'd love to see the cards though, wouldn't he, Nathan?
Really tough spot, especially because of Katie's cold 4. Like for value, Katie's never cold 4 betting 10s there. I think she just flats 10s. So it's all down to now whether Nathan thinks Katie does have a cold 4 bet bluff or not. Out of the big blind, out of the small blind, sorry. But Kev's been very active, Nathan's been very active.
Fold from Nathan. And I don't think, with the size of the stack, Katie calls this.
She's getting 3 to 1 on the call here, another 5k more to call, but eventually she just lets it go. And
so we are heads up, and Rob is all in with ace 9, dominated by Kevin's ace queen. Katie folded ace jack, and Nathan in c9 folded the jacks. Does the short stack survive?
Well, the 9s now pick up a gut shot, so a few extra outs, any 6, any 9. King on the turn doesn't change anything, still just the 7 outs for Robert.
And Robert has been eliminated, but Nathan, if he makes a call, takes out 2. Nathan would have taken out Kevin and Robert. But Nathan couldn't do much because Katie was behind him with a call 4 bet.
Yeah, I think Katie was just aware of the table dynamic there. Kev's been very active, Nathan's been very active, so elected to take that spot to call 4 the ace jack. It's not a bad play, it's just unfortunate. She ran into a lot of action behind her.
I think if Casey's not behind him, he calls with the jacks, doesn't he?
Yeah, of course he does. If Katie isn't behind, he's snapping it in for just 7k when he's 3 bet to 1.2.
Well, I could have lost it for anyway.
400.
Thing is, we've seen Kev do that open night, we've seen you 3 bet 6 off, it's like...
He's always shoving that.
You know what I mean?
Well, 400.
I'm obviously not I'm beating him. Really? Not beating you anyway.
Am I genius?
Oh, just know the exact the 2 possible
Why didn't you tell me
ones.
to make me figure it out?
A 50-50.
You made this up.
10's the next hand for Chris in 7.
Continues with just the 1 overcard, gets the job done.
So Kev Houghton gets himself back over 10,000 chips.
So back up to 15,000. Kev Allen calls a 250. 3 to the flop. Flop of 8, 8, 10.
2 pair for the Jack 10 of Kev. Trips for the 8 deuce.
Oh, he's disappeared.
Disappeared.
Must have disappeared pre. He now wishes his cards were still live.
And an ace on the river, so the Jack 10 is going to get the check mark. Kev's going to take that one down.
Yeah, the 8 deuce was folded and it's checked all the way down. So GUKPT.com for the information. We've got Facebook running the live stream blog for the first time. Make sure you check it all out, Grosvenor Poker, and hashtag GUKPT on Twitter.
After the dinner break. After the dinner break, we'll be running a competition through Twitter as well. So
a £30 token will be up for grabs.
Watch out for that. The old card on the flop. What would it be? As we approach the end of level 3, 10 minutes left on the clock. So Katie opening the cut-off and called by Christoph. Flop of Queen 9-4, 2 hearts, check, check. Queen on the turn.
Check any check. Too well a card pair in the board, is it, with the 7s?
Yeah, it's a good card, the Queen on the turn for the
Another 4 pairs
sevens.
as well. I like to flick it in with the 7s here, just for a small betting, which he has done. 400. Katie going to see what he's playing with? No. We'll raise.
I think Christoph might find the call here. This doesn't make too much sense, this line that Katie's taken. She's pretty much repping Queen X here. And yeah, Christoph does find the call. Just didn't make much sense, that hand there. And does find the call with pocket 7s. It's a good call. You don't expect Katie to ever check a queen twice or have any 4x in her range, so that's all she's repping there on the river, so didn't really make much sense. And I think that's why Christoph slipped it in. Good call.
Katie down to 10,000. Welcome aboard, Leeds, GUKPT Day 1B. £135,000 in the prize pool. Another cracking day.
So a new player coming into seat 4. We'll find his name very shortly. Joining in the full undefeated table. Ronnie. Rocket Ronnie.
Rocket Ronnie.
Oh, Ronnie.
Katie with the Pocket Kings in the hijack. Raised to 350.
Is that no action?
Well, Patrick's defending.
Oh yeah, Patrick's defending with the old Queen 3.
To the flop.
Gut shots available on a flop of 6, 4, 7.
Good flop for the big blind range though. Katie continues for 600. Patrick can appeal with his gut shot and backdoor spades. Take a turn.
Pairs of 6.
Expect this to go check a lot of the time, as it does. As it does. Yeah. So after it's checked over to her, Katie can comfortably value bet her kings now. Bets 2.3k, so over a pot size bet. Very hard to get caught by a hand in that spot. For that size, I think it even folds out sort of the 7x that Patrick can have. Maybe could have gone a pinch smaller.
So that's what he wanted to look like. But don't announce it when they after a hand, just when you speak about it. It's about a minute now.
So as it is split into 2, we're going to just have a quick video of the room over the obviously we're featured. We're looking at the feature table, but this is the second main room. We've got Chris Wood, we've got Brett Angel, there's Susie Williamson, the Bowsy, who won the Great North Run the other day. He's lost about 3 stone. He's right mean, slim and trim. Jeff Kilmer in the room. There's Moira. Moira is playing because she lasted longest out of all the Davies at the Goliath for a £560 set. So she's free rolling. Ian Simpson, colour coordinator for Unibet. Yep, Simo. Plenty of big names over in the other end of the room. You never know. These tables might get onto the feature during the day. There's Swanee. There's Derek Clark. Walker-Eshe. As you can see over there's Was. Ash Locker. What a great house table. Good views of all the players as well. Plenty. Well, Les Caney will win himself a seat to Leeds. About 6 tokens left of the year. Les Caney wins them online for fun. Nathan Slater, who cashed in the Omaha last night. The who's who on the upper deck here in Leeds. Back to our table at 75, 150. Lines will be going up very soon.
Yep, in about 2-3 minutes as Christoph opens the ace-jack in the cut-off. David in the big blind, ace-6, will be defending this hand. To the flop. Okay, no, not to the flop. Free bet from David with the 6 out of the big blind. Does have an ace blocker, but hand selection wise, for at least a suited ace in this spot, can just comfortably peel the a6. Don't want to blow the pot with such a marginal hand with not much playability like ace6 off.
Flop of Jack, 4, 6, 2 clubs.
Both players hit the kicker.
Ace on the turn a bit ill.
Yeah, ace on the turn would be ill.
So Chris and David, a bet of 1,000 and a call.
David gonna fire again here. I'm not sure what this bet actually achieves on the turn. Can't really ever get called by worse. I don't know if David's betting his hand for value or if he's turning it into a bluff. And the river is a queen. So if David fires the river here, it's definitely was definitely turning his hand into a bluff on the turn. Just sort of try and target some Jack X. Setting up the 3-barrel.
Which is done.
Bet 6.6k. And now action back on Christoph. Really tricky spot here on the river. So after 3-betting out of the big blind and flopping a pair, he decided to turn his 6 into a bluff on the turn, and now following through on the river, targeting that sort of Jack X that Christoph can have in his range after calling twice, and a good river to actually barrel, because now there is another overcard to the Jack, hands like Ace Queen that would just double barrel, get there. Queen X of clubs gets there. And the thing is, he can comfortably have aces or kings in this spot as well, or even queens that river a boat. As 3-bet pre-flop would be 3-betting all them hands out of the big blind. But now, from Christoph's perspective, what possible bluffs can David have here? Clubs are bricked. Other than clubs,
not going to be playing 3-5.
Yeah, I can't really see much else that you can have. Just airballs and clubs, really. I think the last thing Christoph would expect here is David to be turning the 6 into a bluff, or even having a 6 in this spot. And he just pays it off. And that will blossom from the dubious 3-bet pre-flop with the A6. It's just a hand with not much playability, and when you do get peeled, you're going to be out of position in a bloated pot. It's just a lot better just to defend that hand, getting that price, and then just play accordingly post-flop. And
this stuff up to 30,000. Blinds up. Blinds up to 100, 200.
What? No, yeah, nice. You want to see my picture?
Oh.
That's me, 1 year old.
Turbo bounce at 9 o'clock.
Would that beat Vajandina? Definitely.
Mark in seat 5, Mark Frith.
with tens.
David on the button.
Yeah,
Ace
I'd
seven
probably
of
call
spades.
this Ace 7 suited.
This is a much better candidate for a free bet if you want to start turning your hand into a bluff. Just makes the call. Now action on Katie, King Queen of Diamonds. Expect her to call out the small blind. Katie's the one that's taken the initiative. She's 3-bet the King Queen of Diamonds to 2.7k. Good hand selection, suited hand, block a lot of hands that can continue. And Mark makes the call with the pocket fives. Action back on David. Ace 7 of spades. We can throw this one into the muck now.
Heads up to the flop, tens against King Queen suited of Katie Swift. In a 3-bet pot, Queen Jack 4 is a good flop for Katie Swift in C. Number 3, 8,400 behind the line. With 6.2 in the middle.
Yeah, I bet. Probably. Okay, she's just moving.
Yeah, the
now.
lot's in.
Over a pot size bet. And she's going to take that one down.
Indeed it. Good afternoon, Steve. Steve Broadbent. We're doing all right, actually.
Afternoon, Steve.
See you tonight for a pint. It'll be late.
Yeah, it would be late.
It'll be gone 1:30 by the time the team finish tonight. 1:30 in the morning. 20-minute break. There's a 60-minute break for dinner shortly. Well, after this level. And we crack on. So yeah, be good to see you, Steve. Get yourself to Leeds. And we'll be in situ and we'll be here until 1:30 in the morning.
My hometown, ground of boss now, I'm just
Patrick going to raise and take it with the ace-9 suited under the gun +2. Blinds 100, 200 now. Last level before the hour dinner break.
So the cards are on the way out. Level 4 of the day, the blinds are 100, 200.
Afternoon if you're just tuning in.
Afternoon and welcome to Leeds.
Get involved. Hashtag GUKPT.
Marching all together.
So David comes in for a raise with the 7-4 of diamonds. And Kev defends the big blind, heads up to the flop. David with 7-4 of diamonds, unaware of what Kev has.
Flop of 3, 4, 5, all hearts. Delicious. Bottom pair for Kev, middle pair for David, but it could be a case of first bet wins. Yep. Check, bet, fold. That's indeed what's just happened.
It's over £130,000, getting close to 140,000 and 280 runners. Keep you informed all times. Don't forget the blog on Facebook on Grove the Poker for the first time. Table 9C9 has been rather quiet. He's got Johnny Z on his table as well, and Chris Cunliffe. Johnny Z's on form. Did he win the main event in Killarney? Or one of the side events? Johnny Z?
I'm not sure about that.
I think he did. He definitely won a trophy over in Killarney. Cards are out yet again.
I like this free bet a lot here from Ronnie. This is the first hand he's played. He'll be aware, everyone at the table will be aware he hasn't got involved in a pot yet, so after an open, ace-10 finds a free bet in the cut-off. And he's going to get the job done, seeing what David has. But very important while you're at the poker table to... Okay, he's flicked it in, made a very loose pill here out of position, David. See, players tend to pill these hands in position in free bet pots, but not as much out of position. So we take a flop. It's gone check, check.
Not seen the flop. Flop's ace, 5-8 rainbow, 3 of diamonds on the turn. Top pair for Ronnie. Now fires on the turn.
1.3. Just a pair of fives for David. Less problem peeling these sort of hands out of position. You flop a lot of middle pairs, hands that are just going to get you in tricky spots. It's just better to just let it go pre-flop. And he does make the call with a pair of fives, so bleeding off a few more chips. Going to need to find a 5 or a 7. And it's a 9 of diamonds on the river. And now Ronnie going for another street of value. Maybe a bit on the thin side this. What hands are we sort of targeting to get called by here? And David just gets out of the way.
Nice, Dempsey has just said, are we live? Yes, we are. Hopefully you're not watching a repeat of something. If you are, have a refresh if you can hear the sound. I'm guessing if it's not live, you won't be able to hear the sound. So I could be talking to myself, really.
We can hear the sound all right, sitting here, going on from table 9.
Well, yes, table 9 is getting a bit more vocal now. Because it's involved in an album with Chris Cunliffe, as we can hear. Is there a lot in the middle? It is. No, it's not.
Table 9, C9, 9, like a boss. He set the trap as well, trying to trap King Jack. I'm naming his hand, eh?
So Nige should be live with us now, looking at Queens for Kevin. King, Queen and Ace, King. This is a bit of a setup. Ronnie raises in the hijack. Kevin 3 bets on the button. Now then Ronnie, when it comes back to him, that's Christoph. Chris gets out of the way in 7.
So action back on Ronnie here. He's got 2 options here. He's got option to flat and the option to 4-bet. And he does 4-bet to 5.8k. Kev now with the pocket queens.
Yeah. Listen, the lot's going in.
Ronnie's been very tight, he'll be aware of that, but is he just going to flat here?
Oh, he is.
He wants to see no ace on a flop, so he just calls.
He just flats, leaving himself less than a pot size bet behind. Flop of 10 for 3.
Yeah. Kev's going to rip it. Is this called the old stop and go? On Kev. Just bets. Bets 5,000. Yeah, the lot's going in.
Can't fold now, Ronnie, unfortunately.
No, can't fold to see the ace king. Kev's going to get a big chance of getting right back in the mix. 31,000 pot. Kev's all in initially for 10. And a big chance to double up. Needs to fade an ace and a king, and Kev Houghton will be well over starting step. And Ronnie will be short on 7. So Kev Houghton, well over 30,000.
Yeah, it was down to around 6-7k.
Yeah, it was, yeah.
Doubled up against the ace-9. Could have been knocked out. The Jack's called that hand as well.
That's exactly right. Katie saved him.
Yeah, Katie.
Maybe you should get Katie a
yeah,
percentage.
get Katie a drink or a booster seat. That might have been why.
He should give her that booster seat for saving his tournament life. And he's now chip leader on the table.
That's not practice trading.
No.
Afternoon, Dennis.
Hey, I'm Dennis.
Says he can hear Mr. Kasoof in the background.
There's a surprise. So can we. He's sat on the closest table to the commentary box.
The only lady at the table, Katie, has got the ladies. 2 red queens under the gun +1, raised to 525. Nathan makes the call in the big blind, heads up to the flop. Probably the worst flop to see when you got pocket queens. Ace, king at a 4. Check, check. 3 on the turn. Check, check once more. And ace on the river. And checked over to Katie. Wow, she's betting this for value. Very, very thin betting the queens for value here. It's so hard to get called by a worse hand. Yeah, I don't think hands like 6s and 7s even call on that river, because Katie can quite easily have some king X as well. But very, very thin value bet with the queens, so you got looked up by a better hand.
$173 in the mix today, with 102 yesterday.
You don't want
So prize pool getting very close to £140,000, which nearly matches last year's. Just over 40 minutes to go until the end of the session and the 60-minute dinner break.
I guess you're gonna win. Yeah, I think it's a spade. I think you're gonna win.
Unbelievable. I think we go with the car.
Tommy, why are you not betting your clubs?
Listen,
Folding all the way round to Nathan in the small blind, raised to 5-2-5 with the king 8. David, ace 10 in the big.
His VP's quite high.
Incoming 3-bet. Who, David's?
Yes.
Yeah, he's been involved in a lot of pods. So him and Kev are probably the most active players at this table. Nathan's been fairly active as well, actually, in seat 9. He's been getting involved in a few pots. And
It's up to the flop.
Gonna call.
Flop A6-7. Nice flop for David in seat 2. Check, bet, give up. No, we're going to see a turn card because Nathan calls.
Little float out of position with just king high.
And now it's his king and he's in trouble.
Queen on the turn. I expect David to check this back here now. Yes, he does. Reason being, he's sort of got what we call a 2-street hand for value. And I think the best line with ace 10 in this spot to get them 2 streets of value is the bet check bet line. Now, after a check from David, from Nathan, I think David can comfortably value bet this river. Try and get called by some worse ace-x hands, some river dates that had straight draws on the flop. And Nathan does pay it out. Off, just didn't believe him. And that's merit checking back the turn has there with top pair.
Hey Nigel, nearly. We're on the top deck unfortunately, and obviously the background noise does get picked up. There's nothing we can do about it in Leeds. It is one of those places where we try and get as far away as possible. We're nowhere near the feature table, but we do have the background noise of the whole casino. Hopefully it doesn't detract from the viewing. Something we don't do is obviously listen to the live stream ourselves unless we're checking checking the sound levels and make sure everything's working all right. But yeah, Leeds is one of those places. You've been to this building before. We're upstairs, and we're near all the electronic terminals, unfortunately.
The Kev Pocket Kings raised to 500.
It's weird how you get all the you drop down and then you get your chips back and now you start getting hands.
Yeah. Well, you notice, I don't know if you've done it on purpose there, Kev, but it's why it's important to take notice of things at the table. We bet the 500 and immediately went to his phone and was on his phone acting like he weren't interested in the hand, and maybe something, if anyone picked up on, if he does it again, we'll see when he's got a strong hand.
Likes a bit of ching ching in the background. Yeah, we're in the top area where all the electronic devices are. Ka-ching, ka-ching.
Christoph under the gun at +2, raised to 550. Ronnie in the big blind, king 7, lets that one go. So nearly halfway through level 4 of the day. After this level finishes, players will head out on an hour dinner break. So Kev just picked up the pocket kings. This time he's got ace king under the gun. Just a limp. Nathan in the hijack. Raised to 750. David in the cutoff with pocket jacks here. He got a bit of action. Makes it 2.3k to go. And now back round to Kev after the limp under the gun. Once again, two options here. He's got the flat. Wow, has he just folded ace king to a free bet?
Wowzers.
Wow, indeed. I am very surprised at that. Limping ace king under the gun. Just limp folding ace king. No idea what's happened there or what's gone through Kev's head, or maybe he's misread his hand.
No, he's just said I've just passed ace king. He's just said I have passed ace king. He said I didn't think it was a6 this time.
So he said.
Yeah.
Remembered the a6 hand.
So you can fold ace king to a 3-bet.
I certainly can't.
90% of us watching can't. Maybe he's got the chips on his chip leader and he's thinking, I'm not giving them away.
There's some scenarios you can fold ace king in, like satellites, well, lots of scenarios in satellites, but this deep in a tournament, just folding it to a 3-bet. How deep the stack depths are.
Ronnie on the button, raises it up, pretty standard raise on the button. This time he's got the Cowboys.
Yeah, we've seen some
Calling
hands.
Small blind with queen 9 and hits the 9. The ace might save him. Oh, boom, says the queen 9. We could check it again to disguise it completely. The ace probably means that Ronnie's doesn't really want to get involved. Now Mark's checked. Thinks his kings are good. It'll be the only way that Mark gets chips off him. He does announce as called, just the 900.
Still there. Still there.
Yeah, I'm not sure why he hasn't raised that spot on the river there, Mark. I'm thinking it's a bit thin as well, going for value with kings there. You're really only going to get called by 10x. They're sort of the hands that may flick it in on the river. But strange that he didn't elect to raise.
Andy Harris says, is the stream on the website right now? I'm guessing it is. It is indeed.
It's around half hour left on the clock before the dinner break. David getting involved once more, this time with the A6 of spades under the gun +1, raised to 550. And raise and take it. Ronnie now the short stack at the table, 5.9k. Yeah, he's lost around 70% of his starting stack, but 30 bigs should still be fine as long as he plays accordingly, doesn't panic, doesn't make no out of line plays. 30 bigs more than a manageable stack. After the dinner break, going to be running a competition. Get yourself a chance to win a £30 token. Hashtag GUKPT on Twitter.
And we are live. Takes you to the homepage, GUKPT.com. In the white box, click it and click on live stream. And instantly the live stream plays. There it is. It streams.
Poker players, there will now be a short break.
All players for main event will finish the hand. There will be a 1 hour poker break. That's all players for main event and in hand for 1 hour.
So hopefully Andy Harris will get there. The stream is on. As we see a 6-9-4 flop. Ace King for Nathan. Queen 10 for Mark. So hopefully we've guided Andy to the GUKPT live stream.
Patrick opening the button. Gets a call from the big blind. Flopping the bottom 2 pair. And David won't be continuing with 7 high in this spot.
We're going to check for... You won the chair. What is? Hey, it's not a good fold. Well, it's only a good fold if because you're not seeing the flop. Yeah.
Don't want to get it all in with it.
No, you could have seen the flop. If you just call, you see a flop. Like you did against the queens. Like you did with the queens.
You didn't 4-bet. You wanted to see the flop. With the no ace on the flop, you're moving all in. I'd have done that with the ace king, to be fair. And then if you whiff it, you can get out of the way, can't you?
Yeah. Fishy Maya,
So 30 minutes to go until the 60-minute dinner break.
Ronnie raised to 5-2-5 with the king 10 under the gun. Call from Patrick with the 6s in the cut-off.
Ronnie got the look of Terry Flanagan, the boxer. Now that's showing your age. Because if I say to Jay, to my left, how many fights did you watch of Terry Flanagan? Your reply will be, who?
Is that not the one that plays Rosie in Coronation Street?
He has indeed got a look at Terry Flanagan. He was a proper lightweight boxer.
No,
they used to fight, they used to box. And that's when see, Terry Flanagan used to box when they did 15 rounds. And 15 rounds was the norm.
Yeah, I know. I remember back in the day. Well, I don't remember myself, but I've heard and seen the old 15 rounds.
So just under 30 minutes to go until the end of the session. Kev Alton has brought himself back up to shape leader. Has to thank Katie Swift at the. I think we can rightly say he's got to thank Katie Swift, don't we? To still be in the tournament.
Yep.
Katie called 4-betting.
Not only is he still in the tournament, he's got a lot of chips now. And pocket nines in this hand, raised to 500. David on the button, king 10. Perfectly fine to just pill here. As he does, calls to 500. Katie's going to get out of the way. And Ronnie folds as well. Heads up to the flop, Kevin and David. See a flop.
5, 8, 7, 2 diamonds. David whiffs the flop, gets out of the way. Kevin, yet again, has a decent hand. Looks straight at his phone once he's put the bet in. Anybody watching?
Maybe it's just very popular today. We've got lots of messages to reply to.
Yeah.
But it'd be interesting to see if he does that when he has a bluff. I'm waiting for it. I haven't actually seen the spot yet where it's occurred, but it will be interesting to see if his demeanour changes regarding what he does when he has a weak hand. David, ace 10 of clubs in the cut-off, raise to 500. Katie on his direct left on the button, pocket nines. She free bets to 1.3k. Perfectly fine. Against a cut-off open nines is going to be the best hand, more than enough.
So, flop time heads up. Nines again. Ace 4, 5. Not the flop Katie wants to see.
Yeah, I don't mind a bet here though. A lot of people will just ints to check back the 9s, but I like a bet. Reason being, if we had kings here, it's a lot better to check back, but we want to deny equity to hands like Queen Jack suited, King Queen suited, 10 Jack suited, and just pick it up on the flop. But I think she'll shut down now, and she'll be done with the hand. 10 on the turn. Expect this to go check, check, almost always. David checking to the aggressor, and Katie checks behind. 9 on the river. Ooh, upside down.
Bottom right corner's a 9.
So now David can comfortably value bet his top 2 pair. From David, I elect for quite a small size here. Try and target sort of jacks through kings that Katie can plausibly have. Maybe some 10x when she picks up showdown on the turn. He chooses quite a chunky sides here. Bets 2/3 pot. And in Katie's shoes, the only type of hands we can really beat now is flush draws, so got to let it go into the nut.
So 20 minutes to go until the end of the session, and then a 60-minute dinner break.
Jack 10 for Ronnie on the button, just peels the open from Nathan, who opened under the gun +2, unaware of what he has at this moment in time.
Seat 2's not in the hand.
And seat 2's not in the hand.
Write it down.
Ace Jack 6 all hearts. Kevin with middle pair. Ronnie with middle pair.
And Nathan. Let's play a hand with Nathan.
Yes, on this board he's going to have lots of Ace X, flop top pairs. He'll also have some like King 10s, King Queens, King Jacks with the King of Hearts that continue this flop with. And Kev shows the Jack and gets out the way.
So just over 15 minutes to go. Nice steady session. Kev Houghton gone from 6k to chip leader on the table. David in seat 2. David Ledden displayed most hands. And now Katie picks up the boots.
She's had Queens this session, she's had Kings, and now she's got the Aces. See if she can get any value from them. I think David's fold to free bet has actually been 0% at this table, so he will not be letting the pocket free goes, I'm sure. However, against Katie's stack size, he might actually elect to in this particular spot. Doesn't really have
Is he thinking
much implied odds.
Katie can fold if he jams a lot?
I don't think he wants to be.
I do think he can push it off a marginal hand with a stack size.
Yeah, but it's just no need to take that sort of line in this tournament with a great structure. Taking them sort of high variance lines, no need to just rip 50 big lines effective
Well,
for
it smelled
pocket
to
freeze.
that.
So he has just folded, and it's alright, fold. Katie probably can't believe her luck. I think that's the first free bet we've seen David fold to this session. Gets no action.
So heading towards the dinner break. Good session. I think Kev Houghton's just been talking about having no mobile phones at the table and he's not been off his. Maybe that's why. They were vocally talking about not being able to watch the live stream, and then they were talking about not having mobile devices. And every hand and every time he's put a bet in, he's on chatting away to his friends who are watching the live stream, gathering all information. And there's the only one on the phone. Eight, 5 deuce is the flop. Bottom pair. So Chris in seat 7. And has actually taken the lead. So 800 is a bet called in both spots. 7 of diamonds hits the turn, which brings good shot for Kevin. Chris has still got bottom 4th pair, and Mark has got the overs. Chris checks, Mark checks. Kevin's going to lead. Yeah, Kevin does bet. And he gets both to pass. Kevin will take hand with the Jack 9. Bet on the turn. And his chip leader, 34,000. Down to 6,000 is Ronnie. Katie's on 11. And Nathan in seat number 9. 13. Ace 2 for Nathan. 300 to call to defend the big, which he does. After initial raise from Katie with the ace 9. 3, 5, 6 mark hits top pair and an up and down straight draw.
So the 2 binks straight in for Mark. But it also brings a redraw for Katie with the ace of spades. The trouble is Katie's stack, in fact she moves all in. She's going to get called. She is going to get called. Mark's got the straight. Well, this should be a snap call, to be fair. Nah, it is a flush draw, I suppose. 5, 6, 3, 2 spades. The 2 of spades hits on the turn, bringing the flush. We've got the 4 of clubs. Do we always now have to have the spade draw? Yeah, it does call eventually. Katie is needing a spade or a 4 to chop it. 4 to chop or a spade, and she taps the table, says nice hand. The king hits and Kate Swift has been eliminated in the last 10 minutes of level number 4. So sixes for Nathan. Mark. Play a hand with Mark. It might be a unregistered card that Mark's got because his cards are bang in the middle of the box. Hi Vicky, you've just joined us as we're going on a dinner break. We're on a dinner break in 5 minutes for an hour. Hope you're alright, Vicky. But in 6 minutes' time, we'll be on our way to the dinner break. So Mark shows his hand. And the sixes lose to Mark, so he had probably had the ace on the river. So we'll be back at 6:50 for everyone who's just joining in. There is a complimentary buffet downstairs for all the players and the staff when we get there. Just 5 minutes to go until the end of this session. New table will be with us for level 5, and we'll probably be doing a Twitter promotion and a token to be given away for online £30 token. Seven, 10, 9 is a flop, all hearts. It's checked. 10 of diamonds on the turn. Brings a open down straight draw for Patrick in C8. Ronnie in C4. He's getting a bit giddy with the old 6-5. Queen of hearts for the fourth heart. There he goes, check, check. Patrick shows the queen, but he had the higher cards as well. Ah, Vicky's working hard. Or is that us? You finished till, did you finish at 10 last night? I think you finished at 10 PM last night. Won't have you on board later on. We're here until 1:30 in the morning. 10 levels of poker plus all the breaks takes us to 1:30 in the morning. So Katie Swift eliminated. I'm sure she'll be having a re-entry at the break and coming in for level number 5. Lines are still 1-2 when you come back to level 5. 20,000 starting stack, so still got 100 bigs on level 5. So they're all getting information on each other now, they're all watching the stream, and 30-minute delay of course. So we're all watching it. Kev's got ace 9 this hand in the big. Raised to 550. Could 3-bet this if he wants to, but he's not. He's just flipping in the call. Three, 7, Jack, 2 hearts. Everybody's starting to stand up. This looks like the last hand of the session. A bet from Mark and a fold from Kevin. And everybody is standing up. Well, Nathan, looks like we're just going to get one more handy. Yep, the riffle is there. One more hand. This will be the final hand of the session. And then level 5 will begin in 60 minutes time. So 6:50 we will return. Enjoy the break, and we will see you all back after this hand at 6:50 p.m. with level 5 to level 10, which means we finish the live stream at 1:30 in the morning. So a long, good stint of poker. And that is it. See you guys at 6:50.
Good, yeah, Barry. Oh, yeah, fine, yeah. So, Phil, who is replacing, where is he? What time is replacing? So where is he? He's not here. I need him now. And I need him now. Check the subgroup. I need him now.
This was bad, taking the bar when double
Yeah,
shot.
3 years.
Yeah. Maybe not.
Barry.
Get to girl for
Good evening, everybody. We are back. Players are now a dinner break, got some food in their bellies, and now about to commence the third session of the day. Last session before Latebridge closes, and we'll be able to get some confirmed numbers for Leeds. So just getting the list of who's on the featured table. I can see David G in seat 8, Sue O'Connor in seat 9, I can see sitting down. And just about to start the first hand, I think in seat 3, I can't remember his name, but third place finisher in the Goliath this year from the looks of things. So a few names on the table that we're familiar with. Get the rest of them for everyone soon. off we go. You want to get involved today, guys, on Twitter, hashtag GUKPT. If you want to follow the blog, it's on Facebook for this event. So the Grosvenor Poker Facebook page, all updates are on there if you want to see how some of your friends are getting on around the room. And Michael in seat 5 straight into the action with the pocket freeze, raised to 525. Blinds are 1-2, running ante of 25. First level of the day with antes. Daniel makes the call with the pocket sixes. Dave calls on the button with the queen 10 of clubs. Both blinds get out the way. Going three-way to this flop. Flop of ace queen 7 rainbow. David G hops out into the lead on the button. But 700 from Michael, continuing. Second barrel alert, pocket freezer Michael. Going to try and rep some of them ace-x hands that he can have in this spot and gets the best hand to fold. Nice little pick up there, the double barrel. So at the table, just going to run you through who we've got. Seat 1, Paul Smalls. Seat 2, Tim Shaw. Seat 3, Marius Chick. Seat 4, Peter Graham. Seat 5, Michael Tao. Seat 6, Daniel Johnson. Seat 7, Alex Montgomery. Seat 8, David G. And in Seat 9 we have Sue O'Connor. So that's the players that are going to be entertaining us for the next couple of hours. If you have just tuned in after the dinner break, good evening. Already smashed the guarantee, had 100 entries yesterday, well on our way to 200 entries today. And we will be running a competition shortly on Twitter using the hashtag GUKPT. If you were with us yesterday, we will be playing the same game. So look out for that within the next sort of half hour or so. Peter under the gun, raise to 550 with the ace queen. I'm going to take that one down, raise and take it. If you're in the area tonight and you can't make the main event, we have a bounty tournament at 9 o'clock. £110 entry, 50 plus 50 plus 10. You want to get yourself involved in that. Tomorrow the side event is the £200 Texas Hold'em, and then we have the £75 Texas Hold'em on the Sunday. So if you can't play the main event but you are in the Leeds area, plenty going on over the weekend. There'll be cash games running as well, I'm sure.
Good afternoon, everybody. 185 today. £144,000 in the prize pool.
Great value.
Claire G's watching because her man, a slimmed down man by the looks, David G, sat in seat number 8. You got him on the bread and water. Has online not been that good this month?
Gluten-free bread and water.
It looks like online's not been that good this month. You're looking nice and trim, is David. Oh, he's just running after kids all the time. Passport winner, David G.
So just saying to how we're running the same competition as yesterday shortly.
Oh, okay.
I was just waiting for you because I think you should pick the card today because I always seem to pick the 3 of diamonds.
We're doing it on Twitter again, are we?
Yeah, we're doing it via Twitter.
So it's all via Twitter. You've told everybody what's going to happen, have you?
Yep. Told everyone what's going to happen.
Yeah.
I'll explain the rules after Tower picks a card. Just going to do my worst shuffling.
Proper shuffle.
And we'll wait for this hand because Daniel has got aces under the gun at +1, raised to 650. Discipline fold from Alex there. Queen 10 of clubs under the gun at +2. Action now on Sue. Ace King just calls. And no one will be flopping an ace here.
A bit of a cooler for Sue.
Yeah, well, all the aces are dead, so she shouldn't get in too much trouble. She just wants to avoid a king high flop, really. Only type of board that will get her in trouble.
Oh, that king high flop.
Yeah, I
that one there.
Talked it in.
Sue.
And Daniel checks the aces, very deceptive here. And
That's
Sue
1.1.
bets 1.1. And a raise from Daniel to 2.5k.
Raise again from Sue. Oh no, just a call. Thought it was a raise.
Take the turn. 6 of diamonds on the turn. Daniel checks once more with the aces. Playing this hand very tricky. Now about 6.5k from Sue. Daniel moves all in, and now Sue's in a really, really gross spot. Bit of a cooler this hand.
Yeah, unfortunately.
This is a line you just never ever see. Check raise, check raise. It's a tough spot here for Sue. So she's behind to pocket 10. She loses the kings. She loses the aces. Opening early position. Could probably give him 4 some of the time here, Daniel. But it's just on this dry board texture, it's the fact that we block pocket kings as well. It's just like he's representing sort of 10s here, and he can have.
Yeah, they're all in, and it's a call. She's got ace king. See the bad news. Nice.
Just a cooler, and still live here though. So can find a king on the river to scoop this pot.
Sue O'Connor chopped the final side event at the Goliath for £16,000. Has just been eliminated out of the GUKPT level number 5. Sue O'Connor. Unlucky.
Unlucky, Sue. So, Tower, do you want to do the honours?
Go on then, here we go. Hashtag GUKPT when we see on the flop the 8 of clubs.
So just going to quickly run you through the rules again. When the 8 of clubs hits the flop, hashtag GUKPT with the 8 of clubs, and the first person to tweet 8 of clubs hashtag GUKPT after it hits the flop will win themselves a £30 token.
And anybody who tweets it before it hits is barred.
Yeah.
So no. Get yourself in, get ready. The 8 of clubs for a £30 online token.
Tweeting it before, get your disqualification from the contest. So that's what you're looking for on the flop, the 8 of clubs, hashtag GUKPT on Twitter. Yeah. Win yourself a £30 token.
Tell you what we're going to do.
What are we going to do?
We're going to make it the first 2 tweets.
First 2
tweets? £30 each.
£30
Come
each.
on,
Okay.
It's not my money.
Not Tower's money, he's throwing it out like anything.
Get me in, it's not my money.
So it's the first 2 tweets, hashtag GUKPT on Twitter with the 8 clubs when it hits the flop. Back to the action, Jack Daniel takes it down, raise and take it pre. Straight after picking up the bullets.
They want hashtag GUKPT with the 8 of clubs in a tweet when we see it on the flop, and we are giving away 2, not 1, 2 £30 totals.
I know some people in the chat box have said that they don't have Twitter. It does only take...
Yeah, we will be doing a couple of GUKPT chat roll comps as well over the weekend.
It does only take like 2 minutes to set up though, guys, and...
Up the posh, says the mystery guest. Good evening. That could be mad as a wasp.
Up the posh.
That could be mad as a wasp. If it is, amazing.
Raised to 550 in the hijack from Tim. Marius, saw him come third last month in the Goliath. Makes the call. And Daniels looks like he's going to flick it in from the big blind. As he does, so going freeway this flop. Sorry, 4-way to the flop. Peter peeled on the button.
Three, 4, 5. There's no 8 of clubs there. I'm not telling you anymore now. 8 clubs. Hashtag GUKPT on Twitter.
Right, exclude Peter's hand from this hand because he doesn't actually have cards in front of him, so the 6-4 isn't involved. So we did go freeway to the flop.
Okay.
Everyone whiffed. Take a turn.
The 9 of clubs on the turn. Marius in the hand. Where did we see Marius before?
Third at
Marius
the Goliath.
Check. He was third at the Goliath. He was indeed. Great effort.
And with the best of it here. And it should be job done. Can't see anyone getting involved in this spot. So you're looking for the 8 of clubs, everybody on the flop. Hashtag GUKPT, win yourself a £30 token for the Grosvenor online client.
There's to 500. Paul in C1. Paul Smales. Paul, local lad, just plays local tournaments, but final tabled the 25-25 a couple of seasons ago. That's his biggest cash to date, so this will be his probably his biggest tournament as well. A £500 buy-in. Good to see Paul. Could well have satellited in with all the satellites that they do run.
A really Tight fold there from the ace-queen, correct fold as well. After the queens of Michael 3-bet. Paul calls with a pocket freeze and flops a set, but the ace on the board means that Michael shouldn't lose too much in this spot with the pocket queens. Just check once more. And Jack of hearts on the river. And the pocket freeze bet. 3K. Tough little spot here for Michael. It's only a small pot, but still a tough spot on this river. Having a long, hard think about this one. It makes a very good laydown. Very good laydown there. The way that hand's played, I wouldn't have been surprised to see him flick it in there, but makes a very good fold on the river with the pocket queens. Chip leader at the table, Daniel, 65k.
Susie P. Susie Williamson has just tweeted, good luck, all still in.
Unlucky Susie.
Sat on the opposite end to where we are, sat in the rail at the back, has been eliminated. She's now having a chat with Katie Swift. Katie's not been entered just yet. Heads up, the GT Oasis for Michael Towell in seat number 5, flop 10 Jack Queen. Checkity check.
3 of clubs on the turn. Ace high Michael still out in front here. A case of first bet wins in this scenario. Deuce on the river. And David is done with the hand, and the ace high is going to take that one down. So if you are just joining us, you're looking for the 8 of clubs on the flop. When you see the 8 of clubs, hashtag GUKPT on Twitter with the 8 of clubs.
Have you got Twitter open and ready? Because you've got the correct one like yesterday. I gave somebody false hopes yesterday.
Already.
Because I wasn't on the ball. Guest 6876. Hello. How are you? Hope you're well. So I'm guessing you can now type using guest and not having to show who you are. So hopefully there's no animosity towards us, because hiding behind the name of guest. Hope you're all friendly towards us, please. We all love you.
Yeah.
Queen 10 from Arius, 3rd in the Goliath. Now playing Leeds. Peter Graham. Do you know what happens when you try and database Peter Graham? It comes up Peter Graham Whitehouse. Do you know who Peter Graham Whitehouse is?
No.
One-Eyed Pete.
Oh, okay.
And that is not 1 IP.
Right.
So I'm guessing Peter Graham is a rec player.
Okay. You know, so many satellites running for these tournaments all over the years.
Yeah,
so,
absolutely.
A lot of the field are
We even have
satellite
£30
qualifiers.
tokens to give away into 110 online that can get you the 560 seats.
Someone's actually playing this event today that won their seat on a wheel at the Goliath. Free spin on the wheel, won their 560 seat, and now they're playing the main event.
And there's also Moira Davis, who's playing it via the last longer bet of the older David and Goliaths.
Yep.
At the event. Moira is playing this event. I don't know where she is actually. She's not been eliminated because she's
over there,
not
I
come
can
over
see
to
her.
give me a cuddle set her off. So 1-2 with a 25.
Folded round to Daniel in the hijacked Jack 8. Lets it go, and that leaves room for Alex to open the ace jack. Gets it through, raise and take it. Got a quiet first couple of sessions, didn't we, Tower? Weren't really
We have, yes.
any notable
Yesterday
hands.
we were writing notable hands down for the first 2 levels, and we had to stop. Today we were struggling to write anything.
It's just sometimes the way the hands go.
Of course, it's all about the hands and how the hands play. Later in the day, obviously, when the pots get a little bit bigger, they will start. So if you win a £560 seat, how do you use this year? How do you use it this year if there's no 560s left? You can use it towards a £1,000 main event, or you can split it down into side events. That's what I'm guessing. I don't think I've seen anything that isn't true. You would be able to use it as side events if you didn't want. Obviously the side events are more expensive in a £1,000 festival. Or you could save it for next season.
Or you could win 2 of them and buy into the one case.
Or win another because we know you're good enough and play Luton or Blackpool. So there we go. Flop time. 4-4 ace.
Not much for either player here. Marius with the best hand. King high at the moment. Going to be probably a case of first bet is going to take this one down. As it does, Marius gets out of the way, and Michael's going to pick that one up with just the 7 high.
I would like to think you could use it and put the £560 token maybe into your holding tank and then just take it off for whenever you're playing events. We'll try and get clarification of, obviously there's no online guys here. If it's a £560 token from online, there's no online guys with us this week. Ian is not available at this moment in time, so I'll try and get clarification, Paul. Well, I don't think they'll stop you playing anything. Flop time. 64 against 92. Oh, maybe not. We're now rewinding a lot. Oh, crossbar.
9 of clubs. Both players with 2 undercards to the board here. Not much happening. David will win this most of the time with his continuation bet. And he bets 500, and Peter's going to get out of the way at just 6 high.
I guessed 9. How do the guests who want to type into the chat box end up with a number at the side of them? Is it one that they pick?
I think it's probably RNG, ain't it? Just randomly generated.
Guess 9055.
Because I don't think we've had 9,054 guests in the chat already today. So I'm guessing it's just randomly generated. If you are in the chat roll, you can log in, so we know who we're talking to.
Absolutely. But guest 9055 says hello, good job. Thank you very much indeed. Glad you're watching the live stream and you're enjoying it from Leeds. Price pool increases all the time. £144,000 in the prize pool. That means it's 288 runners. Come on, get me on the math. Get me on countdown. Rachel Wiley, get her out. Get me in. Queen 7 for Dan. In 6, that's out of the way, I do believe. Folding round to David G. Who's got Ace Queen. I don't know what was in the dinner, but the action tracker's going a bit mad today. Ace King 2. 2 diamonds.
Broadway draw for Alex and Michael, which is 7 high. And that's job done, continuation bet.
See you bet from Alex.
Well, the chips have gone to David. I did see David had ace queen that hand, so he's continued with the ace queen and taken that one down.
Yeah. Oi oi, guessed 33.59. I'd rather say hello Peter or hello Paul or, you know, but...
2 little dicky birds sitting on the wall.
Oh yeah, one named Peter.
So you're surprised I know that?
I'm very surprised.
David, ace queen again. Back to back hands, ace queen, ace queen. Gonna get a defend though from Daniel. Should be defending the 8-6 of hearts out of the big blind. Closing the action. Okay, he's elected to pass. Getting about 3.5 to 1 on the call, just under. 8-6 of hearts out of the big blind. Heads up pot, splitting your equity 2 ways. I think we've got to flick the 300 in there and see a flop. Especially with his chip stack as well, 325 bigs, massive chip leader. At the table, Daniel Johnson in seat 6. Cashed in this event back in 2014, Daniel, came 21st.
Star.
Tim with King Jack of Hearts, raised at 550. Alex defends in the big blind, heads up to the flop. Jack 9 for Alex, King Jack for Tim. flop of Queen 6-5, 2 clubs.
Is now 25.
Both players with the flop. Going to be a situation where the pre-flop aggressor's going to take it down with his C-bet. And Alex gets out the way with the Jack-9. Came third earlier on this year. Alex did in seat 7 in Manchester. Cash for just under 30k. Made the final table of the main event of the GUKPT Tour in Manchester. He is local to the Manchester area. Plays lots of tournaments at the G in Manchester. If you are just joining us, good evening. We are running a competition at the moment. You're looking for the 8 of clubs on the flop. When you see the 8 of clubs, hashtag GUKPT with the 8 of clubs wrote next to it. First 2 answers in will win themselves a £30 token.
We're going to give 1 away. Forget 1, we'll do 2. Late Reg is still on for another hour. Another 60 minutes. Late Reg to the end of level 6. Katie Swift's going back in. I've just seen her waggling down. She's off.
Was she on a re-entry? Is she on a re-entry?
Just first re-entry. So the Wasp is about, guess 33.59 is Richard Whitmore. Mad as a Wasp. Another Teessider stroke posh fan. So he always saw on the tour, up in Teesside, down in Leeds, the old Gala tours. Played in Blackpool a lot. And then he decided he didn't like us anymore. And that was it.
Paul under the gun, going to get out of the way with the 6-5 off.
So the cards are coming out. Yeah, Blackpool was the best 7 years ago. 7 years ago? Is that what it was? Wowzers. The first 3 or 4 years at the Blackpool. Well, and for the GUKPT really. 300 runners plus. All £1,000 events. Fabulous, fabulous, fabulous turnouts.
Folded all the way around to David G on the button. Comes in for an open with the 8 for his spades. Players that are confident in their ability post-flop will pretty much be opening any suited hand when it's folded to them on the button. Just a bit more playability than the 8-3 offsuit. You're going to flop more flush draws, turn more flush draws, and the Ace-King 3 bets, and it's an easy fold for David with the 8-3. But it's perfectly fine when folded to on the button in tournament poker in a very wide range. Best players floating somewhere between sort of 70 to 80%. They're comfortable playing post flop, pots in position.
Guess 90-55 is watching in Turkey. All looks good. Awesome. How's Turkey? I'm guessing it's about 33 degrees.
Well, not now, so it'll be 9:26 in the evening in Turkey. Good to have you on board. We had Greece on yesterday.
And Vegas. Vegas was watching yesterday, watching the live stream. Michael under the gun +2, 9-7 off. Bit on the loose side, might have something to do with the players in the blinds. He's been playing with them all day, we'll understand the table dynamic. But Tim, 2 red 10s in the big blind, looks like he's counting out 3 betting chips, as he does, to 1.6k. Michael's got an easy fold now with a 9-7 off. Hand shouldn't really be opening from early position anyway, and we'll just see this one going to the muck. Richard closing the action will probably peel the freeze though. He's got a pair. Good implied odds if he can flop a set.
So flop time, 10s against 3s. Tim in 2. That's the best of it. 6, 9, Jack, all hearts.
Tim with the only heart, 10 of hearts in his hand. Pretty good flop, just the 1 over card, as well as a flush draw. Not going to get any action from Richard in this scenario though. He has checked it over to him.
Four of clubs on the turn as it's checked.
And after Richard checks back the freeze now, I think
Tim's got a bit out
yeah,
there,
we can comfortably bet here with the pocket 10s. You expect Richard on a free heart board to fire with all his Jack X hands. And Richard gets out of the way.
So it's 27 at the moment in Turkey at 9:29 in the evening. Watching the live stream. What's the local lager? Is it Efes?
I don't know. I've never been to Turkey. Never been to Turkey.
A glass of Efes. Or is that Greek? No, Greek's Myos, isn't it? Been everywhere.
Where haven't you been, Tower? Well, France.
That's true. That's true. France. Italy. Hashtag GUKPT when we see the 8 of clubs on the flop. 2 £30 tokens to give away.
Just keep your eyes peeled for the 8 of clubs.
Absolutely.
First 2 people in on Twitter get themselves a £30 token for the client.
Here's 6 for Michael. Mid position. Right, mid table. Under the gun +1.
Raised to 525. David in the hijack with Queen Jack. Makes the call. Paul plays deuce of hearts on the button. Nice little 3-bet spot here, but he just selects the call. Michael's been opening some dubious hands, just for an open 9-7 off. So after an open and then a flat from David, lots of dead money in there. Would have been a nice spot for Paul to 3-bet bluff the ace deuce. I'm sure the suited rule hands are great
4
hands.
to the flop. Jack 6-5 rainbow.
Top pair for David, bottom pair for Marius, middle pair for Michael, just ace high for Paul with backdoor nut flush draw. And Michael bets 800. David will make the call, and both Paul and Marius should be getting it out of the way.
Six of hearts hits the turn.
That's
trip sixes and now it's not what we'll say it's a flush. It's a two pair for David. Michael turns trip sixes.
nice check behind there from Dave on the turn. But the way this played, he's going to have to pay it off, and he's going to get the bad news. Nothing you can do in that spot as David just can't fold the way the hand's played after the check behind on the turn. River shouldn't really change much.
Yeah. There we go. So we've got Turkey. Do they still use Turkish lira, or is it a euro?
Clueless.
Clueless.
I am clueless on that question.
Last question on Turkey. Do they use lira or do they use euros? Well, you're enjoying the live stream. Thanks for tuning in. Drinking the cheapest chips FS.
Michael under the gun, raised to 5-2-5. Third pot in a row he's opened. He opened the 9-7 off, then the ace-6 suited, now the ace-queen. Alex disciplined fold with the ace-6 of hearts. And Tim with the same hand on the button. A lot of the time you would usually flat against an early position open here, but because of Michael opening the two pots before this as well, I wouldn't be surprised to see Tim come in for a free bet, but he does just elect for the flat option with the ace-queen. Heads up to the flop.
Flop time, king 3-9, two clubs.
And it's a bet from Michael. Bet of 650. Should be calling once there as Tim, but he just lets it go. Got the nut high hand there, hard to make a pair and hold them. And Michael's going to pick another one up, shipping up nicely. So if you are just joining us, looking out for the 8 of clubs on the flop, hashtag GUKPT on Twitter. Get yourself involved. £30 tokens being given away for the online client. No, I don't even think I've seen the 8 of clubs in a player's hand yet, let alone the flop. Is it in the deck?
The hooks are.
Going to be coming in for a raise with the pocket jacks. Daniel under the gun.
The hooks are for Daniel.
Folds all the way round to the big blind. Michael 10-9. Should be defending this, getting that price. Can see he's a massive dog in this hand, but should be defending big blind quite wide. Closing the action, heads up pot. Caught a piece of it here though, could get him in a bit of trouble. It's flop top pair, Daniel with the overpair. He bets and we see a snap call from Michael in seat 5, going to take a turn. Oh!
The 10s, the 9, the 9 of hearts.
Ouch.
Michael gets very, very lucky, and he checks it.
Yeah, he checks over to the aggressor, and he's going to snap call here with the jacks and get the bad news second time. Michael's turn trips in free hands, running good. The deck has hit him in the face at the moment.
King of Hearts. The betting patterns were just slightly wrong, but the action went to the right player. Matthew in seat, Michael Tower in seat 5.
Sometimes when you're running good, you're just running good. It's lovely being at a poker table though, and just everything's going for you. You're flocking sets, you're turning trips, you're rivering boats and stuff like that, and don't happen very often, but when it does, it's a nice feeling. Folded to Marius in the cut-off. He's got Queen 9 of clubs. He'll be coming in for an open from the looks of things. Raises it up, makes it 500 to go. And Michael, I think this is the 6th pot in a row he's involved in. This time with a 9-8. Dominated in this spot. Goes check, check. Jack of diamonds on the turn. Both players now pick up an up and down straight draw. And Michael's going to fire. A bit of 8-2-5. Marius makes the call to the river. Be interesting to see what happens if the river bricks out here.
Which it does.
Which it does. So is Michael going to fire another barrel here? He's checked straight over to Marius, so he's done with the hand, and Marius checks behind, and he's going to win it with Queen High. Both players turning the up and down straight draw, and Marius takes it with Queen High. Still no 8 of clubs, Tower.
Still not 180 clubs anywhere to be seen.
Yeah, I don't even think I've seen one in the whole cards. Got about 10 minutes left of this level 5, and then we'll be halfway through the day. Got around until about 20 past 8 to register if you still want to get yourself into the main event.
Tens for Marius in the hijack, raises to 500. Daniel doesn't go.
Just gets it through.
No action with the Queen Deuce either.
Going back from that side now, bigger. Richard gets out the way with the 4-3 of diamonds under the gun. Marius ace-4 offsuit under the gun +3 should be folding this. Into the muck it goes. Action on Michael, he lets the king 5 go. His Daniel can open the queen 8 on the button once it's folded to him. Alex with ace 10 in the small blind here. Good free bet candidate against a button open. He does 3 bet to 1.7k. Against a button open, plays a lot better as a free bet here, the ace 10. Rather against an early position open, it'd be flat in a lot higher frequency of the time. But because the button's going to be opening so wide, you can free bet to try and take the pot down there, and you're also free betting for value because they will be peeling worse hands in position. And takes this one down. Rather than just flattening against the button open, whiffing the flop, the button continuing and just having to fold the flop, just take the initiative in the hand sometimes and pick up the chips that way. Looking round the room, I see Moira Davis is still in.
Go on, Moira. Free rolling the lot. We're still waiting on our Twitter poll. The Twitter comp, the 8 of clubs on the flop, 2 £30 tokens, up 4 grabs.
Raised to 500 from Paul under the gun. Jack 10 off, bit on the loose side. Opening Jack 10 off under the gun. Got 8 players to get through. A lot of the time when you are called, you can be in a dominated spot. David makes the call with the Queen 9 of spades, and Richard flicks 300 in, getting an attractive price.
Is Richard going to hit a pair? Ah, 7, 7, 10. Trip 10s for Paul.
2 pair for Paul. And
oh, sorry. There's me looking at, I'm thinking of 10, 10, 7. 7, 7, 10.
And that will do that.
Bet and the win.
Yeah, in this case, he wins the hand with the Jack 10. But,
the brothers! How you doing, young man? Are you well? Good to see you, young man. Good to see you, Andy. Andy Bradshaw turning up to win the GUKPT Leeds. Fabulous to see him. 12 months of turmoil, back in the game.
I can tell you, looks like Sue O'Connor's hopped back into the tournament. Saw her boss a feature table about an hour ago, can see her on the outer table, so she's on a re-entry, having another bullet, as well as Katie. She's on her second bullet, still in. Just an update from around the room. Mr. Kimber still in, I can see. Mr. Kasuf still in. Swanee's still in. Cut off open from Alex, King 10, raised to 550. Paul in the big blind with Ace 10. He chooses the 3-bet. Same sort of scenario as before, a bit different because it's a big blind 3-bet and a cut-off open, but going to be opening a wide range in the cut-off. a lot of the time. So ace 10, we can try and take the pot down here uncontested. Going to be out of position, so happy to take it down pre-flop. Nice little play there from Paul in seat 1. Still no 8 of clubs. Yesterday the 3 of diamonds appeared almost instantaneously, but today can't even recall seeing
it'll be 2 hands
8
time.
of clubs.
Get ready.
In the whole cards.
Yeah, it'll be 2 hands time.
And if you are just joining us or you are watching on YouTube, hashtag GUKPT, 8 of clubs, or what you're looking for on the flop. First 2 people in with the hashtag and the 8 of clubs will get themselves a £30 token.
You like that?
So Michael, who's probably been the most active player so far this session at the table, will raise to 550. David, free bet to 1.7k. Lots of free betting going on at this table. And back on Michael with the King Queen. 1.2k to call. He's getting just under 2.5 to 1 on a call. King Queen, we can plausibly flat here how deep we are. We are out of position. Another option would be to 4-bet, but it's all dependent on table dynamic really. If he believes David does have a lot of wide free bets there. King Queen a great hand to 4-bet bluff. Block the kings, block the queens, block ace king, block ace queen. Well, in this case he just decides to get out of the way. Take the more safe option if you like. So Tower said it's going to be this hand.
This is the one.
So everyone get your fingers ready on the keyboard. Hashtag GUKPT, 8 of clubs, looking for it on the flop of the featured table. Dave raising the hijack with ace-3 suited to 500. Richard makes the call with pocket 5s. Paul on the button with pocket jacks. Marius has 6s in the big blind. Paul 3-betting to 1.5k. Marius with 6s here and a stack of around 43 big blinds. Blinds are just about to go up though, so he's going to have sub 30 bigs after this hand.
Marius did like to see a flop the last time we saw him play.
Yeah, he did. And we got calls from the ace-3 David and from Richard.
Queen, ace. David's jumped straight to the lead with the ace-3.
Checks through. 10 on the turn. Pocket jacks picking up a Broadway draw. Ace-3 David's still the best hand.
Does David? Can he bet?
No.
Is it too?
He can't be betting in this spot.
Too much of a wet board now.
I don't think he can be. It's just we can't really get called by anything. There's no sort of equity we need to deny either. There's no overcards that can come. Yeah, a king or a jack can peel off on the river, but that's not going to happen too often. It's just we only really get action from better hands in this spot, but I say that and Paul flicks it in with the pocket jacks, which I'm not a fan of either, to be honest. Yeah, he does have a straight draw, but can be drawing dead some of the time in this spot. And an ace on the river.
Nice river card.
David can bet now. he can definitely bet now. but it's just
it's nearly impossible to get any kind of call from Paul.
Yeah, but going 4-way to the flop in a 3-bet pot after the flop's checked through, I don't think.
There's 21.
Not often yet counterfeited with jacks. And he makes the fold. But saying that, going back to the turn action, David's been at this table most of the day, I'm assuming. So he'll understand people's tendencies and maybe believes you can get called by worse in that spot, and that's why it's betting it. But usually in the 3-bet pot on an ace-queen-queen board, going to be with ace-3, going to be very hard to get action from a worse hand. Unless it's some sort of combo draw, which equity-wise you don't fare too well against anyway. You don't exactly have to be crushed. On to the next hand. As blinds go up, level 6 of the day just about to commence. Now playing at 153.
Love chips. Richard Whitmore's signed in now. Now then, Richard, man as a wasp. He's not a guest 1993 or whatever he was. He's now Richard Whitmore. We love chips. We do. Good to have you on board, Richie. Hope to see you very, very soon.
If you do want to keep up on action around the room as well today, Facebook are doing the blog on the Grosvenor Poker page. There's no assigned site for the blog for this event.
8 of clubs, 4 of diamonds,
Wow,
6
8 of clubs
of
is
diamonds.
there. Who's going to get in first?
I said this hand.
You did say, you said, I think you did, the next flop. Magical Powers Tower. Not only that, it's a golden flop for Peter here, flopping the stones.
So he's flopped the stones with 5-7. We knew that was happening.
Who's in first? No answer in as of yet.
Maybe they forgot, fell asleep. The 8 of clubs has hit the flop. Hashtag GUKPT with the 8 of clubs. Who's it going to be? Anybody? It might be me and you.
No, we got 2 winners.
Have we?
We have got 2 winners. So Andy Harris was in first. 2 seconds behind Andy Harris was Michael Retti, and Paul Spillani was 1 second behind Michael Retti in third.
1 second. How do you get them times? That's incredible. Andy Harris. Well done, Andy. Been watching the stream.
And Michael Retti as well. Both of you will receive a £30 token.
Well done. Paul Spillane was how far behind?
1 second behind.
1 second.
1 second.
Wow. Oh, Deborah just a little bit too late with the 8 of clubs. Carl Bergin. Luna's Donku did it yesterday as well. Tories out. More judgy. Oh. Well done, everybody. Hashtag GUKPT. 2 £30 tokens given away. Well done. Andy Harris and
Andy
Michael Retti.
must have already had that typed out. There's no way, right? 8 of clubs on the flop. Show me the money. Game of Thrones.
How far behind was Deborah Ireland to Paul Spillane?
2 seconds. 2 seconds behind. Then it was Carl who was 13 seconds behind that.
Wowzers.
Yep. So that Andy and then Michael.
So Paul Spillane was only just in front of Deborah. Wow. Well done, everybody. £30 tokens
to be used on Grosvenor Poker.
So we've got
Paul Spillane says pants.
We've got Andy's alias for the online client. Michael, if you could just comment on your post below with your alias, we'll do it that way, it's probably a lot easier. Or tag either myself or the Tower in a post on Twitter with your online alias, and we'll send those details off to the online team, and we'll try and get the tickets in your account as soon as possible.
So, I know it's getting a little bit towards the money tomorrow. We might do it in the first 2 levels tomorrow, as obviously we're concentrating on getting closer to the money tomorrow. Consolation prize, says Paul. Oh, 1 second behind. So, flop time. Jack 5-5. Daniel with 3-4. 2 pair for Michael Towell in seat 5.
And Michael shows the jack and takes that one down.
Yeah, they'll put the stick up your throat on the floor again. Yeah.
Is Tom Middleton playing the Tony? I don't think he is he?
I haven't seen Midi.
I haven't seen Midi. Jeff
so-
Kim was at the re-entry desk. I don't know if that should be shouted about, but he is. But he is. Don't think Midi has signed up. I've not seen him for a long time. When did we see him last? London, I think it was, wasn't it?
Manchester.
Manchester. Yes, it was, yeah. Manchester. Last time we saw Midi.
So we've got action here. Raise from under the gun +1. Richard with ace jack. Call from Tim under the gun +3. Now Peter with ace king in the cut-off. 3 bets to 2.8k. Back round to Richard, who rightly gets out the way, and the king jack makes the fold as well. Peter picks that one up uncontested. So Michael Retty, if you are listening, already got the alias for Andy. Need your online alias.
Send it us, please.
Yeah, I've already got Andy's. He put it in the hashtag already. Game of Thrones. I've seen him playing on the client a lot as well. So
Game of Thrones is his hashtag.
Game of Thrones.
Is his alias. That's supposed to be coming back next year, isn't it?
Game of Thrones.
Apparently, the final season.
I've never watched Game of Thrones, so
okay,
would not know.
Lines 150, 300, running ante 25. C1, Paul gets out of the way with the Jack 9. Marius, Goliath, Near Conqueror.
King 7-5, 2 spades. Top pair for David. Bottom pair top kicker for Alex. Blind on blind here. Bet 1k. Alex makes the call.
So David with top pair. Queen of hearts on the turn. And now David bets out 3.4.
I think this will get the job done. It's really hard for Alex to continue here with bottom pair. Alex came third in Manchester this year in the GUKPT main event, just under 30k. And eventually lets that one go. Chip leader at the table, Daniel, 60k. Short stack is Marius, came third in the Goliath for around 50k this year. 21 bigs, 6.6k, still perfectly fine. No need to panic.
Good evening, Claire. Claire said, how is that possible? Trying to work out which bit it was. Good to have you watching while hubby is sat in seat number 8. Yes, every break there will be a new table. So end of level 6, which is how far away? 40 minutes? Is that right?
Yeah, next break's at 10 to 9.
10 to 9. So 45 minutes. There will be a break of 15 minutes and then a new table for levels 7 and 8 and then levels 9 and 10. Yeah, Claire, you're not wrong. I was just about to say when Jay said it, chat box, is Jay the only person in the world never to have seen Game of Thrones?
To be honest, I don't think any of my family have seen it either, so one of them. Paul under the gun, pocket deuces, raised to 1k. Call from Marius with the pocket 5s.
Are there any big names in the card room?
We had Comrade earlier, he had about 14 letters in his surname, didn't he?
I did, yeah, that was a big name. That was. On the circuits, yeah, quite a few. Quite a few.
I can see Tim Chung, I can see Will Kasuf, Jeff Kimber. Obviously Katie Swift is playing today.
Marius, third in the Goliath,
yeah, Marius
signed
on
seat
the
3.
Third in the Goliath.
Grosvenor Poker on Facebook is running the blog. We've got Gerald Ringe and Tony Ringe.
Yeah, the two brothers that travel and play together.
Yeah, Gerald a bracelet winner.
Ian Simpson's still in.
Ian Simpson is still in. Susie Williamson is out.
I see Swanee standing up over there, whether he's all in or not, I'm not sure.
All the T-siders are down. Yeah, there's quite a lot of popular names on the circuit. Is Kasuf going to be on the feature table? We're not sure. He's on one of the outer tables at the moment, and it's a little bit hard for him to
relocate the chips from one table to another, but never say never.
Folded to David on the button, raised with the Jack 7 of clubs. Paul makes the call with the ace 3 in the big line. Flop of 8-4-4. Really good board for David to continue here. Has just Jack high, not going to be the best hand at showdown very often. And Ben into a paired board very hard for Paul to have any of it. But he calls once.
The ace actually got the best of it, Paul. 6 of spades on the turn.
I think David might check back this turn now. It's just a good card for the big blinds range. We can straight draws, either make a straight or a pair. He does check behind, so take a river.
And there's the ace. Which means Paul now leads out.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of this lead from Paul here. David, with the raised pre-flop, can have a lot of ace-x in his range, and a lot of the time David's going to bluff this river when he don't have the ace-x, and we can just comfortably call. And the better 2K, it's hard for us to sort of get called by worse here. So it's a lot better check call spot than it is a lead spot on this river. Just understanding that David's going to represent the ace a lot of the time.
If David would have made it like as an all-in manoeuvre for Paul to call, with only having 10,000 behind the line, would he call?
I don't think so.
I'm guessing he shouldn't have called.
It's just, but if David moves all in there, he's sort of repping a really thin range, so would have been a tough decision, but he may have flicked it in.
Is it? Put red on. The final people always put it red. Because you all want to go home. I wonder what actually has any effect like. It's meant to be like this colour, right? Yeah, you have to stimulate. Testosterone. What's blue? What's blue? What's blue made of? A calming colour. Chill out. That's a calming colour. Calm before the storm. See? It's not working on him. That table's blue. Red. Put it on yellow. Put the light on yellow.
So the Cowboys for Daniel, 3 bets to 1.9 is good. Jim the Rock Gardner. Jim final tabled a couple of years ago. Jim the Rock. We all know the hands he plays. We can count them on one hand. He showed the perfect way to get yourself in the money and higher up the ladder the last time we saw him, Jim Gardner. Bye, dude.
Under the gun open from Peter with the king queen. Paul with aces on the button. 3-bet to 1.8k. And Peter's going to make the call out of position. Flop of king 10-4. This could be a bit of trouble for Peter in c4. Already 4.3k in the pot. If I'm in Paul's shoes here, I'm sizing this up on the flop so I can move all in on most turn cards. Want to make it around sort of 2k here would be a perfect bet of 2k from Paul with the aces. And Peter moves all in. We have a snap call and he's going to get the bad news. Those who outs can find a king or a queen to save his tournament, but drawing very thin.
Does he find that king, queen? Jack would be interested on the turn.
Bad turn card. Queen now, no good.
Yeah.
Just the king.
It's not. The king queen has been eliminated.
Yeah, worst possible turn card for Peter there. Left in with just 2 outs on the river. And we lose another one. Yes, 6876 says king, queen, bust, ace, ace so often. Only about 20% of the time, not very often. It may seem that way, but. Cheers, mate.
Yeah, so we'll keep his eye on the rock as well, Jim Gardner. So we'll keep his eye on the rock, Mr. James Gardner, Jim Gardner. He can go down to 3 beasts. We've seen him do it. Hi Donna. Hi Donna, watching up north. How are you?
Evening, Donna.
Would you like to turn the heating off? Would you like?
Need it warmer? It's cold.
I've got.
Try your swing this way.
So Marius with king 7 gets out of the way. Everyone folding in turn. Flop of 9, 10, 5.
Flush draw for Michael, just ace high for Tim. Turn the 6 of hearts, so the 4 deuce. Turn the flush. Does have a redraw to a straight flush as well, but has the check mark on the hand.
Ten of clubs on the river. The old deuce 4 with the flush.
2.8, and it's a winner. How's Katie and Diver getting on, says Donna. Katie's had a re-entry, Diver is still in. Try and get your chip counts on both of them when we have a wander around the room. And we'll try and get to Jim Gardner's start stack. If you play 6 levels, what would you have blinded down to now? That's a question.
If your stack was in play from the start, give me 2 minutes.
It's got to be half, surely.
No.
And you can hear Nine like a boss. You're not wrong. He's on the closest table to the commentary box, and he's got about 12,000 chips.
Kirsty's got pork bites. Those are Kirsty's. Those are Kirsty. That's your toast pizza. You've got some chip. Those are Kirsty's. Joe, no, they have brought our chef down. Sorry. Korean pork bites, they're called. Do you want to try it? She says, do you want to try one?
No, I just wondered what it was. So just over 30 minutes to go until the end of this session. Michael with a snowman. 6.50 to call. Is he contemplating a 3-bet?
He may well be, he has.
There's another video on there as well.
Check 7. And the 8 and the 8. But I'm not done as well.
9-6-4. Not a bad flop for 8s. Oh, good luck, guys. 9 like a boss is 9 like an alternate.
9 like an alternate.
Marvellous, he says. Is he going to re-enter? He has time.
Does have time.
About
A few
15 minutes time.
To answer that question, if you haven't played a hand since the start of the day, at the end of level 6, around between 12 and 13k in
Lost.
chips. That's what you'd have between.
You'd
12
have 13,000 up with him.
Yep, between 12
So
and 13k.
if the Rock's got 13,000 chips, we know he hasn't had aces, kings, queens, or ace, king, suit.
Yeah, somewhere between 12 and 13k, depending on how many hands are played. But
so there we go. We will try and find where he's sat and let you know his stack. 30 minutes to go until the end of the session, and then a new table for levels 7 and 8.
Michael opening to 650 with ace-6 off on the button. Alex just lets the king-6 go in the pick.
There will now be a short break. Once the hand in progress has been completed, please leave your chips at the table and vacate the card room.
There is a 20-player players. Once you finish the hand, you will do a 20-minute break. Catch all players in the main event. You have a 20-minute break. Can I ask all players to please reach the common area as quickly as possible so we can give us a
So a new player coming to the table.
Donna says, is Holly dealing tonight? Yes, she is, I think.
Is she?
Yeah, I can see her.
I don't know Holly.
Right over there in the back corner, with the glasses on.
Okay. How do you know Holly?
She's always in the chat box.
Oh right. Oh, is that Holly from yesterday?
Yeah.
Oh,
And it
right.
looks a lot like her. So I'm going to go out on a limb and say that's her.
Hi, Holly.
So Graham, pocket sixes, just come to the table. Raised to 1.1k. Guessing this could might have just re-entered as he's sat down with exactly 20k in chips and picks up the blinds and antes. So you want to get involved, hashtag GUKPT on Twitter, any questions, anything you need to know. About half hour left of this session as we see Tim under the gun +1 make a discipline laid out with the 10-9 of diamonds.
Probably thinking a little bit in too early position to be playing it, so he gets out of the way.
It's a lot better to open a hand like 10-9 of diamonds under the gun than it is a hand like, say, Queen Jack off. Just for the, when you are called, a lot of the time you're less likely to be dominated. And it's just got more playability as well, suited. Take a flop here though. Queen 6-4, 2 clubs, flush draw for David G.
Defending a small blind with a flush with a 10-3. Now we're going to rep the ace. Very nice. Katie Swift is on the table behind us, yes it is. And just to let you know, there he is, staying in front of us, 9-eye like a boss. He's now 9-eye like an alternate. Rennie Share, who chopped it, is on the table. Chris Howden, there's Chris. And Bouncy, who won the Great North Run last week, won the Bouncy. The Teamsiders turning out in force. Bouncy's in a bit of a decision there as well. Dave Maudlin, Richard Howe on the table, Paul Dunn. There's Diver talking to Lauren. Yeah. Diver's still in. There's the T-sided and the Geordies. Spin round. These are all the outer tables that are still playing. From there is Andy Bradshaw. He has not been well. He is back at the tables. And it is great to see. And it looks already like he's been trouncing the table and putting the fear of the poker gods up. Because he's got more than starch, a lot more. And if you want the Casino Angels, give yourself a little bit of a massage. Tim Chung, Craig Dawson. And back to the feature table. That was a quick pan of the room.
See what's going on though out there on the outer tables. We'll have a new table on the featured after the break, which will occur in around 25 minutes. Graham opening the Queen 8 of clubs under the gun +1. Paul in the small blind with pocket 7s. Freeway to the flop. Check round to Graham, who was the pre-flop aggressor. That's 1.1k. Pocket 7s of Paul going nowhere. Makes the call. Heads up to the turn. 3 on the turn. Check, check.
Ace of diamonds on the river. Any deuces about? No. 7s. It's a bit hard not even to call if there's a bet, isn't it? When the 7s.
I think Graham missed a spot there on the river. They play a lot of his ace-x the same sort of way, and you can really put pressure on sort of the 5x and 4x and the pocket pairs that call out of the small blind. Shouldn't really have many 5x or 4x actually calling out of the small blind. It's more sort of 6s through 10s, them type of hands that you can really apply pressure to.
You're not wrong, guest. Guest 9 at 90.55. We do indeed. The 12-hour live stream, the prep before, making sure everything works, and then a good 12-hour stream.
For 4 days.
Yeah, 4 solid days. Love bringing you the action from the GUKPT Cardroom Direct, bringing the best pictures and the RFID table and the action around. Graham this time wakes up with the boots. Daniel calls with King Jack.
Tim in the small, 9-8 of clubs.
That's his call.
Makes the call when Marius
makes it up as well with the Jack Queen.
So you got 4-way to the flop here with some legitimate hands. Could have some action. A couple of clubs on the flop would be interesting.
Jack 9, 6, 2 hearts. Top pair for Marius.
Top
pair for Daniel. But we all could get into trouble. In fact, Marius has moved all in for 4.1. Now, does Graham call?
Yeah, I like a flat here.
I don't think he's going to call. I think he's putting the lot in.
There's 2 players behind. And if you want to go for maximum in these spots...
No, he's just called.
Like it a lot.
I do like it. I was just expecting him to move all in.
Now Daniel with King Jack in a tough spot. The reason this is a tough spot is Marius can have such a wide range of hands here out of the big blind. He can have like up and down 7-8s, he can have Queen 10s, he can have 10-8s, he can have flush draws. And Graham will know that, so Graham will also call a lot wider, maybe calling in hands like pocket 10s and things like that, so the Queen Jack can still be the best hand.
So potential treble up for Marius, but he's going to need a bit of help. As in a Queen. The 4 of spades hits the turn. And now we're trying to build a side pot. So Graham and Daniel involved in a side pot. 8 of spades for the back doors and a potential.
I
like that bet again.
He's played that perfectly, Graham. Really got the maximum from that hand with the pocket aces.
And Marius has also been eliminated.
So Graham, who came to the table with exactly 20k about 10 minutes ago, has nearly doubled his stack. Be interesting to know if that was a re-entry or not.
Very nice indeed. Well done, Graham. Well played indeed.
Like Jay's just said, probably got as much value out of that as anybody could have.
Yeah, too many recreational players just shove that spot, wanting to pick up what's in the pot and get heads up. But we look at it for the risk versus reward factor and what hands the players behind you can actually have. It's not really a scary flop. We have the ace of hearts for insurance. There are hands that will continue. And we've picked up a lot of extra value just from that flat on the flop there. It's a nice play from Graham.
That's what you're always telling me, don't change.
Queen Jack for David G this time. Under the gun at +3. And Graham defends the big with the 6-5. And that will be that on the flop. We expect David to continue on this board almost always. Queen Jack is such a big hand on sort of King 10 X flops. So reason being, not only do you flop an up and down, but plausible king combos like King Queen and King Jack that would peel, you actually block them. So some players just look at it like an up and down, but if we delve a bit deeper into it, we also block a lot of the continuing range. Just Queen high, and David takes that one down on the flop.
Next one. Cheers, my friend.
If the 8-9 would have stayed in the hand, he would have lost the hand. That's true.
Can't be results orientated in this game.
Yeah, we can. No, we can't.
Anyone that wants to make money from the game will understand it's a long-term game, especially in tournaments as well. Tournament poker can take years to realise your expectation, rather than sort of cash games, which can sometimes just take anything up to a couple of months. But in tournament poker, because how top-heavy the prizes are, it can take a long time to realise your expectation. Back
Over to the table, 9s for Daniel, raises to 800, gets called by Alex. And Jacks for Richard. This could be carnage. Potentials to be a biggie. Jack's 3-bet to 3,200.
Like the size after an open and a call. Now back on Daniel.
Would we like to see a flop? We'd like to see a flop. What do you pay to see the flop? Got 9s, 48,000 behind the line. It's 2.4 to call. Decides to slide them in the muck.
Now back on Alex. And this 3-bet has a lot more credibility because it was an early position open and then a flat from their direct left. So sort of 3-betting them two against them two players in the pot, it does make your hand look a lot stronger. And players may think you're less likely to have bluffs in that spot because it's against under the gun open and a flat. Having a long hard think about this one, Alex, and eventually throws the ace queen into the muck.
It's not Queen's on a pub. I'll eat that shit.
So sorry about the background noise as well, guys. Obviously the guys that live are on a break and it is quite loud and we're not in a soundproof booth or anything like that. The guys are actually on the break, so apologise for the background noise. It is quite loud when all the guys go on a break. There are hundreds of them. $203 it looks like.
Queen of Clubs on the turn here. Doesn't really change much. Richie's still with the best hand. Does pick up a gut shot to go with his pair of tens. That final table as well. Look at
Ace 8 10 Queen 7 River 2 pair for Michael in seat number 5. Takes the hand. So players are coming back, sitting down live. Sorry about the background noise. It got a bit teary and a bit loud. So as you know, we're in the open air. We are on the casino floor.
Will be another 20-minute break at the end of this level, so we will be back around 9:10 rather than the 9 o'clock we do usually come back at after this session.
Was it a 20-minute break, was it?
10 minutes left of this session.
We'll be finishing nearly 2 o'clock by the time we've done. Give them any more longer breaks. Did they not think about us when they had all these times on these breaks?
We finish at that time anyway, Tal, doing all the prep ready for the next morning.
Absolutely. We're still here. We're still here. We don't need to sleep. Sleep, that's for girls.
Blinds 150, 300, just under 10 minutes left of the level. Have a new featured table for everyone when we get back.
So just telling the table to be moving back to their original seats in 9 minutes.
So a call under the gun +1 and a call in mid position. Here's a cut-off can squeeze. It looks like he has. Not the biggest squeeze.
Yeah, really small size
I like
here.
to make it maybe an extra, maybe about 1.2, 1.3 maybe.
What might be going through Michael's head here is players that usually limp at pre-flop are sort of the weaker players at the table. It might just be sort of a small ISO wants to play a pot in position against a couple of the weaker players at the table after they've limped into this pot. That could be the thought process for making it this small size. Sometimes it is a play people like to do, just a small raise to ISO Olympus. Everyone catching a piece of this flop. Top pair for both Paul and Michael. Middle pair for Habil on the 964 rainbow.
So a flop of 964. Paul and Michael with the same hand. Back doors for Michael. Pair for Habil as well in C, number 3. Paul raises to 3.8.
Not a fan of this raising top pair. It's just very hard to get a worse hand to continue. In this case it works because Michael's got the same hand, but you're pretty much only ever getting called by a better hand in that spot. Michael pulls a little face there after seeing the hand when Paul shows the Queen 9. Never expects someone to just raise top pair after the pre-flop action there. But a lot of the time it is a bit of a game theory disaster raising top pair in a full ring poker tournament. But in this case it got the job done. Do you get time off? Says guest 9055. Yeah, we get like 4 or 5 weeks between each leg.
Always working, mate.
Always working, yeah.
Always working. Usually on my golf. What was Ali Malou talking about? He was having a chunter. He was talking about his big stack of 200,000. Being Ali Malou.
Ali Malou doing Ali Malou
Ian
things.
said exactly the same that this morning about the turbos not taking off as they had hoped, and I think Ali Malou was more or less saying the same yesterday. Some of these side events were a little bit low in numbers, but Ian Bryan came on today and more or less said the same. Kalani champion, Mr. Johnny Zaib, has just been eliminated.
A raise from Graham and a call from Michael in the hijack with 9-8 spades. Both blinds get out of the way, so heads up to the flop. Queen Jack for Graham, 9-8 suited for Michael. Flop of King 8-4, 2 clubs.
Check, check, 3 of hearts on the turn.
Michael bets his pair and takes that one down.
Pair and wins. Is that Corley just turning up? It is indeed. Good for the game, Mr. Malou. Having so many chips is brilliant. I tell you, he's cashed for over $2 million. Over $2 million. He's won 2 GUKPTs. His final tabled. 5 more.
Yeah.
And when he gets chips, it's very hard to play against. Because he does tend to change his game.
Yeah.
And yes, we can have the moments where we go, I am all in for 602 big blinds. But then again, it can fold for half an hour.
Or the spots when you open pocket jacks and he just rips 100 bigs into you. What you do?
That's true. So the last 4 to 5 minutes at this level and a new table, and the new table will have one of the biggest, upcoming, brightest, best on form players in the entire room. Mr. Adam Owen will be sat in seat number 1 for the next 2 hours. The Barcelona 10,000 euros main event runner-up for 1.3 million.
This year that was.
And 2 years ago he came 3rd in the 5,000 main event.
EPT, yeah, he did. He's also got a few 6-figure cashes over in the
Adam
States.
Owen doesn't play too many GUKPTs.
He doesn't actually play too much Hold'em either. He's actually a mixed game specialist, Adam Owen. He's actually not a Hold'em player.
And he doesn't have many English flags or British flags. The guy's a phenom. And by far, probably the biggest player in the room. Any threes about?
Any threes
A flop of 3-3-3.
And no 3 of diamonds. What's that about?
And no 3 of diamonds. Good job that game's not going on. We haven't seen it.
Bet 1.5k from David G. With the Jack Deuce. Graham calls with just ace high correctly. I think David knows when he bets flop he needs to double barrel at the very least to fold out ace high hands, so he is reaching for his chip. I was expecting for him to double barrel in this spot. Can credibly rep all pocket pairs on the button. There we go for 2 streets here. Anything like deuces all the way through to 9s and he gets the job done. And that's that. And I'm gonna say this is gonna be the last hand of this session. Daniel lets the Jack 8 go. Alex gets out of the way. David with King 10 in the cut-off. He'll be playing this.
So David raises it up, King 10. We're going to get another hand in.
We are indeed.
Louis dealing as fast as he can to get it in. Off to shot for 6, don't be off to shot for 6. Love it. Right, 6876. Don't forget the Oreo dairy milk. Off to shop to get some 6.
Last hand before we head off on a 20-minute break.
So the last hand of the session.
Action hand as well. Habil here with pocket 10s in the big after a free bet from Daniel with ace jack. Michael opened the 9-7 of diamonds.
So the 3 players in the hand. Tens, 7, 9, and ace jack. King, 7, 8. Bottom pair for Michael.
Daniel continues here. I think he'll probably get the job done in a 3-bet pot.
The ace jack's going to bet out.
I think it's just too hard for Habil to call with 10s here, player behind. 1 overcard. Like some having a long think about this one. Let's make the call though.
So we go to the turn, heads up. Michael gets out of the way. Off for his break. He can order his drink now. 10 of diamonds on the turn for a set of 10s. We're going to go double gutter ball.
If the 9-7 of diamonds was still in as well, they would have turned an up and down straight flush draw, like the action of all action turn artists. I think Daniel may take a 3-1 here. Habil can credibly have lots of King X cold calling the 3-bet.
Checked.
Does take a 3-1.
There we go. Fills up. $9,000 in the middle. Not getting a call, so I'll think about how much to bet.
Takes a long time for each decision, Habil. Checks.
Checks a full house. And he's getting a bit of value. He's getting value. So Daniel's trying to take it away, 3,500.
He's probably going to tank for a few seconds and move all in.
Is the stack size mean he's going to move all in? Can't just call. I'd be surprised if he calls, to be fair. Not really put him on King 8.
He won't call.
Yeah, the lot's in. And then a snap fold.
Snap fold.
Snap fold. You're beating. What's he beating? Ace Queen? No, you're not even beating Ace Queen. What's he beating? Ace.
Beating anything. And let's that one go. Well, we
he
will
lets
see you
it go.
in about 10-15 minutes now.
So Alex with 7s, Jeffrey Ace King, and Sean has got Queen 10. Nice flop for Jeffrey.
So the ace king bets out. Can't get a shilling off the others. Level 4 of the day. End of this level, which will be roundabouts. It'll just be past 6:45, 5:45, 5:50. There'll be a 45-minute break. So we have a hand again. Ace king in the big blind. Jeff Roy in seat 9. Initial raise by Julius with the Cowboys. And raised to 1900 with 3 bets to 1.9. Back round to Julius in seat 2. Stack size of 12,000. Could make it about 42. Makes it 3,900. Away 4 betting light with just 13,000 behind the line. No, the lot's gone in and he's getting a call. We're going to have a showdown. Don't know why he's not snap called with 8,000 behind the line. Don't know what he's thinking about. Never folding kings, to be fair. Never folding kings. You've got 8,000 behind the line. You'll be very surprised. The rest of the table will be very surprised when he turns over the kings once he calls. There you go. And he shows kings. Andre Vessel's just looking down saying, what are you doing? Julius Paulson, kings. Jeff Roy, ace king. All in pre. And the king's double. This is stacked to 25.7. Over to
Raj in seat 3.
$1,600's caught. That's no top. Takes the dot.
Yes, king for Chris Cooper in the small. Ace high flop. Ace 6 9. Raj has got a 9. That's 3,000. Chris just calls. Oh, turns a 9 as well. A bet of 3,000. Chris Cooper.
You raised to 7,000.
Raises to 7. Wow, snap.
15,000.
Snap. 3 bet of 15. All in is king against a 9. The 8 9. He went snap, snap. Chris stands up. Wow. The ace on the river makes Chris Cooper a bigger full house. Is it a 2-outer? Ace king for Chris. He stands up, puts his coat on, and then hits the miracle ace. Chris Cooper, mini main winner. Raj had trip 9s on the turn. And he hits a 2-outer to survive. Raj gets very unlucky. Rajinder Kumar is still in. Yeah, running out to 1,000. Queen 5, Queen 9, Raphael for 500,000 when it comes to the hand raises to 25. Ah, just to get in the hands again. Just Cowboys.
What's he going to do here? You think he's going to 3-bet him?
Well, he just called it with the aces earlier on, didn't he?
Yeah, that was a little bit different because he had a lot of players to act behind him. So when you're in early position, it actually looks absurdly strong to 3-bet. Now, here, we're playing short-handed. He's in the big blind. I think he's going to 3-bet because I think he's going to be perceived as the out-of-line, over-aggressive player at the table. So even though he might not have 3-bet this big blind before in this spot, I still think he's going to be perceived. It's going to be perceived that he could be full of it here.
Well, you got that one right, Andy. It looks like it's about 70 or 60.
Yeah, it's 70.
70.
He's really saying, you know, he can represent a bluff here. In a short-handed table, he can be saying, like, I'm not going to let you pinch my blind.
Is Raphael going to call thinking, well, I got position?
I mean,
you know, I don't really want to fold. I've got half a hand, Queen 9 offsuit. We're 5-handed. I know John's very aggressive. Does he have to have a hand to make this play?
Well, he's announced 4-bet to 130,000.
Yeah, that was literally what I was about to say. It's a bit of a ropey hand to flat call. You're not really connected enough. Even like Queen 10 is a bit marginal for peeling a 3-bet. You know, offsuit. You know, I wouldn't, if he had like something like Queen Jack suited, it wouldn't be terrible to peel the 3-bet. But I was going to say, if I would 4-bet or fold. If I thought that John was full of it here, I would do something exactly like what Raphael's done. So I like that. I like that play.
And now,
putting it back on Johnny.
If you're John, are you going to ship happy to win the 130, or are you going to call and try and stack him?
My thought process here is that Raphael's super polarised on this 4-bet, so I think probably flat call. But it depends how strong.
If you flat call,
if he thinks Raphael's got it, got a real hand like Jacks or something like that. If he feels that Raphael's strong, he should shove to try and get called. But you can always hedge your bets by flat calling kings here, because if you're not sure how strong he is, you think he might have some total nonsense, then flat calling is a good play.
So let's say you're on John's spot here and you flat call. Yep. Okay, you're out of position.
Yeah, but position doesn't mean anything when you're this shallow, because.
But what happens if it flops an ace? You just ignore it.
It's going to be quite hard. I
mean, do you ignore it? Do you
don't
ignore it
normally get
and
an
just
ace on the flop? So I'm going to say.
Let's say that you do. Let's say that you do get an ace. Do you ignore it and ship it in? Do you check call it?
Well, he's going to be the out of position player, and he's not going to have the initiative, so he's going to check the flop anyway with his whole range. So John isn't going to be donk betting the flop.
Yeah, just calls.
Yep, I like that. I think he's done that because he thinks that Raphael can have some bluffs. And the times Raphael has a real hand, like queens, he might stack off anyway on the flop, right? So there's more, when someone has a very strong hand like queens or jacks, there's actually more flops that are good for those hands compared with sixes or ace-5 or whatever. So, this is trouble.
This is trouble.
What he's hoping is that when Raphael's bluffing... That
What's your name? What's your name, sir?
Garland. I didn't have that many.
Yeah?
This one. Mine, yeah. Actually, I'll have that one if you force me.
This is not ideal.
Oh, they move the seats around if you don't.
Yeah, all right.
Didn't think that through.
Yours is all right. On camera.
Good evening, everybody. We are back for the penultimate session of the evening. Level 7 about to commence. We've got a new featured table to entertain us for the next couple of hours. Going to run you through who we've got in seat 1. Adam Owen, probably one of the most decorated players in this event. Came second in the Party Poker Millions Grand Final in Barcelona for 1.3 million euros earlier on this year. Seat 2, Akil Butt, saw him on the table yesterday. Seat 3, Barry Burns. Seat 4, Derek Barnes. Seat 5, David Stones. Seat 6, Carl Perfit. Seat 7, Andrew Garland. Seat 8, Lee Dillon. And in Seat 9, David Lopez.
Who is he? Show me him. Where is he? Who's this phenomenal machine?
Seat 1.
Seat 1. Look at that. So let's do it then, eh?
Let's do it. So chip leader at the table is seat 1 Adam Owen, 55k. The short stack is the elderly maniac in seat 7, Mr. Andrew Garland, around 10,000 chips. Blinds now 2 and 4, running ante of 50. We're just about to get underway.
So the elderly maniac is in the building as well, Andrew Garland. I'm sure we saw a keel on the first day, didn't we? A keel booked.
Yeah, a kill was on the table yesterday. Good evening everyone, the session is underway. Get involved via Twitter, hashtag GUKPT, keep updated on the blog, find out what's going out throughout the room, that's on Facebook at Grosvenor Poker.
That's Barry Burns in scene 3, coming back from ill health. Good to see him back playing poker, one of Scotland's finest. Big Celtic fan. Big Celtic fan. One thing you will hear from the dealer is the bet sizing, because for TV Ross is the best.
So Andrew opening to 1.5k, bit loose, A7 off of his stack size. Barry calls out the big with pocket sevens. Flop of 10, 5, 3. All spades, neither player with a spade in their hand. Barry still with the best of it. And Barry leads now for 3k and gets the job done, takes it down. Andrew now dropped to sub 10k, 23 big blinds.
The other 7. Hopefully let you hit these 7. No, like, I got to try and get chips.
So, cracking table, one of the biggest winners ever. I'm guessing he's playing. Is he playing online poker? Well,
Yeah, it looks like he's playing online.
I don't think he'll be watching the stream.
No, I don't think he'll be watching the stream either. He's actually came third in 3 WSOP bracelet events as well. Been so close to a bracelet 3 times.
Wow.
3 third place finishes at the WSOP over the years.
Wowzers. So a cracking table. The elderly maniac Andrew Garland is also on the scene. So it's going to be interesting. We know the man's on form and his career earnings are
$200k, $202,000. Mr. Andrew Garland.
Yeah, $3 million for. It looks a little bit different with Ray Growth, doesn't it?
Yeah.
With the old chin hair.
He's a Spurs fan as well at the moment.
Is he really?
Yep. So always rooting for the old Yids.
Okay. Come on, you Spurs. As you hear Ross announcing all bets absolutely perfectly for us on TV. You can hear everything.
Turns top pair here with the ace-4. And Adam's going to take that one down.
Chip leader at the table as well.
Here's WKUP at the moment, so it'd be interesting to know what Adam's playing. He could be in the old, in a couple of 1Ks on his device. Folded to Barry on the button, Queen 9. Makes it 1.1k to go. David in the big with Ace Jack. Three bets to 3.6k. And that will be job done with the stack sizes here.
So level 7, binds are finished. We'll give you the exact total as soon as we get it, when it's confirmed as well.
Holding round to Barry once again. This time lets the King 5 of Hearts go in the cut-off. Derek on the button with Queen 3 into the muck, so blind on blind action here. David with Queen 9 off in the small. Raise to 1.1. Carl calls with the King 8. Take a flop. 9-7-7, 2 spades. 2 pair for David. Expecting to continue now. As he does for 1.2k. Carl with a raise to 3.6 here with a King 8. David just moves all in the quick fold. Not a fan of the all in as well. You don't get any action from worse hands in that spot. I say it a lot when you are moving in. You think about hands that can potentially call you. Jack 9's never calling in that spot, so we would prefer to just see a flat and play accordingly on the next street.
Big news about the prize pool.
Well, Tower, what's the news?
302 entries and a prize pool of £151,000.
breaking the 300 barrier yet again.
Unbelievable turnout. David Lopez in seat 9, pocket 6s, raised to 1k under the gun at +1. Carl with queens in the small and just rips in 40 big blinds. Not going to ever get action here with the queens. Would have just preferred to see a standard 3-bet, but decide to rip in 40 bigs with the pocket queens.
So just shy of 60,000. Adam chip leader, Adam Oint. Over $3 million in earnings and over $2.5 million in the last 12 months. Players now eliminated, cannot re-enter. That will be the end of the line for this year's GUKPT in Leeds from now on in. I haven't, no, but I will do. Now you've asked again, I will be on my wander round for Jim Gardner, find out where he's sat, and we'll give you a rundown of the chips and find out exactly where he's sat in 2 minutes.
Barry opens the Queen 9 of hearts, call from Carl on the button with Jack 9, a bit loose, and Lee in the big blind now, wind up his options, whether to defend or 3-bet. Opts for the first option, just call with the ace 10. Flop of King 5 Deuce Rainbow. Every player whiffs this flop. Good flop for Barry to continue on though. Dry ball, good for his range. But it looks like he's just given up on it. And now Carl's going to take the initiative after it's been checked to him on the button with just Jack high. And it should get the job done here. Blinds 2 and 4, running ante of 50. 4 more levels left of play today. Be finishing up around the 1:30 mark this morning. It's going to be a bit later than yesterday. Reason being for that, breaks have been extended today. folded all the way round to the blinds. Lee completes from the small. David, Jack 10 in the big blind. Bumps it up and Lee just gets out of the way. It's been a fairly quiet day at the featured table. Haven't had too many action hands, no real big bluffs and no callers, so hopefully the last couple of sessions will bring some of those things I just mentioned. Derek, 10-9 of hearts, under the gun at +2. Lee with ace-3 of diamonds on the button. Good free bet candidate, dependent on how often he thinks Derek's opening light. Elects to just let it go though. Discipline fold there, and Adam gets out the way in the big with the 6-4 off onto the next hand. Guess 9055 in the chat, do you both have? I'm not sure what you mean by that comment. Might be a little typo in there. And if you do want to get in touch with us, you can via Twitter, hashtag GUKPT. If you're watching the stream and you're playing on one of the outer tables, let us know how you're getting on. Car opening the 8-6 of spades under the gun at +3. A kill with the queens in the big blind. Incoming free bet, I suspect.
Obviously on the table right in the fore corner on the other side of the room, obviously, for Jim. But Jim Garner's got 35,000. So I did try asking how many times he'd had aces, but we don't know. 35,000, he's got Moira still going on strong. Moira Davis, she's got about 20. So there we go. But he's right in the bottom corner of the other side of the room. But Jim Gardner, local lock, is on 35,000. I should have just texted you, shouldn't I?
Yeah, you could have just texted me. We've done that at the Goliath. We missed
did.
the trick. Missed the trick.
We should have just texted you.
So a kill just had the queens, and now it's Adam's time to pick them up on the button. Barry in the big blind moves all in, and we've got a snap call. And
Barry's got the jacks, bit of a cooler.
Yeah.
Adam, chip leader, has got the queens.
Button versus big blind.
Before they got to this table as well, Barry had kings against aces.
Oh.
So it's not been the best day for Barry Burns.
Can still find a jack though. Flop of 10-5-4. No runners for the jack, so drawing to just a jack on the turn or the river. Meaningless 9.
And it isn't, it's a 6 of hearts, which means Barry Burns, kings against aces, and then jacks against queens. Eliminated out of the tournament. Unlucky Barry. Unlucky the Barry.
That's all players for the rest of the season.
I know, very unlucky for Barry. Very, very unlucky.
Raise from Lee. 10-9 off. Under the gun +3. David calls with the pocket threes and the hijack. Heads up to the flop. Flop of Queen 5-4 Rainbow. Lee continues for 1.5k and that's job done.
No, we didn't see James Hooton yesterday or today. I don't know if Sam Dingle is playing, but James Hooton, I've not seen him. I don't think I've seen him wandering round. If I've missed him, I do apologise, but I don't think I've seen him. He might be busy filming. Saw him last year because we interviewed him. We had a good chat.
Carl under the gun, ace queen.
2,000 is the raise.
David with the Queen Jack makes a very, very tight fold in the big blind against a raise to 2k. Okay, it was a 5x open. Blinds are 2 and 4, so folding there absolutely fine with the Queen Jack against that open size. Easy to defend against a more standard size between like 2 and 2.5x, but 5x open, huge.
Jeff Kimber's still in, Les Kane is still in. So, what else do we see? Moira Davis still in. We saw Ashley Lockett still going on. It's his birthday today as well. he still plays. Nice one. Always good to have a bit of a hobby when you're busy working most of the time. Out come the ice creams. The elderly maniac went, yes please.
Carl flopping the best of it here. Looks like he's going to donk into the pre-flop aggressor. Lee with ace queen. About 1.5k. Lee makes the call with 2 overs. Lee probably knows at this point he doesn't actually have the best hand, but he can define the range of hands Carl has a lot easier because of the donk lead. But on this turn,
Player is all in.
He can now make a
10. It's a turn for 2 pair.
Snap pass, moves all in for 3.5x pot, as you do after turning a pretty strong hand. Never going to reach strike value playing a 10-9 like that.
So we do start losing them. When we started level number 6, we still had 140 players today. And 4 level 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 5 levels worth. Couldn't count it.
And still 3.5 levels to go. Blinds are 2 and 4. We're halfway through level 7. Be finishing up around 1:15, 1:30 in the morning.
Who's Ashton?
Oh, that's my little nephew.
Your little
well,
nephew.
I say little nephew. He's 9 now, I think. Is he
9?
9?
Good night, Ashton.
Hi, Ash.
Sleep well.
What are you doing up at this time?
Wake up in the morning. Make sure the wardrobe monsters don't get you. Remember the Peter Kay advert?
No, the wardrobe one. Oh yeah, I do. Yeah.
The John Smith.
John
It's not
Smith.
the burglars, they have to be running. It's the wardrobe monsters you need to be wary of.
The best one when she's talking about he can have any woman.
Oh, yeah.
And he goes, Claire from work.
Claire from work.
Claire from work. Oh, that's brilliant.
Night, Ashton. Sleep well. Sure you'll be watching tomorrow when
He'll be playing football, he will, I bet, tomorrow. Plays for old Stevenage Academy.
Alright. So is that Grandma Gail?
Yeah, she's grandma.
Grandma Gail.
So back to the action. David free betting the ace queen of hearts after a pretty loose open from a kill. Jack 9 off and the hijack. And he's having none of it. He just 4-bet,
Yeah.
rips the Jack 9 off.
Rips the lot.
Wow.
Calls.
Well, the thing is, I'm folding here. And
His
David's
stack
spot.
size says he has to call, doesn't he? Well, he doesn't have to, but
It's 16.6k. It's 40 big blinds. He's just.
Is it called?
Yeah, he's made the call. So it's just ripped in 50 big blinds effective there. The Jack 9 of a kill. What is going on? I've been grinding all day. I've got Jack 9 off. 50 bigs effective. Let's get it in. Why not? And this is a sick
heel. Take out David Stones.
Looked like paint on the turn. Just waiting for the action to
Flop
catch.
plays 4-2-2. Set of jacks. Oh, it was jacks.
Oh, it was jacks.
It was jacks. That makes sense.
That makes a lot more sense.
That makes a lot more sense.
I did think one nerf was going on, but
yes, we now need to
change the deck.
We now need to sort that out because that came up as Jack 9. So jacks for a keel makes a lot more sense.
And that's
David Stones with ace queen.
That's what I said. It's to throw it into the muck. I said even though we could see our Jack 9, ace queen's just a fold in that spot.
Yeah.
50 big blinds effective. Opponents rarely going to show up with ace jack, almost never. And then we're pretty much always hoping for a coin flip. Sometimes we're crushed by ace king. Kings have us crushed. Wanting to put it in with the ace queen, and the keel takes a nice pot.
Raised to 1100.
Winning one, right? I know it's nothing to do with it. 50 years I've learned.
38 1.
I'm dealing myself 40 years ago.
Get him an ace man, he's on the side of the table for the play. Raise 1250. You raise all in.
Yeah, that's too nice.
So just had a word with the guys about the Jack 9. Obviously we were wondering why he's jammed with Jack 9. It was Jacks. The deck does get changed. Maybe registered wrong, we're not too sure, but it has been changed. Let's do it again. So eights, the snowmen, flopped nuts for Adam in C1. When you got the chips and you're flopping like that, it can only end in one way: success. Well, a 10 for the chop. So we don't get a chop, but we do bring the flush draw. It looks like check. Yeah, it has. Adam flopped it and just checked it as it ended up a small pot. So apparently the legend that is Turkish Tom has just arrived at the table. Why do they call him Turkish Tom?
Oh yeah, I forgot. It was my fault. Yeah. It's always dealer's fault. It's always the dealer's fault. When you win, it's skill. So when I didn't say dealer fault.
So you tell me, why do they call him Turkish Tom?
Turkish, right?
And I'm guessing his name's Tom.
Who's Turkish Tom?
Middle of the table.
Middle of the
just turned
table.
up. All falling around in term call. Perfect. Local player. Nigel says he thinks it's because his name's Tom and he's probably from Turkey. Thanks, Nigel. Thanks for that insight.
Glad that's cleared up.
That's cleared that up then.
Yeah.
He has come to seat 5. His real name's Erdal, but we're going to call him Turkish Tom.
Turkish Tom. Oh, nice little rolls off the tongue, don't it?
Yeah.
That's a little nickname. Derek, Ace King under the gun.
Ace King for Derek. Erdal, Turkish Tom is all in. We've got an all in. Ace King, we don't want any dramas with Ace King against Ace King, do
But
we?
we've got dramas now because Adam
the
has
chip
woke up
leader.
with Queens on the button
The
here.
absolute machine that is Adam Owen has got the ladies.
I hope he flat. Well, I think he will flat. Yeah, he does flat.
One of the kings is in the muck.
And now back to Derek in seat 4. There's Ace King. He moves all in as well. Snap call from Adam shows the Queens.
Yep.
And
oh, Turkish Tom stood up. This could be short-lived at the feature table. He's all in for 10.3.
what a spot this is for Adam with a king in the muck as well. Just one king remaining and 2 aces.
Derek has Turkish Tom covered, just in case there is a side pot. But Adam's got the lot, and he's got the lot covered as well. By a long way.
Yeah. So to the flop.
Oh, the king, the case king has arrived.
Wow.
6 on the turn. They need to fade a queen. Oh! Slap bang. You give it with one
Wow.
and you take it away with the next.
What a river!
You can be the best player in the world, but you just can't beat that bit of luck.
Wow.
Oh. Well, how has Adam found the 2-outer on the river after the king comes on the flop? What a hand. Lost 2.
Wowzers. Hits the case king, as we saw king 5 being posted into the muck. Turkish Tom finishes his high stream and off he goes. Lost 2. Lost 2. Wowzers.
Adam's going to have chunks in front of him now. Probably over the 100k mark.
Yeah. The 2-outer to take out 2 once the king hits on the flop.
So Adam in the cutoff, 10-9 suited. Kill on his direct left. Good free bet candidate here. Knows Adam's going to be opening very wide. I would like to see a free bet. He does free bet the ace-5 suited. The old nut bluff hand pre-flop. And Adam's going to peel and play a flop out of position. Flop of king at 10-3. 2 diamonds. The kill continues for 2.7k. I think Adam's going to call once here, getting this price. See how a kill proceeds on the turn. King on the turn, Adam's going to love that card. Makes it less likely a kill can have King X. And it's very hard for a kill to double barrel now because Adam will have a lot of King X in his range.
So about 5.1. And the best hand gets out of the way.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, Adam with the best hand. Gets the keel out of the way and adds to his stack 110,000 for Adam. With the blinds at 2-4 with a 50. That'll be going up soon, won't it? "15 minutes time, they will be going up." Nigel says, "Let's go home, Adam wins." You could say, because he says "Luck wins yet again," you could say it was a head pre-flop, as the old adage goes. But when the king comes out and you need a 2-outer to win the hand, then yes, you do get that little bit of fortune. But
Carl wants to see a flop with a 6-5 suited. Makes the call. Elderly maniac Mr. Garland gets out the way and heading to the flop.
So flop time. 3, 9, 10.
Check from Carl. Lee checks behind.
1.5. When the 4 hits the turn.
So picked up and down straight draw here, Carl. And takes it down.
On the feature table, Andrew's been carded. Andy Garland came to. He only had 11,000 when he came to the table, so he's not had the chips to play. So we don't know how he went on earlier in the day. But the elderly maniac in seat number 7 hasn't had the chips to play his own game while he's on the feature table. Only came with 11,000. He's only down to 10 now, so just not had the chips, not had the hands to be able to get busy with. I'm sure his time will come. Absolutely, you can't control the deck. I like to be able to shoot some craps, but nobody has tables anymore.
Just the Vic.
And the Hippodrome.
And the Hippodrome.
Yeah, and Southend have got an half-size one.
Half-size one?
Yeah. That's it. Dying game. That's why I miss Vegas so much.
Craps tables everywhere in Vegas.
Oh, thousands. Nearly as many as Punta Banco tables in when you go to Macau. The old Baccarat tables. Andrew in seat number 4. Who comes to our table once Derek was eliminated. Ace King on an 8-9 Jack flop.
Checks over
1.7. Is the Ace King going to fold? He is.
Yeah, it's just a really good flop for the buttons range, smashes the buttons range, and just got to get out of the way there. The Ace King can see they did have the best hand, but long term got to be folded on that board texture. I'm sure opponent bets. I've noticed Carl in seat 6, he's been taking some really strange lines, but it seems like whenever it's checked to him in position, he just seems to fire 100% of the time with his air balls, and I'm going to keep note of that and see if he does continue to play that strategy. And it'd be interesting to see if anyone else at the table picks up on that as well and start incorporating some sort of light check raises when they're in pots against Carl.
Apparently Westgate have a craps table somewhere. It could be one of them multi-bet craps tables where everything's combined. I wouldn't be surprised if they had a proper manned craps table. But if they have, we might have to make a visit.
Cut-off open from Carl with the King 7 of diamonds. David defends the big blind with the 6-3. And that's a massive flop for the King 7 of diamonds.
7, 8, 9, 2 diamonds,
flops a
bottom pair and a flush draw.
Flops a pair and the second nut flush draw. Carl bets 1.7k and David gets out of the way with his up and down. Around 10 minutes left of this level, and then the blinds will go up to 3-6. Quick change of deck. Get involved today, guys. hashtag GUKPT on Twitter.
Who's been involved in the last hour or so? Let's have a butchers. Oh, we've gone into night mode now. I like night mode. Matt Smithers posting about the aces, the Queen Jack and King Jack.
Ryan's watching with a beer and the poker on the telly and the curry.
Very nice.
Proper Friday night that.
Absolutely.
Bevy, takeaway and poker on the TV. Don't get much better than that. So we see the first limp of this session from Carl with Jack 9 off in the hijack. Expect lead to ISO now as he does, raise to 2k. And Carl makes the call, wants to see a flop with the Jack 9. Flop a Queen 9 deuce, all clubs. Check from Carl. Lead continues. Bet of 2.1k.
So Queen Eye flop. Carl second pair. Lee takes a stance and wins the hand. How many left, young man? God's sake.
Gee, my eyes.
98.
98?
98.
How
302 total.
Total entries 302. So we had 202 entries today. Lost over half the field already.
They had a proper table, but I haven't seen it for a while. Well, there's not a proper table here, unfortunately.
Pull under the gun, ace king, big slick. Raise to 1k. Carl calls with ace 5 off under the gun plus 2. Really, really loose this against under the gun open. Should just be going straight into the muck. And the elderly maniac has free bet to 3k off of a stack size of 7k over an open, and Paul has moved all in now with the ace king, and Carl's going to get out of the way. Andrew's going to make the call. There's an ace in the muck, so he's going to be well on his way to a double up.
Yeah, the cards are over. Bit of a cooler for Paul. Paul done in seat 3 with the headphones on. Ace king. Andy Garland. Elder Maniac, this is his hand. Might have a chance to get back into the game. 16k pot. Ace king for Paul. Andy now needs to dodge an ace or a queen.
10 on the turn. Doesn't change anything. Still needs an ace or a queen to fade, Andrew.
And it is lower.
So
King's double.
Double up for Andrew Garland, up to 16k now.
We might see him double. We might see him open up a little bit now.
down for us.
So blinds are going up in the next 2 minutes. And then we'll be in level 8 of the day. 10 levels we are playing today for day 1B. And the remaining players left today will join the 23 that made it through yesterday, back for a 1 o'clock start here at Casino in Leeds tomorrow.
So flop with Queen 10-3.
Not much for either player here, just ace high of Paul is in front. Lee continues and gets the job done with 5 high.
That's Andy Bradshaw laughing in the background. The unmistakable tones of Andy Bradshaw. Don't know what's happened, obviously. So just splitting one of the tables in the back because Moira Davis has just turned up into the main part of the card room.
Nice feeling in a tournament when you look around the room and you see tables start to break. You feel like you're on the downward road. So Carl under the gun, pocket freeze.
So re-raise. That calls us
like,
under the gun. Yeah, he's open to 900.
3-bet from Lee.
Lee 3-bets to 2.2.
Is that a 4-bet coming in? It looks like a kill's got a decision here on the button. He's got 10s. And rightly folds the 10s. Very good fold on the button there. But with the action taking place before him, becomes more standard. Frees are going to get out of the way, and the King 9 of Lee is going to go into the muck.
So a new level 3-6 with a 75.
Folded all the way round to a kill in the cutoff. King 6 goes into the muck. Paul with 5 deuce on the button. lets it go. Ace-9 for Kieran in the big blind after a complete from Andrew. Expect him to raise this up. Heads up, going to have position post-flop. Takes that one down.
So level number 8 of the day, we're down to 98, or we were the last time we saw. Fantastic numbers yet again for the main event. And don't forget, you can follow all the action on Grosvenor Poker on Facebook and hashtag GUKPT if you want to get involved, and tweet us your stack and where you sat. Stick a picture on with it as well. Average in the turbo, did we see?
No, I'm not too sure how many have entered the side event. I'll have a quick butchers, find out. .25 players with 8 re-entries at the moment.
Okay.
Still late reg on that.
Yep. So 11. Tomorrow's side event is the big one. £220. 4 o'clock start, 17,500 starting stack, and a 30-minute clock throughout. Great 2-day event. Great 1-day event. Which means you don't have to use the X's, you don't need to stay over. If you don't want to travel to it, class it as your main event. That's what Andy Hills is doing, by the way, because Andy Hills has not played the main event.
Where is Andy Hills?
He's in the side event at the moment. He's playing the Turbo tonight and he's playing the 200 tomorrow because he can't play Sunday.
Right, okay.
So he decided, I'll turn up, support the GUKPT and play Friday and Saturday.
Do a win Friday night. Do
Yeah,
a win Saturday.
probably another flag.
Yeah, yeah, another flag will be on.
Another
English.
flag will be in the offing soon.
Adam under the gun and +2 with all the chips, opens the 8-7 suited. Kieran just flats the button with ace queen of hearts. Going heads up to this flop. Flop of ace-7-4, 2 spades. Adam continues for 1.5k. Kieran makes the call. 10 on the turn. I just think Adam's going to check here almost always now. As he does, checked over to Kieran, who checks behind. 4 on the river. Another check from Adam, and now we can comfortably value bet this river with the ace queen. Bet 2k. And Adam quickly gets out of the way. Nothing he beats now when the river peels off a spade. Spade draws gets there. The only real hand is 6-5 suited, but only 4 combos of that. So lets the 8-7 go almost immediately.
Lines are now 75, 150.
So Adam into the action again, this time with ace queen, under the gun at +1. Andrew makes the call with a 10-9 suited. Carl on the button with ace-8 offsuit. Correctly throws it into the muck. And Lee gets out the way in the big blind. Heads up to the flop. Adam with ace-queen, Andrew with 10-9 of spades. Flop of king 8-5, all clubs. Check from Adam. Check from Andrew. Ace on the turn. And Adam bets, and that will be that. On to the next hand. Adam looks like he's getting straight into the action again. Under the gun raises to 1.5k. Andrew in seat 7 calls with 5s on the button. Heads up to the flop. 6s for Adam, 5s for Andrew. And that is a set of 6s for the man with all the chips. Can comfortably continue here, hoping that Andrew does have one of them ace-x hands. And 6s take that one down. Cruising at the moment. Adam Iron in seat 1, 3 million in live earnings. Also a very nice online resume. Actually a mixed game specialist, I believe. Hold'em isn't his main form of poker, but boy does he have some results from it. Kill under the gun. 9-8 of spades goes into the muck. Understands it's a bit loose to open 9-handed, especially into Adam's big blind as well. Very good player and has all the chips, so going to be defending.
I got the numbers wrong.
You got the numbers wrong?
There's still over 100 left.
Still over 100 left?
Yeah. I was looking at the re-entries. There's still 109 left.
Right.
So I'm guessing there could easily be
80 left by the end of the day.
Could be a lot, yeah, coming back for day 2, maybe over 100 coming back for day 2.
Yeah.
I'll have the unders on 100 actually. Usually you lose a bit more than a third of the field, the way the structure is set.
Going up. There's any aircon about? God, yeah, man. Somebody's turned the heating up. They must have thought we wanted to be in the Bahamas for the weekend. Welcome along, ladies and gentlemen, to Leeds. 109 left out of the 200 that have played today. Been awesome. Another turnout of over 300 for Leeds, which is good.
Andrew in the King Jack, in the High Jack, raised to 1.5k, and a kill with 8.5 off. Always getting an attractive price this stage of the tournament, defending the big. Wants to see a flop. So heads up.
Flop time. 7-7-3. Akil checks. Andrew makes it 4,000 and it wins.
Does indeed.
It will start to open up a little bit once he's got chips.
All the chips are in C1. If second in chips at the table doubles up, they still won't have the most chips at the table. That puts it into perspective.
Okay, Swift still in at the back, as you can see.
I saw Sue busted on her second bullet. Sue O'Connor.
Oh, she?
Yeah, Katie's mum. But she had a lovely result over in Coventry last month.
Yeah, absolutely.
Chopping the high roller for 16k.
Yeah.
So here he is again, Mr. Garland, pocket 10s. And Paul will be calling in the big blinds with pocket 5s. Flop of 8-7-2. Andrew continues. Paul makes the call. Quite surprised to see him peel with the 5s here. It is a dry ball texture, but you're out of position and there's not much we can do against double barrels.
Let's check the ace. 8 pairs on the river. Paul decides to check. And Andrew is going to rep it. And Paul, I think, will get out of the way.
Yeah, I'm not sure what we're trying to get called by here with the pocket 10s, maybe 7x. I guess Andrew expects Paul to lead most of his 8x that he calls on the flop. So maybe he's going for super thin value against sort of a 7x type of hand. But it's just so difficult. I think even 7x is folding there on the river. I think that I'm surprised Andrew didn't just check back. Takes the pot down nonetheless. On to the next one.
Hit a 7 and might get paid. Bit worried about that.
You're in a way ahead or way behind spot.
sure your big chips are visible at all times.
I haven't had any for a while.
So 105 players are left. We're on level 8 of the day. Just under 45 minutes to go of this session. We've got the biggest player in the building in seat 1.
Very 500.
So play continues. We are on level number 8, nearly halfway through level number 8 of the day. Super turnout yet again for Leeds. Over 300, 2 years running. It looks like Andy Bradshaw has been eliminated. With a lot of good time. It's great to see him out and about. We look right down at the table to see our Andrew on our table with the Cowboys against the elderly maniac who's got King Jack. And I'm now guessing he'll get out of the way. Which he does.
Otherwise, you wouldn't have a break. So.
So still over 100 with the blinds at 3-6 with a 75. Folding round in turn to Akil in seat 2. Could pump it up a little.
He does, raises to 1.5. Andy B in seat 4. Sorry, Paul in seat number 3 calls. In fact, he 3-bets with the old 6-7 suited.
Yeah, nice little pick up there from Paul. Good hand selection for the 3-bet. Lee in seat 8, under the gun with pocket 8s.
So the Snowmen make it 1.3. Over 9.65, 2 hearts.
Yeah, a bit of action.
Yeah, Kieran with the flush draw.
And a Lee with the pair and the gut shot.
Check both options. 10 of diamonds hits the turn.
I think Kieran will start trying to get value from his hand now after turning top bet. Bet of 1.8k. Got a call once in Lee's shoes here. After he's checked him twice, he might just fire a lot of air balls. And the ace of hearts on the river.
Not only did he hit top pair on the turn, he hits the flush on the river. About 4.2. Can't see it getting called from Lee, which he doesn't, puts them in the muck. So 25 in the side event at the last count, and just over 100.
You sure you weren't looking at the re-entries?
I could have been. I could have been. And 105 left in the main event.
Yeah, just had a quick chat with Brian, who made it through yesterday, and Tin Chung, who was playing today, he just busted. So won't see him back tomorrow for day 2.
I can see Ian Simpson at the bar. Is that a bad sign?
Yeah. That is a bad sign.
Okay. Ian Simpson is out again, unfortunately for the final time here in Leeds. Unibet ambassador. No long run for Ian Simpson. .6, the 8s are making their way around the table. Uh-oh. Boots alert. Boots alert.
Raised to 5k from Paul. Bit of a large size here. Over 3x. Standard sort of free bet size in positions, usually somewhere between 2.5 and 3x. So a bit on the chunky side here.
100, 200.
And I think if Paul just elected to choose a normal size there, he might have got some action from Adam, but that's a really disciplined and good laydown. Especially with 114k in front of him, it might have been...
I thought it might have been
tempting
like set mine folding kind of thing.
But that's what makes the difference between like good and great players. It's making like marginal folds in them spots like that all the time. Just because the sizing Paul chose there, I think he's lost him action.
Lasting longer than my
Just a reminder, this level will be issued by violations, so hang out the unfairly stable to please help
Paul under the gun +2, Jack 8 of hearts raised to 1.4. Nine 8 of clubs for Andrew, free bet to 4k. And a quick fold from Paul. Nice little pick up from Andrew there.
So 114,000 at the top, 8.7 down at the bottom. Heading towards the next break in play. Just over half an hour, 35 minutes-ish.
So half hour left, and then we'll be into
Hijack. Andy Garland as Carl folds. Raising it up to 13, King Queen. So it's changing gears. We're going to see the flop.
Yeah, Adam's going to be defending very wide, so he's going to call with a King 6. Dominated in this spot. Going to take a flop.
Hit the 6. Standard.
Yeah. Domination rotation, as they call it. Andrew continues for 2k.
Yeah.
Adam makes the call. Well, it looks like a queen or jack on the turn.
Outs for Andy Garland. He goes check on the turn. The river's a 4, goes check again, and the 6 will take it. Vicky's now finished until Thursday. Nice one, Vicky. The rest of the weekend off, in fact, a week off. If we count tonight as now played, it's still 20 to 11. Get to the pub. No, watch the live stream.
Or get to the pub and watch the live stream.
Or get to the pub and watch the live stream, absolutely. The rest of the weekend off, plus most of next week. Delicious. Guess 6876 says, what do you do? Obviously not a lot.
Hotel reception, she says. If we get her on the team, at least I'll get a hotel every time then.
Yeah, watching the live stream's the way forward.
true. True story. Exactly halfway through level number 8. New table for the start of level number 9.
Carl's all in. Just ripping 30 big blinds, over 30 bigs with King 10 suited under the gun at +3. David in seat 9 gets out of the way with the 6s. Adam folds and it's on a kill in the big blind. Lets it go and Carl is going to pick that one up.
Black 1 sugar. So we continue. It has been good. Rennie Share is still in. Rennie, who chopped it last year.
Yep.
Still in. So Rennie's still in, who chopped it last year. With Lung Chung. Didn't make it through, I don't think, did he?
No, I don't think he did. Yeah, I remember he busted. Did he fire a second bullet today? I haven't seen him.
Yeah, he ran his queens into aces. That's it, best budget travel lodge. Can't beat a good, nice, cheap, clean room. I know who to contact if I need a hotel anywhere. Vicky is on our side.
Flop of ace 7 8, 2 diamonds. Neither player with anything on this board. The queen high Paul actually in front. And a kill announces 5 high, and Paul slams down queen high and going to take that one down.
Slams the queen high.
3-6 and running
20-minute break again.
75. God, we're going to finish up. We're going to be out here at 4 in the morning.
We're like 2 o'clock in the morning by the time we're done today. Every level has been, every break has been increased today.
Yeah, so probably going to finish up around 1:30, 1:45 this morning, guys. So if you are tuning in for the remainder of the day, probably be finishing up around the 1:45 mark. So if you are with us still at that time,
thank you.
Thank you. Yeah.
We love you. We don't like talking to ourselves. I think you should go back to 9 levels of poker. Finish at a reasonable time. That's what I said. That's what I'm voting for.
Yeah, I'm voting for that as well. But then again, the extra level, I guess it does help in a way. Some players sort of get through. Well, last year, the way it sort of seemed to me, after you got through
But then
that level 8.
you could look at it the other way and say people don't play tired poker, and a 13-hour day is too long.
Yeah, very true.
Yeah, it's got his upsides, it's got his downsides. Nobody complains about it. If you're on the last, if you're playing the last level, you're bagging chips in.
Yeah,
that's always a plus side.
Yeah.
King, Queen, 4, 2 diamonds. Is that the lot of it? With call, with the bottom pair, he's got the lot in.
gets it through.
You're going to say that's not plus EV on a regular basis? Is that what you're going to say? You are,
yeah,
aren't you?
Carl has made some unorthodox plays this session. It's been fun to watch.
Sorry, I didn't get you, Mark. I didn't see you.
Oh, nice. I should Was it day 2? Day 2, yeah. 14 minutes. Big wedge 6 on it. Cool. Alright, how are you? 2,500.
Anybody want a drink whilst you're here?
I've got my biscuits from Luke's house.
Can I have a water, please? Yes, please, yeah.
Same for me, please.
Can I get a silver? How much is that? 2,500.
Two questions.
Check.
Taking it out, clear one. $3,500. Yeah, please buy.
So 115,000. Chris Cooper's come to join us. Chris, how many chips we got?
50, just over 50.
Plenty.
Plenty at my
Just over 50. So we do carry on. You up? Give us a chat. So we do continue. Less than the breaks are 20 minutes all the way through today. Give you the number of runners when we come back from from the break, which is in about 25 minutes time. There's Jack Coles, David's all in, David in seat number 9, David Lopez. David needs a bit of help, and there it is.
There's the help. And he's got the flush covered as well. He now needs to fade an off-silk jack. Get me that double up. So David Lopez gets himself a well-earned, well-needed double up. David Lopez sat in seat number 9, Spanish. Over $1 million in tournament earnings. Big player. Some high cash-ins, $1,000, $5,000. The deep stack in Prague, one of his biggest cashes. But the thing that started the ball rolling was the World Series Europe in Berlin when he finished second for $500,000.
Is that David Lopez?
It is.
That's not the David Lopez, I don't think, in seat 9.
Looks like it. Well, I'm going to say it is.
You're going to say it is?
I'm going to say it is. I like it. I think he's got a great. It might not be.
I don't think it is.
Because we're in Leeds.
Yeah, no.
But I think David Lopez that we're looking at now has got some great credentials.
Yeah.
And he looks like him.
Yeah.
So we're going to give him the credit. Maybe we should ask him.
Yeah, I don't think it is. I don't think it is, but be interesting to find out. There's about 87 David Lopez's on Hendon one.
Yes.
All Spanish.
Yeah. Let's go for the next one. If on this one
it's English flag,
there's a cash from Leeds, it's the one.
You never know, he might have been sitting in his bedroom in Spain and thought, what do I want to do today? I'm going to go fly to Leeds and play the GUKPT.
Absolutely.
So just had a quick chat with Chris Cooper, up to 50k.
How's Chris doing?
Doing well, good power mind, plays a lot of the GUKPT events. $15 minutes left of the level.
And the rest.
And the rest.
Add another 5 to that. 20 minutes left of the level. And then 9 and 10 to finish the evening.
Are you sure? Can we come back at 10 past?
I don't know, can't remember. All the time's rolling into one, I don't even know what date it is. I have no idea what date it is.
It's Christmas soon, I know that. It comes round so quickly. Back into the action here, Andrew in seat 4, ace-8 off the old dead man's hand in the hijack, raised to 1.3k lead defence, the queen 10 in the big. Flop of jack, deuce 7 rainbow. Ace high is still the best hand.
Hey. Jack 7 deuce.
Here's the flop. Queen 10 for Leeds. Defending his big blind. Falls to the bet. Falls to the C bet. Moira Davis is still in. Flying the flag. Her Majesty is doing it for the Blackers. Come on, girl. Free rolling in life. That's what she's doing.
She's on the same table as the other massive free roll, the wheel winner at the Goliath.
Oh yeah?
Yep, both on the same table. Free roll central.
It's great. Seeing all the players walking back in after the break, you know who's in.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's still in. Yeah, he's still in. Yeah.
It's a bit different here in Leeds. We're
Yeah,
not in a
switched
little.
in.
We're not out of the way. Somewhere in a room. We're right within the mix of things.
Still got tables at the far end though. There's still plenty of tables around. Don't know what the actual numbers is. We'll give you those when we return from our break in just over 15 minutes time. 10 minutes time. Because it's a 20-minute break. Yes. That's when I got confused. Easily done.
Yep.
Easily.
Good thing I'm in.
Yeah, absolutely. Keep me in check. That's what we brought in for. David's all in for his 16k. That's a bit chunky.
Yeah,
20. 1.7 and a call, and then all in for 16.7.
27 big blind jam
Yeah.
with kings. You're just leaving so much value on the table. I think a free bet probably wouldn't have got called anyway, but it's so hard to get action just ripping in 26 bigs there, 27 bigs. And with a hand like kings, you want action.
There you go. David Lopez does live in the UK and he does look like him. So there you go. I thought it was, you see. Hey up, boss is in town. Away. 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 I like the setup with a cup of tea and a brew watching the live stream. That's good, isn't it?
Tell you what, been doing my research and development. Yeah.
Andrew here.
Check. $2,100.
So the ace queen takes that one down for Andrew against the pocket freeze of Kieran.
Well, it's 240 degrees here in Leeds, and I've just been given a coffee. Absolutely sweating me. It's warm. It's warm. In this building, it's warm. It's been set to Bahama mode. I think it's like 29 degrees in here. 82 Fahrenheit.
Andrew, Jack 10 of hearts.
It is so warm, and I'm drinking coffee.
Raised to 1.5k. Takes it down. Sure, he doesn't take it down. It's on a kill in the big blind. He defends with the 9-8 off. Heads up to the flop.
10-4-6 rainbow.
So gut shot for a kill. Top pair for Andrew. Should be continuing this flop as he does for 2k.
Yeah. Andy Garland got himself back to starting stack. 3 of diamonds on the turn.
Doesn't change anything. Top pair for Andrew, still good, and I think a kill can just get out of the way now with his guttable, which should be doing in this spot. Fine to pill once, but after facing the double barrel, goes into the muck. Mel says David Lopez does live in the UK and he does look like him. How funny if it is.
Absolutely, Mel. Absolutely. And he does look like him.
Yeah, he does look like him.
He does.
Around 5 minutes left of this level, and then we'll head off on the final 20-minute break of the day. Keep in touch, hashtag GUKPT via Twitter. Fire your questions in, let us know what you're up to.
Are we splitting another table in the background?
I believe
we could well be.
We are.
Are we down to under 100 yet? We'll find out at the break, I suppose.
Yeah, we will. We'll get
when we go to our break in 4 to 5 minutes time, 20-minute break.
David in the cut-off, ace-4 off, raised to 1.3k. A kill in the small blind, ace-queen. It's on Adam first, on the button.
5.7. Akil has made it.
It's actually on Adam on the button, so he's free bet the original open from the cut-off. And now a kill in the small blind with the ace-queen.
And there's the 4-bet.
The old cold 4 with the ace-queen. I like his decision, cold 4 here. Sort of this table dynamic, we'll understand Adam will have a lot of free bet bluffs against a cut-off open, and ace-queen going to be the best hand a lot here. But Adam getting this price, going to pill in position, really attractive price. Would have liked to see a kill go somewhere sort of in the 11k region, really small 4-bet size here.
Yeah, he was over there.
See a flop of King Jack 3, 2 hearts. Big flop for Adam here, flopping a flush draw. A kill. with a Broadway draw. Adam getting 4-1 on the call here, so he's actually getting a direct price to make his flush. So he's never folded in this spot.
I'll put the lot in.
And he just moves all in, and he's going to get the best hand to fold. Very difficult for a kill to find a call here with the ace-queen. That's why I would have preferred for him to choose a bigger size pre-flop. He just don't get himself into this spot, especially against a good player like Adam out of position. He's going to be peeling wider than most players because he's comfortable with his post-flop ability. So electing to go for that larger size pre-flop probably would have got the job done and not put him in that tricky spot. A nice play from Adam, takes a big pot.
How's Kev Houghton doing? Says Nige. I don't know, so I can't see him. Try and find out with a wander around the room. I don't know if he's moved tables or not, but quick glance there, I couldn't see. I've not seen him walk past like the exit door. I think it might have to be a wander outside for 2 minutes.
Come out with me.
It's 187 degrees out in here.
This is very likely to be the last hand of the session.
The hooks for David Lopez, who might have won $1 million.
Might have.
David, if you're listening and you got friends watching, are you the David Lopez that's cashed for $1 million? Anyway, he's got the hooks.
And a kill pills the 1.3 raise on the button. Heads up to the flop. 10-9 suited for a kill in position. Pocket jacks for David in the hijack.
King 4-3 is the flop.
Just the one over card for the jacks of David. He elects to check. 8 of diamonds on the turn. Doesn't change anything. I think David can comfortably bet his pocket jacks now. Try and get value from some worse pairs, maybe some 8x that have just made a pair on the turn. But a kill with just 10 high, not much going for him this hand.
This is the last hand as the dealer, Ross, is telling them to leave the 25 chips in play because they'll be coming out. The final hand of the session is over. We'll see you back here in 20 minutes, which will be 11:30 for the final session. So Alex with sevens, Jeffrey ace king, and Sean has got queen 10. Nice flop for Jeffrey. So the ace king bets out, can't get a shilling off the others. Level 4 of the day, end of this level, which will be roundabouts
just be past 6:45, 5:45, 5:50. There'll be a 45-minute break. So we have a hand again. Ace King in the big blind. Jeff Roy in seat 9. Initial raise by Julius with the Cowboys. The race to 1900 with 3 bets to 1.9. Back round to Julius in seat 2. Stack size of 12,000. Could make it about 42.
Race 39.25.
Makes it 3,900. Away 4 betting light with just 13,000 behind the line. No, the lot's gone in and he's getting a call. We're going to have a showdown. Don't know why he's not snap called with 8,000 behind the line. Don't know what he's thinking about. Never folding kings, to be fair. Never folding kings. You've got 8,000 behind the line. I'll be very surprised. And the rest of the table will be very surprised when he turns over the kings once he calls. There you go. And he shows kings. Andre Veslov's just looking around saying, what are you doing? Julius Paulson, kings. Jeff Roy, ace king. All in pre. And the king's double. This is stacked to 25.7. Over to Raj in seat 3.
Call. Pass. No drops.
Yes, king for Chris Cooper in the small. Ace high flop. Ace 6 9. Raj has got a 9. That's 3,000. Chris just calls. Oh, turns a 9 as well. A bet of 3,000. Chris Cooper.
You raised to 7,000.
Raises to 7. Wow, snap.
15,000.
Snap. 3 bet of 15. All in is king against a 9. The 8 9. He went snap, snap. Chris stands up. Wow. The ace on the river makes Chris Cooper a bigger full house. Is it a 2-outer? Ace king for Chris. He stands up, puts his coat on, and then hits the miracle ace. Chris Cooper, mini main winner. Raj had trip 9s on the turn. And it's a 2-outer to survive. Raj gets very unlucky. Rajinder Kumar is still in. Yeah, running at 1,000. Queen 5, Queen 9, Raphael for 500,000 when it comes to the hand raises to 25. Ah, just getting the hands again. Just Cowboys.
What's he going to do here? You think he's going to 3-bet him?
Well, he just called it with the aces earlier on, didn't he?
Yeah, that was a little bit different because he had a lot of players to act behind him. So when you're in early position, it actually looks absurdly strong to 3-bet. Now, here, we're playing short-handed. He's in the big blind. I think he's going to 3-bet because I think he's going to be perceived as the out-of-line, over-aggressive player at the table. So even though he might not have 3-bet this big blind before in this spot, I still think he's going to be perceived. It's going to be perceived that he could be full of it here.
Well, you got that one right, Andy. It looks like it's about 70 or 60.
Yeah, it's 70.
70.
He's really saying, you know, he can represent a bluff here. In a short-handed table, he can be saying, like, I'm not going to let you pinch my blind.
Is Raphael going to call thinking, well, I got position?
I mean,
you know, I don't really want to fold. I've got half a hand, Queen 9 offsuit. We're 5-handed. I know John's very aggressive. Does he have to have a hand to make this play?
Well, he's announced 4-bet to 130,000.
Yeah, that was literally what I was about to say. It's a bit of a ropey hand to flat call. You're not really connected enough. Even like Queen 10 is a bit marginal for peeling a 3-bet. You know, offsuit. You know, I wouldn't. If he had like something like Queen Jack suited, it wouldn't be terrible to peel the 3-bet. But I was going to say if I would 4-bet or fold. If I thought that John was full of it here, I would do something exactly like what Raphael's done. So I like that. I like that play.
And now,
putting it back on Johnny.
If you're John, are you going to ship happy to win the 130, or are you going to call and try and stack him?
My thought process here is that Raphael's super polarized on this 4-bet. So I think probably flat call. But it depends how strong.
If you flat call,
if he thinks Raphael's got it, you know, got a real hand like Jacks or something like that, If he feels that Raphael's strong, he should shove to try and get called. But you can always hedge your bets by flat calling kings here, because if you're not sure how strong he is, you think he might have some total nonsense, then flat calling is a good play.
So let's say you're on John's spot here and you flat call.
Yep.
Okay, you're out of position.
Yeah, but position doesn't mean anything when you're this shallow, because.
But what happens if it flops an ace? You just ignore it.
It's going to be quite hard. I
Do you ignore it? Do you
don't
ignore it
normally
and
get an
just
ace on the flop? So I'm going to say.
Let's say that you do. Let's say that you do get an ace. Do you ignore it and ship it in? Do you check call it?
Well, he's going to be the out of position player, and he's not going to have the initiative, so he's going to check the flop anyway with his whole range. So John isn't going to be donk betting the flop.
Yeah, just calls.
Yeah, I like that. I think he's done that because he thinks that Raphael can have some bluffs. And the times Raphael has a real hand, like queens, he might stack off anyway on the flop, right? So there's more, when someone has a very strong hand like queens or jacks, there's actually more flops that are good for those hands compared with sixes or ace-5 or whatever.
So
this is trouble.
This is trouble.
What he's hoping is that when Raphael's bluffing, that he catches a piece of the board.
Which he has done.
Which is exactly what's happened. So this is playing into John's plan here.
If it came ace high and John checked and Raphael shipped all in, does John call with the kings?
Just shoved. He's going to get snapped. Yep.
Raphael Ajayi is all in, hitting a 9 on the flop against John Eames's kings. 4 on the turn means we need to hit a queen or a 9. It's a 7. We have hit the final. The kings have been played perfectly by Mr. John Eames, and Raphael Ajayi has just been eliminated, which means we're on the final table. Andy, Joe, what do you think?
Well, I think that every time you've seen John play a hand, he's won a small pot. He passed tens instantly for a re-raise earlier when Tom raised him with the ace-4. He said, I'm not going to play a big pot unless I've got the goods. Here, he's got the goods. He's played the big pot. They're now down to 9.
And the other thing I'll say is I think Raphael should have shut down on the flop. Like, he should check back that flop. I don't think it's good to put it in there. I don't think he ever gets get called by a worse hand. He's blocking some draws, so even if he bet and got jammed on, he's blocking Queen Jack and King Queen. So it's not really that great a spot for Queen 9. You've got to be concerned that John's trapping you. So I would check back the Queen 9, try and get to showdown, maybe bet the turn on a safe turn if John didn't lead into me.
Off the air conditioner or something.
TV goes to help you turn in the aircon on you want a hot. I mean,
turn it up. Yeah. Get that breeze blowing, That's what I mean. Get a breeze. Get a breeze blowing. Open the door.
Every break you should have the aircon on.
Yeah.
Please come back, turn it off.
No. Keep it on. Go back. Yeah, it got very hot very quickly there.
Yes, it did. Okay, we all good. Last 2 hours. Last 2 hours.
The lines are now 100, 200.
Did I hear that right? Did I hear that right? Record on the goal list. Record on the goal list. Rebecca. Rebecca. You feeling okay? You on the goal list? You on the goal list? You feeling okay?
Hey, come on now. CPR.
Something's wrong here. Yeah? You're down to Arnie? Any good? Best one on the road. No problem with that. No profit on the trip. I come here to fucking funeral. I know, yeah, there's no crash. Over there, everyone's buying drinks. That's how we take our money. I know, oh, another one. Smile like. Yeah. Get that man apart.
After my 6 tournaments, I always found myself saying thank you to my left.
Yeah.
Well, thanks.
It's hospitality, isn't it? Hello. Hello, okay. Yeah, good to see you.
On this seat earlier.
You just looked sad when you saw me. You were like...
No, I've got really bad headache. Really bad headache. So I've taken some tablets. So I'm just trying to...
And we are back for the final session of Day 1B here in Leeds. Final feature table of the day. I can see Katie Swift sitting down there in seat 3. She was on the featured earlier. Back for the final session. Just going to run you through who we got at the table. Seat 1, Phil Walker. Seat 2, Dan Sampson. Seat 3, Katie Swift. Seat 4, Joe Brindle. Seat 5, Liam Whitty. Seat 6, Cody Wagner. Seat 7, Paul Garg. Seat 8, Michael Fisher. And in seat 9, Michael Mahoney. So that's the table for the final session of the day. We'll be finishing up around 1:30, 1:45 early this morning. Around that sort of time, the players will be bagging and tagging, coming back for tomorrow. Been a fairly quiet day at the featured so far. No real monster hands or monster pots.
We're in double figures.
Are we in double figures?
89.
89.
And that's correct.
That is correct.
It's not wrong. I got it wrong last time. But it is 8 to 9, 89. Level number 9 of the day. Afternoon, Brian. Oh, good evening, Brian. Afternoon, Brian. Good evening, Brian.
Good evening, Brian.
Back from whale watching. I tell you what a fantastic picture that was.
Yeah.
What a fantastic picture. Stunning. Are there any Teessiders still in? Yeah, plenty. Plenty. Bouse is still in. Richard Howe still in. Dave Maudlin still in. Dan Sampson still in. Yeah, there's plenty still in. There's quite a few.
Dan Sampson on the featured in seat 2. So we had an open from Cody with the ace 10 call from Michael and Joe. 3 to the flop. 10-10 deuce rainbow golden flop here for Cody. Wouldn't mind seeing a check on this board. Just so hard to get called by any sort of hand. You only really get continues from pocket pairs and other 10x, and we have a 10 in our hand, so very hard to get some sort of action on this board. Michael thinking it out with the ace jack though. And Michael does make the call with ace jack. Eight on the turn. I like a check now here from Cody. Michael would continue all his 10x on the turn when checked to him, you expect anyway, and you fold out all his pocket pairs a lot of the time from a double barrel. And in this case, fold out the ace high. And that will be that. Gin flop for Cody, and takes the pot down. Into the muck they go.
$75,000 for Paul as chip leader. Paul, is that garg?
Yeah, I think so.
Could be garlic. So levels 9 and 10. Last two levels. Finished the live stream just after 1:30 in the morning.
Not going to give you big on them, is it? It would literally love to eat it. It knows it's Georgian. Not going to give you big on them, is it?
Paul, under the gun +1. 2 red 10s. We raising. Makes it 2k to go, and Phil in the hijack woke up with kings. And he 3-bets to 5.2k. And wow, Joe's got ace king in the small blind here. This is just action.
One cooler baby.
And Joe rips in 45 bigs with ace king in the small blind, and is snapped off by the kings of Phil.
So Joe Brindle, the stacks are ever so close. They are like nigh on same stacks, all in pre. Ace king against kings. Tens for outs.
Well, 2 10s folded though.
Ace or a 10 to survive. And it isn't, it's a 7 of clubs on the river. The ace king. We're going to check the stacks. These are mightily close, but Joe Brindle could be the man to walk the walk. Yeah, he has been taken out. Very unlucky for Joe. Level 9.
Yeah, a bit of a cold deck there. Can't blame him for ripping the ace king there. Not much room to 4-bet with his stack size. Out of position, so just elected to rip it in. And got looked up by the kings and couldn't find an ace. And we lose another one.
So if you're just tuning in after the night out on your Friday evening, you are just tuning into the final 2 levels of the day. Finish in just under 2 hours time.
Make them 3 different things.
Turbo Bounty is on a break. Give you a full rundown of how many's left in that. But we're back to the main event. Queen 9-7 on the flop. Cody connects with bottom pair.
Just ace high for Paul here, not much going on for the ace jack. Does have the betting lead though.
Five of clubs on the turn. Doesn't make much difference to Paul's hand, but he does call the 2000. And if it goes check, check, and Paul doesn't try to take it down, Cody will take the pot. Yeah, it has gone check, check. Cody wins the hand. Good luck, Kate, says Vicky. Girls rooting for the girls. Katie back down to 10,000 chips and 12 bigs. Not been the best day. And unfortunately, Mum has been eliminated twice as well. So twice Sue went out. Katie is now on a second bullet and down to 10,000.
I haven't seen much of Dean this year since he came second in London, the London leg. He hasn't played much since then.
I read him at home tomorrow. That could determine whether he's playing or not.
Yeah, that's probably it.
He loves his Reading. In the top left-hand corner there, on the outer table, you just saw the Rock himself, Jim Gardner.
Raise from Michael in C5 to 1.7k. Liam with ace king on the button just came to the table. Free bet to 4.5. Cody in the smalls got pocket eights. I think he may just elect to let this one go. Under the gun open off a fairly short stack size and a free bet from the button. And yeah, he does elect to let it go. Can't blame him from that. I'd do the exact same thing in that spot. And now back on Michael. He's got 20 bigs behind. And fold from the pocket fives.
So don't forget, for the first time, the GUKPT blog is being run on Facebook. Grosvenor Poker for Facebook, and also hashtag GUKPT on Twitter, where you'll find all the interaction on there. We give away two £30 tokens during level 5. I think we'll do it between between levels 1 and 2 tomorrow.
Yeah.
Because obviously the later it gets, the
less closer we see.
Closer we get to the money as well. It's more intense. Chocolate, anyone? Where's Dina? I told Dina I'd save her something. She's not coming. There's going to be trouble. Oh, it's soft. Uh-oh.
Folded to Liam in the cut-off. He's got the Cowboys raised to 1.6. Cody makes the call on the button with the ace-6 of diamonds. Paul with 10-9 off in the small. Bit of a loose call this from Paul. Not closing the action. Does still have a player behind and 10-9 off out the small blind. have a lot better hands that we can call with, and this is something that can happen. Michael's woke up with ace queen and moved all in for his last 20 bigs, but he's going to run into it as Liam has the pocket kings. And now he shoves, and we'll see 2 quick folds. And an ace has already hit the muck, so drawing very thin here, Michael, looking for one of the 2 remaining aces or some spades.
So we have an all in. Another Coolerville for the old ace queenie. Michael Fisher at risk.
To the flop.
To the flop. I'd love to see the flop. 10, 3, 7.
That's a good turn card. Picks up the spade draw now.
A spade or an ace to survive. It is as far away as you can get. It's a 2 of diamonds.
2 on the river.
Michael Fisher.
Doesn't change a thing, and we've lost another one.
But he used to be a weatherman.
Michael Fish.
Oh yeah, that's Michael Fish.
So Liam just sat down at the table and wakes up with ace king, and then the very next hand pocket kings. Sometimes that table change just comes at the right time. Sat down and picked up 2 monsters straight away. So Liam, get involved again, this time with Queen 10, raised to 1.6 in the hijack. Michael fends the big with 9-4 of diamonds.
229 is the flop.
So 2 pair for Michael, outflops the Queen 10 of Liam. However, I do expect Liam to continue on this board, as he does. Bet of 1.7k, Michael never folded. Flicks it in.
Ace of diamonds on the turn. Brings the flush draw for Michael O'Mahony.
Yeah, really good card to actually double barrel here for Liam. He'll credibly have lots of ace highs in his range that he continues flop with and then makes top pair on the turn, but he elects to check back. We'll have some aces in his check back range as well. I'm sure Michael will be aware of that. And he checks, and the Queen 10 of Liam gives up. Michael takes that pot down. Plays a lot of cash over in Luton. Michael O'Mahony won the rake race over there 4 times.
Really?
Yep.
Yeah, I can play cash now.
Yeah, must play a lot of cash.
So last time we saw we were down to 89 from the 200 that have played.
$1,600.
So that's for Dina.
So Liam's been at the table for 4 hands. He's had kings, ace, king of diamonds, queen 10, and now he's got aces. So he sat down and picked up some premium holdings. 4 to the flop though.
The old boots. Flop a king, queen 9. The king, queen for Cordis. Mashes in front. Something for everybody.
Yeah, 3-way to the flop, sorry. The 8 deuce obviously folded pre-flop. Check from Liam here. I actually like this on this board texture. King, queen 9. Very wet board. Don't want to get put in a spot where we continue and get raised.
$3,500 to call. And does.
That way's that fade in and out.
Interesting if it's a very low card. Oh, but it's not. It's could save the aces.
Yeah, probably will save them. Some money here. A lot of Cody's range now makes 2 pair or a straight. If he was behind, if he was in front on the flop with the aces, probably the worst possible turn card. But
check.
Actually, a really good turn card because he's not going to lose too much now in this spot.
So the brick of the 4 diamonds on the river. Well, let's go check.
I think Cody may go for really thin value here on the river. Reason being, I think after he checks back turn, he expects Liam to lead all his Jack X on the river. So I think he can comfortably go for some thin value to try and get value from some other 2 pair holdings.
Well, he's about 5,000.
Like, there's so many hands he can get called by here that Liam has in his range. Hands like queen 10 suited, 9-10 suited, king 10, like so many hands he can credibly get called by for the size. And maybe even aces in this spot. We'll see if Liam flicks it in, but I think Liam's got a fold here. Reason being, there's nothing that we really beat other than just a complete airball. When you think about the range of hands Cody's betting on the flop, he'll have all them hands like king jack, king 10, queen 10, 9-10, 9 jack. Sort of pairs and gutters, we're behind to all pairs and gut shots on the flop now. They've either made a straight or 2 pair. And he does make the correct lay down. Good fold from Liam. A lot of people get stubborn in that spot getting that price, but once you break the hand down, it becomes a pretty clear fold on the river.
I think you might get a few messages saying well done, nice fold.
Yeah, lost a minimum there with the aces.
Oh, you got to that one. Well, I think it's safe as that.
So the cards are out yet again. Always keep you updated with the last 2 levels of how many players are left.
So Liam getting involved again, king 10 of hearts this time. 5th hand at the table. He's had aces, kings, ace, king of diamonds, king 10 of hearts and queen 10 off. Not a bad first 5 hands at the featured table.
We're thinking it's an easy game. Easy game, this, and just get the hands and just keep getting paid. And another king, queen flop. King, queen 3.
Top pair for Liam.
Dan Sampson in seat number 2.
Dan's not going to put a single chip in the pot here. I don't think. Curse of the commentator.
Well done.
He now elects to donk the ace-5 suited on this flop. Really good flop for the undergun +2 range. Bit of a, not sure what this achieves leading with just ace-high on this flop.
Would you like to predict the bet on the turn? Nope.
After seeing now what's just happened. But this is probably
the two of diamonds on the turn.
The donk on the flop's pretty terrible, but now that we've got to this spot, I actually like a double barrel now. The fact that we've donked the flop and picked up a straight draw as well as a nut flush draw, I like the intention of barreling with the intention of ripping river and putting them one pair hands that Dan has in a really tough spot. But we'll see how it pans out. And it's a 9. So I think if we're donking flop and barreling it, I think we need to move all in here for just over a pot size bet, sort of target than one pair type of hands.
Not fold.
Yeah,
Worked.
It did work.
Bet in every street. Worked.
Yeah, I don't like the donk on the flop, but after we get to the turn, and the turn gives us lots of equity, I like how he's played it. Post turn, if you like.
Text coming in before.
Yeah, that's the own text.
You just bring in your own text, you can do it.
Who's coming into 4? How come the chips are already there? Hello everybody, my name's Billy. That's what he just said.
He was on the feature table yesterday. Remember when he made quads and slammed them down, shouting, "Come on!"
I hope Will. My name's Billy. Hello, Billy. Hello, Johnny.
Folded all the way round to the button. Button gets out of the way, so blind on blind confrontation between Dan and Katie.
Katie's all in. And wins.
Takes it down.
Dan just backs up. All the best, Nige. See you over the weekend. Thanks for tuning in.
Cheers, Nige. Good night.
Just over 90 minutes to go until the end of the day. It might cool down in here then, but I doubt it.
On that text, can you put a blank background on? Click on highlight the text.
The old Walsall nuts, the old 6-3. 6-2 is the Sheffield nuts. 6-3 is the Walsall nuts. What's 6-4? A bad hand?
Yeah, a bad hand. We'll go with that one.
Good evening, Stacey. How many left in? 85. 85, 85.
A total of 202 entries today. Total of 302 entries over the 2 days. 23 players made it through yesterday. Ali Malou, chip leader, chunks 200,000 chips.
Slide right, slide left.
760 clubs for Cody under the gun. I think a bit on the loose side to open, so rightly throws it into the muck. Paul with ace 5 gets out the way.
As you should. Different story if it had been the GTOs.
Yep.
Hi, Dave Quince. How you doing, buddy? Go, Mike Mahoney.
Evening, Dave. So blind on blind here. Will with Queen Jack, Liam with Jack 10.
Ace 9-8. 2 hearts. Up and down straight draw for Liam.
Gutter ball for Will.
This is the final card for the free range.
Two diamonds hits the turn. Bit of a non-card.
Yeah, doesn't change anything. Will still with the best hand, but doesn't have the better lead here. So if Liam does elect to double barrel, should get the job done.
I will keep it the same ones.
Which he does. And the thing is, maybe he just expects Will to raise most of his ace-x out the small blind when folded to him. And so sort of has a lot of 9x and 8x that he can put pressure on down the streets. And that's what he's doing here. I know in this case we can see Will just has queen high, but can be targeting sort of 9x and 8x and flush draws in Will's range. And he gets out of the way, and Liam takes that one down with the worst of it. Half hour through the level. Around an hour and a half left of play today. 10 levels. Get involved via Twitter, hashtag GUKPT.
The blinds are now 500, 1,000. The running ante is now 100.
Both players leaders in the main event are 500, 1,000, 100. This is the last.
Then what do you want to do next? Go to the hashtag GUKPT. Can you just flag that?
It's all folding round. In turn. Okay, he's had 6-4 3 times. And now Will. Hello, my name's Billy. Makes it 2,000 with 5-3.
It's folded to him on the button.
He must have been watching the
student
absolutely.
championships. Well, I don't actually mind the open on the button. Once it's folded to us, we've got position. Only got to get through 2 players. In this case, Liam's woke up with ace queen in the small, and there's 3 bet to 6.9k, and that will be job done.
You tell him when to start and when to stop. Can't remember exactly how to use them. You use those keyframes. That's your player's keyframe.
So just gone midnight here in Leeds. 15th of September now. As
We're still 14th till I wake up in the morning.
Yeah, it seems like that, doesn't it? But,
yeah.
Yeah,
it's still Friday till tomorrow. Wake up in the morning, it'll be Saturday.
Yep, it will be. Tomorrow's Saturday. Saturday the 15th. KT 10-7 of diamonds and 13 big blinds going into the muck.
Do you know Katie listens to one song?
Yeah, I do know that, yeah. I remember her telling
I
us.
wonder what it is today. Doesn't have a playlist, just plays one song. How's Andy Hills doing? And what does Timber Diswa mean? It's just hashtag GUKPT. Not been able to play the main, but Timber Diswa, £110 bounty.
Any French speakers in the chat?
Yeah.
Let us know.
There is a clown face at the side of the £110 bounty, so I hope I've not been swearing. That's all I can say. Hope it wasn't a swear word.
Pardon my French.
Yeah, exactly.
KT Queen Nine of Hearts going to be going into the muck off this stack size, you'd expect.
Yeah. Later in position, might have gone in.
What would you do? Just right click it.
Liam folds the cutoff, and Cody on the button comes in for a raise with Queen 10. Paul's getting out of the way in the small, and it's on Michael in the big blind. 5 deuce of hearts worthy of a defend. And does defend to the flop.
Heads up flop. Mike and Cody see a 7, 10, 9 flop, 2 spades. Top pair for Cody.
Good flop for Cody. Top pair as well as a backdoor.
Just the 98% equity.
Yep. How can this go wrong?
Absolutely. It can't.
It can't.
It can't.
Yeah, that's just because you've extended it. If you go back into it.
Couple of exits in the last few minutes. We've just lost Nathan Slater from the northwest, and Diver's gone. Diver Burn. Diver has been eliminated. Jim the Rock Gardner is still going on. He's in the background with a black flat cap on the left hand side of the picture at the top in the blue jumper. Still in.
Does Liam's cap say ICM? If it does, I like it.
It does. No, it's icon.
It says icon. Okay, it's the angle.
Who's that? Is that a rapper?
Don't know.
Is it? No. Who's icon? Do we know, or is it just a thing saying icon? Who is it? What's icon?
The only rappers on are the ones in the Christmas films. Paul on the button. Jack 10 of diamonds.
And then the next element is the
raises it up.
Keep that as a
Michael gets out of the way. And a quick fold from Phil in the big blind. He's free. There's the chip stacks. Katie, our shorty at the table. 11 big blinds. Going to be looking for a spot to get them in good and potentially double up. Get herself back in contention for day 2.
I think what we do is we keep this as a part of the project, save this as a member of the project, and all, and we save the leaderboard in the top 10.
So at what point will Katie's stance be, I am all in?
And all you ever have to do is just put the top 10
in position, any nice cards,
you know what I mean? Then all we have
bit
to
of
do
value,
is go up as a project.
with a raise,
Top 10.
and not on the blinds. There's 4 under the guns getting out of the way.
Yeah, she won't be moving all in.
Can't do anything with that.
It's on Billy. Let's it go.
My name's Billy. That was the best entrance on the feature table I've seen. My name's Billy.
Most people just sit down quietly, hoping no one notices, and then.
Hello, everybody. My name's Billy. Well, it's just the best.
So, Michael, talked about earlier when it's folded to you on the button, a lot of players will open up such a wide range, and any suited hand usually fits into that category. But he's got the whip here. Worst hand in poker, 7 deuce. And Dan defence, the 9-8 off.
Flop time, Jack 8-8. 2 clubs. We have a flush draw against trip 8s.
So Michael will be continuing here. I like a flat here from Dan. Reason being, against a button open, such a wide range of hands Michael can have here. You want to keep just some of his airballs and bluffs in. By hand, there'll be hands in this spot that you'll have nearly drawn dead. And but he does elect to raise. Would have much preferred to see a flat. But Michael makes the call. He just clicks it back. 1.5k, raise to 3k. Deuce on the turn.
2 of spades. Down well in front with the trip 8s. Still got the old 7 deuce. The flush draw for Michael. It calls the river. It looked red to me. Oh, just the quads. Just the quads against the full house. Do we get paid with the quads? Dan's option is to bet. It is a full house with the 2, but any pair beats him. Michael in 9, predominantly a cash player. He has a full house. If he's putting him on any kind of draws, any kind of ace high, ace king, ace queen maybe.
Well, from Michael's perspective, we've got 2 clubs in our hand. We really don't want to have clubs in our hand because they're the type of hands we want our opponents to have, things like flush draws. The only hand other than flush draws we really beat is maybe 9-10, but I don't think he'd click the flop back with a draw because just has hardly any fold equity when he clicks the flop back and gives his opponent such a great price. So I think Michael will figure this one out and come to the right decision and let it go.
Let it go.
It all goes back to the raise size on the flop. Made it so where he clicked it back, so made it the minimum.
Oh, he's going to call him off. He's called him off. He has called him off. Just to see the bad news. of quad eights.
Really surprised to see him flick it in there. It's just breaking the hand down. The flop raise is sort of the key point in that hand. I don't think Dan would be clicking 10-9 back out of position or clicking a flush draw back out of position. You may see that line more often in position, but it looks a lot like 8x. Maybe even Jack X he might take that line with against a button open range that's perceived to be very wide.
So Mark's just got back to his room in Greece. Have you missed much? Yeah, in about 10 hours.
About 10 hours, Mark. But not to worry.
No, no major hands today, but it has been good action as always. In fact, we've been on air 11 hours, and we've got another hour and 15 minutes to go. So you can sit with us, enjoy your beer. Back in the room. Another hour and 15 minutes to go tonight. Bit of a late finish because all the breaks were increased today. Because of how busy it was. We had to give the dealers the breaks, so the dealers got the breaks. And we finish later than normal.
So an open from Paul with the ace jack of diamonds in the hijack. Michael's ripped in king 10 for just over 20 bigs. Dan in the small blind, ace jack, gets out the way. And now back round to Paul, who lets it go as well. And taking them light shove spots, sort of with the 15 to 20 big blind stack, it's so effective because you get a lot of better hands to fold. And when you are called, you still have equity to get there. Equity is running close pre-flop. So that's sort of the biggest leak I see in people's tournament games, not taking certain spots with 15, 20 big blinds, sort of flattening your queen jack suiteds and your king queen offs and things like that, when you can just rip them for around 15 to 20 bigs. Incorporate in with the fold equity and then the equity you've got to get there when you get called. Just mathematically, it's the best way forward. Yeah, sometimes they'll show up with a hand and make the call and you'll be crushed, but that's poker. If you're doing the right things long term, it's going to work out for you.
Yeah, that's what I say at the end. Take a snapshot. Whatever it
I'm not sure what Dan's up to there. Makes it nearly 5x free bet size with aces on the button. You're never going to get action from hands, especially that are opening to cut off a wide range. You want to make it sort of the 2.5, 3x size, but making it nearly a full 5x with aces on the button against a cut off open, it's just not going to be the way forward if you want to make profit and you want to play pots in position with a nutted hand like aces. Just leave a lot of value on the table from going such a large size.
What you need to do now is you bring that underneath. This one.
Yeah, and then reduce it in size on here. Move it to where you want it.
What are you thinking?
All queen 10 off under the gun +1.
Right there and that.
Yeah.
Like the fold. A bit too loose to open the queen 10 at this stage. Full ring. Katie, king 5. 10 big blinds. Moves all in for her last 10
I
bigs.
think it should have a border around it or something though.
And now Liam.
I know how you can do it. Just go big like a yellow box.
Gets out the way in the big blind. He had a hand that for 10 bigs against a button shove. If your opponent's shoving the right range on the button for 10 big blinds, they're going to have hands like 8-7 suited, 9-8 suited, 10-9 suited, Queen Jack off. There's sort of a lot of hands that King 9 is actually in front of. In this case, Katie shoving a suited king. If you can incorporate them into her range, becomes a bit of a fist pump call, the King 9 there, but Liam thought better of it and just got out of the way. Ten minutes left on this level before we enter the last level of the day. Should be finishing up around 1:45 this morning. If you are still with us then, thanks to everyone that's been tuned in all day. Late here in Leeds on this Friday night, day 1B slowly coming to a close. Dan lets the ace-4 and irons go in the hijack. Very tight fold there. And that leaves room for Will to open the button. 10-7 off. And Liam with ace-jack. Last orbit, if you remember, Will open the 5-3 on the button. And Liam 3-bet the ace-queen. It's going to be a bit of deja vu here. It is. And a 3-bet from Liam gets through, takes that one down.
7 and 5. 75.
And what it actually does as well, it creates that table dynamic. The last 2 times Will's been on the button, he's been 3-bet twice by Liam out the small blind, and Liam's created that dynamic now between the two of them, and what that actually means is a lot of the time now, next orbit for example, if he's folded to Will on the button, he's going to be less inclined to open hands like 10-7 off, hands like 9-8 off that he may usually open on the button, just because he's been 3-bet twice already from Liam out the small. And it's important when you're playing at a poker table to understand the dynamics between you and other players, and sort of hand histories between you that have gone on throughout the day.
Oi, oi, guess 6876 is back. Don't know who it is, but it's back.
It's this image. I can't see anything more plastic. You like it, don't you?
Ball around to Katie, she gets out of the way. Liam in the cut-off. Ace-8 off. Going to be coming in for a race. Makes it 1.6k to go. Cody with a nut low, 3 deuce of clubs. He's not thinking about calling. Thinking about the free bet. But looks to let it go into the muck. And Liam's going to pick this pot up. So I don't expect Michael to be defending in a 10-3 off. You can defend very wide out the big blind, especially to a min click, but 10-3 sort of doesn't make a cut of hands. You can defend.
I see one play the hand yet. Not a chance to it, I don't think. Neither has Katie Swift. Needs 2 nice cards to get them in. We're on 10 bigs on the last level. And they need to get them in sharpish.
Somewhere along the line, on the select, maintain aspect, make sure we do a but yeah, now you be able to do whatever you want. That's gonna make change. Yeah.
Dan with the pocket 8s under the gum.
Not bad, really.
And it's going to be a raise and take. Picks up blinds and antes.
71,000 for Dan, 88 bigs down to 13 bigs for Katie, and the blind is going to be in 5 minutes or so. It'll be 10 bigs. Yeah, Jim the Rock is on the table behind us. Where's his wicket? Old handicap. Good old Jim. Knows how to grind the stack. Seat 10's not having much luck on that table, on table 9. That's at least 6 players being eliminated from T10.
So you're out there in the field watching a live stream on the out tables, you get moved to seat
10 on table 9.
Seat 10 on table 9, don't play it.
Don't expect to make tomorrow.
You get aces, muck 'em.
King Queen for Paul in the cut-off. He's now involved in a handfill. Calls and makes it up. Dan just calls us up.
3 to the flop.
And a flop of A7 deuce is delicious for Dan.
You're not moved the size of that one now.
If it had been A7-5, it would have been even better. Checks the A7.
Yeah, he's
to the
checks the aggressor.
Yeah, to the aggressor.
I like Paul Seabet here with King Queen. Ace high board, good for your range. A7 deuce. Half the players continue unless they actually have a piece of the flop. And Dan just raises chunks, makes it 12k, 6x over the 2k continue. Never getting action. Really, probably even fold out most ace-x there with that raise size.
One at a time.
So probably squeeze this hand in and one more before the blinds go up. And then we'll be into the last hour of play for the day.
Katie's on the big blind with 10 bigs.
And Billy in seat 4 with the red 10s, raises under the gun, makes it 2.1 to go. Folded all the way round to Katie in the big.
Well, she sees an ace.
Yeah, against an under the gun open range though, it's got to go into the muck. We're just dominated in way too many spots. The thing is, with a hand like ace-4, we've either got 3 outs. If they've got a pair, we've got 3 outs to find our ace. Or if they've got a better ace, we've got 3 outs to find our 4. And then against hands like king-queen, queen-jack suited, them type of hands that are going to pull the 10 big blind shove after the open, we've only got 60% equity. So putting all them factors together, a hand like ace-4, just got to go into the muck here. Fold equity is very small because of our stack size.
And I bet she looked at the ace first.
Always the way.
I bet she saw the ace first and thought, here we go, this is my chance.
Yeah, I think Katie's got to let this one go. It's just we just don't fare well.
Yeah, nice fold. Thought about it. Realised the under the gun raise was probably a bit too strong for the ace-4. Just been watching Corrie catch up. Excellent. Jim McDonald is up to tricks. When you're watching Coronation Street from 1997.
Don't even know who Jim McDonald is.
You probably never watched Coronation Street, to be fair.
I thought he was the guy in the yellow dungarees with the red nose.
Oh, well, that's Ronald, I think.
Ah, okay.
I think you're thinking of Ronald.
Makes sense. So the 10's been
10s
passed.
again, just moved round.
Yeah, 2 seats to the left. Cody makes it 2k. Paul with Queen 8 of spades gets out of the way. Phil with 2 red 9s in the cut-off, calls.
Can't do much with Queen Deuce. She'll be thinking, it ain't my day.
And Will getting an attractive price with 7-5 of clubs. Expect him to flick it in here. As he does, makes the call. Going three-way to the flop. Cody with 10s, Phil with 9s, Will with 7-5 of clubs. Flop of 10-6 deuce, 2 clubs. So we have a flush draw for Will, top set for Cody, 1 over to the 9s of Phil. Cody continues for 2.5k, very small bet, between a third and quarter pot. Phil calls with the pocket 9s, and now Will actually getting a direct price to hit his flush. And makes the call.
So 10, just a set of 10s.
8 on the turn. Now that helps both the 9s and the 7-5. 7-5's up and down now. 9s has a gut shot.
And then it's an element is that
Will makes it 4.2.
Really small bet here.
Do we have to try and protect the set?
Well, sort of what's Will repping after leading this turn. Sort of the only hand that really makes sense. He folds 7-9, so 7-9 of clubs is the only hand that we actually lose to now after the flop action, which is one combo. So not very many, but he just calls, and the 9s of Phil call behind.
The river's a lot of paint. It's a jack of diamonds
on the river. Check from Will, and now I think Cody can comfortably value bet his hand now. He's got basically the effective nuts, 2 combos of hands now that he really loses to 9-7 of clubs and Queen 9 of clubs, and the only player that can really have them is Will. Don't think Phil is peeling neither of them hands in the cut-off, so after it's checked to him, he can comfortably bet the pocket 10s for value.
15 into 27. And both players will probably get it in the muck. After a little bit of dwelling from Will.
Yeah, Will was 7 high, never ever calling. And Cody picks up a nice pot. Like the decision to flat on the turn and takes that one down.
So the blinds are up. 500, 1,000, the last level of the day. So we finished the live stream just after 1:30. A later day today during all the breaks being lengthened due to the amount of runners. So play continues. The last level of the night. We're down to 75 the last time we saw. We'll get an update very shortly. Won't we, Jay?
Yep, we will.
Katie still can't get a hand. So we're down to about 8 bigs for Katie. Liam sees a flop of King 6-9. Phil takes the lead with the Queen 9. Hits the 9 on the flop. Bets out, and that'll do it. It's an accident,